Welcome into ProBox TV. We're underway in Waterford, UK. We start out with Brandon McCarthy, decorated amateur 3-0 as a pro, but a big step up in Sebastian Chaves, 14 pro fights for the fighter from Argentina. Jonathan Navarro, undefeated as a pro from boxing royalty in East LA, but a long time off the sport, just coming back against Jair Valtierra, a tricky style. Can he overcome the power of Navarro? Says he's out to hurt him tonight. And of course, Sultan Zaurbek, the fighter from Kazakhstan, 18-0 undefeated, taking on Damian Wrzesinski from Poland, a fighter with an awkward style who's going to have to deal with the power and the technique of the undefeated Eastern European dynamo. Jimmy Smith in studio alongside Paulie Malignaggi, Chris Algieri. Paulie, you said it. Zaurbek looks a little like Bolo Young from Bloodsport, but he has that kind of power, that charisma, also that intimidation factor of an Eastern European fighter. He's got it.
Yeah, and you know, part of that intimidation obviously is the way they go about doing things, but also the amateur career. You know, the amateur career of Eastern Europeans can be intimidating just because it's difficult to come out just out of your nation to represent your nation, let alone what they do internationally as well. So Zaurbek's one of those guys, you see him, he fits the bill, and of course, once you see him in the ring as well, he fits the bill. Yeah,
when you look at Wrzesinski, when we were talking about him, Chris, you said awkward style, tough to time. He's a little difficult to get a handle on, especially if you're used to, like a lot of amateurs, those clean lines. That's not how Wrzesinski fights.
No, and that's going to be a puzzle for Sultan to figure out, because with Wrzesinski, man, he's got that weird kind of awkward tick-tock. He pumps that lead hand. He's physically strong. He's a durable guy. I don't think he's ever been stopped. So, you know, this is actually a step up for Sultan. Even though he's seen so many things on the international level, never seen a guy like this in the pros.
Let's talk a little bit about the co-main event. Jonathan Navarro, undefeated, 17-0. Olympians, outstanding pros all over his family, but 5 years off the sport, made his comeback at ProBox TV. And Chris, during that fight, it was a close one, closer than it should have been against Clarence Booth. A knockdown was the difference there. You kept saying 8 rounds is a lot coming back. His gas was a problem. Can he fix that in between fights?
Well, especially against a guy like Clarence Booth. I think it was like his 4th or 5th fight that year. He's a perennial journeyman that's been fighting our cards and put up against the toughest guys that we have, Navarro being one of them. But yeah, no, that was a tough comeback fight. Hopefully, if you know, the handlers are thinking what I'm thinking, is that, all right, he busted off the rust. Now we can bring him up into another step-up fight, which this is. But we got to see on fight night.
Jair Valtierra, his opponent, of course, very, very experienced and more of a guy with a tricky jab, throws a lot of punches, but he's had problems turning it up in difficult fights. Can he fix that? That's the question.
Well, that's the thing about this kind of fight, right? If you're gonna pick it up in this kind of fight, Navarro is a guy who's had the time off. He didn't look great against Booth. If there's a time to really pick it up in an important fight, this is the one right here. This is your opportunity to really show yourself a little bit, because you got Navarro who's coming in with a reputation, like you talked about, Olympians and champions in his bloodline, his genetics. Automatically, people are gonna talk about him. But he was lacking a little bit in his last fight. So is he there for the taking a little bit? For Valtierra, it's an opportunity he's got to take advantage of.
And they are walking in now. We are getting ready to go. You're looking at Glowacki from Poland making his walk to the ring. Waterford, UK. Very experienced. 5-17-1. 5 knockouts as he makes his way to the ring.
Please welcome from Wales, Ioan Croft.
Ioan Croft out of Wales, United Kingdom, making his professional debut. Gentlemen, when I saw the bout sheet, I went, man, you have a lot of faith in a pro. Like, understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I saw Glowacki in the ring. I'm like, that guy looks strong, too. So he's got a ton of experience. He looks like he's in shape. He's strong. He's Polish. So, yeah, I agree with you. But they got to really think that this Croft kid has got the goods, because this is a huge, huge step up for a pro debut.
That's right. Of course, you know, comes from a boxing family. Twin of Garan, both outstanding, proud Welsh fighters. Was an Olympic hopeful, has that amateur pedigree, and you guys talk about it all the time. You see it in the fundamentals. That is what Croft is going to need tonight. Let's get it started.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of Conlan Boxing and Neil Power Promotions, you are all very welcome to the SETU Arena. We are coming to you live on ProBox TV around the world, and we are right here in Waterford, Ireland. This is ProBox TV's Contender series, proudly sponsored by sportsbetting.ag and That Prize Guy, and sanctioned by the Boxing Union of Ireland. Our chairman at ringside, Mr. Mel Crystal. This is 4 3-minute rounds of international middleweight action. Mr. Alex McKenzie is our timekeeper at the bell, and in charge of the action for this one, a referee from Dublin, Ireland, is Mr. Emil Teat. Introducing first, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white shorts with gold. He weighed in 71.7 kg, or 158 pounds even. Comes to the ring in his 24th professional contest. From Szanów, Poland, Bartosz Glowacki. And opposing him across the ring in the blue corner, he wears the dark grey trimmed with maroon and gold. He weighed in 72.7 kilos, or 160 pounds and 4 ounces. He comes to the ring as an outstanding amateur boxer. A Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Tonight he makes his professional debut in the ring from Crimlich, Wales, Ioan Croft.
Gentlemen, obey my commands at all times and listen all times. When we're asking to break clean, touch him up, it's got to work.
You hear who the crowd is behind. Ioan Croft, fighting out of Wales, United Kingdom. And also that amateur pedigree. Gentlemen, we talk about the background of fighting in the UK. They know they're great amateurs. Croft is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, and right away, I mean, he passes the eye test. You know, he looks to be in great shape. He's tall, he's long, fighting in that southpaw position.
Not only does he get him a debut opponent with all this experience, they got him a southpaw as an opponent too, right?
Loading the deck, they believe in him. But gentlemen, you talk about the fundamentals of a great amateur. You also talk about the pressure of once again representing in front of the hometown crowd. It looks like the pressure's not getting to Croft. He's starting out very aggressively.
Found a home for that nice chopping left hand behind the ear. There you see him spin around, get back to the center of the ring, showing some really high-level chess here is Croft early on in round one.
And that's the thing where a young guy usually overcomes the experience. When you do see a young guy overcome the experience of an older guy, it's through the energy, you know. There's guys who can use their experience and then sort of throw off the young guy. And especially in a debut, sometimes you're a little nervous and you may not know how to attack the fight in the correct way. And the experienced guy, even with not a great record, can sort of be crafty and frustrate you. But you can see what Croft is doing. He's trying to basically use that energy to just overtake the older and experienced Glowacki so that he can't use the experience that he does have.
And Glowacki right now not being able to find a way out from the laser sharp left hands, also doing great work with the jab.
Champ, you mentioned the fact that he's fighting a southpaw in his pro debut. You can see he has the experience with the southpaw position because every time Glowacki dips to that left side, he's heavy on that, he throws that left hand over the top and is able to land it. So this is not his first southpaw.
Yeah, if you've been a good amateur, you tend to see some southpaws, especially on the international scene.
Cuban team notorious for that. It's like they're all southpaws. If you've done anything internationally, you've had to deal with it. And right now, Croft seeing everything go his way. Another beautiful left hand.
And Croft is smart. He's putting a lot of pressure on the older journeyman in Glowacki, not letting him breathe.
Glowacki also using his experience. He's riding with a lot of these shots too. He's taking them, but he's riding with a lot of them. Maybe hoping that the young Croft maybe punches himself out a little bit. Let's see.
And Glowacki right now not really trying to clinch, staying at range, and that's exactly where Croft wants him. Looking for a first-round knock. You see the body positioning of the referee. He's thinking about stopping this.
Croft's doing a good job of not smothering himself either. He's keeping position. He's keeping, at a range where he's still able to generate power. There he smothered himself a bit, but for the most part was in a good position to land his power shots with both hands.
I feel like he's got to slow down just a little bit, and this is part of the pro debut nerves. You want to look so good, you want to impress. It's all energy, and maybe you take it down a notch to make me land a little more accurately, because the experience of Glowacki has him using a lot of energy right now. But again, it's part of the learning experience. Listen, it obviously proves that they have a lot of confidence in you to put you in with a guy with this kind of experience in your pro debut.
Yeah, but you got to be careful here, because even though there's not really much coming back from Glowacki, you got to watch the headbutts, you got to watch the elbows.
Oh, against an awkward fighter, Croft has found his range. Looks like, and that's it. That's just when we thought we'd see the end of round number 1.
Well, that's also nice when you fight in front of your own promoter's show, because that's not a stoppage. There was nothing landing clean. I always complain that I didn't get those. I don't know why. Everybody up in my knockout streak, I did have hurt hands. It was so many times I could have got that kind of stoppage, and like the referee just didn't do me the favor. And then it went the distance in 4 rounds.
My second pro fight in 4 round, I dropped the guy 4 times. They wouldn't stop the fight. Like, look at mine.
But this is why, Chris.
We needed this ref.
Yeah, one-way traffic, Chris.
Yeah,
the ref saw which way this was going.
No, and I had mentioned there wasn't much coming back from Glowacki. That's why I said you got to watch out for the elbows and the headbutts, just by accident here. But there's no punches coming back.
I also do feel you do a disservice to the prospect as well, because that ring time against a guy with this kind of experience helps him. You know, like, you're not hitting Glowacki clean. You're going to settle in around 2 and 3 and maybe slow it down a little bit and realize the adjustments you need to do. This isn't a fight Croft was going to be at risk of losing, but spending a few rounds in the ring with Glowacki may have been beneficial to him in other ways. You know, obviously it's a great win. It's going to continue to impress. It's going to continue to get better. But, you know, so I do think with this kind of stoppage, you tend to do a disservice to the prospect more so than the opponent who, what is he, 1 more loss, was not going to make it break his own career.
Well, you saw there was no argument for Glowacki at all.
Yeah. But, you know, the prospect, I feel like, can use any extra minute against a guy like this.
Not to mention there was half a second left in the round.
Yeah, well, so that'll do it.
Ioan Croft with that look and that style, Chris, you say it all the time. If he can fight, going to be a star.
Yeah,
good-looking kid. He has the national backing there, and looking absolutely fantastic in his professional debut at first-round stoppage over the Polish fighter. And it was this, Chris. There's a little bit of. Against a guy like this, usually you look a little awkward. Croft didn't look awkward tonight.
No, for the most part, guys making their pro debut, like the champ Paul and as you said, the guys get a little too excited. They start to overstep themselves, get ahead of their skis, so to speak. Croft didn't do that. I thought he kept position really well, kept the distance, let his power shots go. He also showed that he has a right hook. A lot of southpaw fighters don't. They're so dominant with their left hand, but he showed a nice cracking left hook, right hook as well. So, yeah, a lot of potential here for Croft.
And also, Paulie, I see a guy who looks big for the weight class.
Yeah.
Let's talk about his physique coming in. Looks shredded, looked ready to go.
He does. And it's nice. It's the benefit of youth as well. You know, I'm sure as he gets older, he'll fill out a little bit more and maybe possibly, go up some weight classes. But having that height is an advantage.
And we go to our timekeeper for the official time. 2 minutes, 55 seconds of round number 1. Referee Emil Teat. He stops this contest. His opinion, Bartosz no position to continue. Therefore, the winner of the professional journey starts tonight for the man from Wales, Ioan Croft.
We'll be seeing that young man again on ProBox TV. Incredible work for Ioan Croft. Outstanding amateur, the first step in his professional career. A successful one, 1-0. A first-round knockout against Bartosz Glowacki. Came in awkward southpaw, and this is the guy who passed the test against a much more experienced opponent. See what we can do with him, Ioan Croft, in the future. But we roll on here at ProBox TV. Our fight from Waterford, UK. Card continues. Great beginning. The energy just started, though. Stay with us right here on ProBox TV. We'll be right back.
Wednesday night fights, December 11th. Knockout artist Jonathan Maximo returns to ProBox to take on Mexico's Eduardo Zurdito Ramirez. Wednesday night fights.
Welcome back into the ProBox TV studios. Jimmy Smith alongside Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Well, you look for a flaw in a decorated amateur making his pro debut. With Croft, hard to find that flaw.
Yeah, you know, in his debut, he did what you're supposed to do. You know, you got a great stoppage, maybe a little premature, but nonetheless, he dominated the round. He showed that, you know, there is a lot of upside to him. You can say, oh, you want to see some things worked on here and there, but there are probably things that he already has. It's just that the jitters of his pro debut maybe didn't allow him to show all those things. Solid fighter.
Yeah, but also, Chris, in a fight, stylistically, the experience, the southpaw stance, where he could have looked a little off, a little awkward, not getting it done. He got it done in round number 1.
Yeah, no, I wish I could have seen a little bit more. I do want to see what would happen round 2.
Thank the
once
ref.
he settled down and his corner could have got to him. But regardless, I think the upside for Croft is very, very high, looking like a very solid pro to come.
Well, we'll see if it continues. Sebastian Gabriel Chaves from Buenos Aires, Argentina. See him making his way to the ring in the red trunks, 6-8 as a pro, 2 knockouts in those 6 wins. But that's going to be a theme. We talk about the experience disparity between the high-level amateur and the pro. His opponent, Brandon McCarthy, just starting out 3-0. But once again, a decorated Irish amateur. Being the road warrior is never easy in this business, to say the least. Coming all the way from Argentina. Yesterday on BoxRec, it said, to be determined, the opponent. You can hear the roar of the crowd as he is announced, Brandon McCarthy. Last time we were in Ireland, he fought his 3rd professional fight. That one went the distance. But gentlemen, when you talk about the technique, you talk about the stance underneath. This guy they were talking about in the Irish amateurs for years. Shoo-in for the Olympics. He's going to make it 2024. That was out of reach. He said, I put my heartbreak into my professional debut. I'm going to move forward and channel all that as a professional. Last time out in Ireland, you know, Paul, you talk a lot about the fundamentals you get in the amateurs. This kid's got fundamentals.
Yeah, we saw the fundamentals from him last time in Ireland. I want to see now, as the experience grows in the pros, his ability to take charge of a fight. You know, I think especially against these kind of opponents, you get more opportunity to really boss it. Let's see.
Will we see it? Let's find out.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're all very welcome to the SETU Arena here, Waterford, Ireland. This is 6 3-minute rounds of international super lightweight action. Our timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Alex McKenzie. Referee for this one from Dublin, Ireland, is Mr. Padraig O'Roctagon. Introducing in the red corner, wearing red shorts with gold. He tipped the scales at 63.16 kilos or 139 pounds 4 ounces. His record includes 6 wins, 2 KOs from San Miguel, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Please welcome Sebastian Gabriel Chaves. And across the ring in the blue corner, wearing the sparkling black with gold. On the scales, 62.7 kilos or 138 pounds 3 ounces. His record so far is perfect. 3-0 with 1 KO. He fights out of Los Angeles, California, USA. By way of his homeland here, Kilkenny, Ireland, Brandon McCarthy.
Protect yourselves at all times and obey my commands. Good night, really.
Can the undefeated Irishman continue the streak and move to 4-0 against a much more experienced Sebastian Chaves from Argentina? Round number 1 set to go.
Round 1.
And we are underway. You see it now, of course, the Irish fighter on your left, Brandon McCarthy, in the black and gold. His opponent, Chaves, in the gold and red.
Right of his southpaw opponents tonight. Chaves also in the southpaw stance.
You never know what to think of these Argentinian fighters. They'll come last minute, but they're rough. They come. If they see an opportunity to win, they're going to take it.
Yeah, you never know what they're doing back there.
Chris, you got that Argentine blood. You know it very, very well. Very aggressive.
Also very tricky. A lot of times Argentinian fighters, there's almost like a weird tick to all the Argentinians. They've got a strange athleticism to them. I don't know if it comes from the football background or whatever, but what's happening in those gyms. But you tend to see these guys that are a little bit awkward, but they use it to their advantage.
Remember Sergio Martinez?
Sergio Martinez.
Unbelievable style. Hard to read. Fast.
Omar Weiss. Really tough super lightweight from a number of years ago, man.
Yeah.
Tricky guy.
Miguelito Loach back in the day.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go back to the day. Carlos Monzon. A lot of people consider the greatest middleweight of all time.
Well, he just beat you up.
Yeah, I was gonna say he wasn't very tricky. He wasn't very tricky. He had hammers.
Combinations from the orthodox style.
I want to see more of McCarthy. I feel like last time I saw him, I saw some good fundamentals, good skills, but not enough enthusiasm to want to take over the fight against a guy who's there to be an opponent, who will show you some different looks, but won't go above himself to try to win the fight. So I want to see you going and make that effort, because it's on you to look good. It's on you to impress as a prospect.
Yeah, Michael Gonchi, his opponent last time around, was it a matter, Chris, of his opponent not trying to do that too much, or he just did a little bit more than his opponent?
You know what it is? When I look at a guy like McCarthy, I see a 10-round fighter. I think he's already kind of put himself into that position. So these early on fights, for him, these shorter distances, these guys who are going to kind of just be there, he's not going to push the action. He's going to get the rounds in. He's going to develop as a pro.
This one a 6-rounder. Just under a minute left in round number 1 so far. Brandon McCarthy, outstanding Irish fighter, training out of Los Angeles, California, the Matchroom Gym that's in Santa Monica. Right now you can see those fundamentals, but to your point, Chris, not really trying to push the action, feeling it out in round number 1.
Yeah, maintaining range, picking his shots. He's showing a nice bevy of a nice arsenal of shots now. But mixing it up.
I feel like actually compared to the last fight, he's actually doing a better job. I actually do feel like he's imposing himself a little bit. He's holding his ground a little bit on the counters as well, and not so willing to leave the pocket as fast. When he does, like right there, he barely leaves it, just gets just out of range. I feel like he's understanding a little bit more.
Right now, technical control from Brandon McCarthy. With Chaves hanging in there, we will definitely see a round number 2. Number 2 about to get underway. You're looking in the corner of Sebastian Chaves, fighter from Argentina, 14 professional fights. There's Brandon McCarthy, undefeated at 3-0 in the first round. Certainly McCarthy technically a wipeout, but not trying to do too much in round number 1.
Yeah, but you saw it just there. There's a little check right hook from Chaves. Chaves has a lot of experience. He didn't throw a lot, but he did land a couple of those shots. One interesting interaction that happened at the very end of the round. Chaves landed another one of those little right hooks. McCarthy hit him with a bit of a late shot, and McCarthy would say, "Oh, I'm sorry, went to touch his glove." Chaves said, "Nope," went back to his corner.
The most Irish thing in the world. Starting out round number 2. McCarthy in the black, Chaves in the red. Said before, we're seeing that amateur pedigree, but Paul, you like a little bit of that getting rounds, warming up, feeling out your various offenses.
Yeah, I don't mind obviously the feeling out part, the good hook again by Chaves, but I do like to see that McCarthy is, like I said, holding his ground a little bit more. Obviously, you want to sharpen up the defense here and there. He's got that every should have the winning mentality. It's the beat. I feel like I'm seeing more of it from McCarthy this fight than I did. Fight.
Oh, absolutely. He's controlling the center of the ring great. Yeah. He's mixing up his punches well. I like the body work. He's being pretty sneaky with it. So definitely improvement in McCarthy here tonight.
Yeah, and those are mental adjustments, because physically he's got what he needs. It's just a mental adjustment to make decisions like that.
Chaves, his second undefeated fighter in a row. Lost the last time out against an undefeated opponent. But, Chris, we're starting to see his strategy. Just kind of look for those check hooks, look for that occasional power counter, yes?
Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of him going into this fight. I was trying to figure out, as you say, he is a right check hook southpaw. You know, I fought one of these guys early in my career, and they're tricky as hell because that punch leaves your field of vision. That check hook is a very dangerous shot from a southpaw.
I feel like a guy like that is probably typically a right-hander, right? I mean,
Usually,
you don't usually see
it's a converted, yeah.
Converted guy.
Yeah, because he's not throwing much off the rear hand. He did switch sides as well early in this round, did Chaves.
You fought another one of those guys.
Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
but
right,
Manny Pacquiao is much more of a left-handed, it's like a traditional southpaw in terms of which punch he utilizes as his biggest weapon. Although working with Freddie Roach, he did actually find a right hook as well.
I feel like Freddie did a lot for Pacquiao's right hand in his career.
But it's always looking for that counter over the top. It's making McCarthy cautious in a good way. It's making McCarthy stay tight.
But I think McCarthy's still doing the right thing. He's taking chances. He's throwing with Chaves. It's not deterring him from throwing.
I feel like, though, McCarthy, you know, you talk about that stereotypical get your foot on the outside type of thing, and I think sometimes it is a little bit overrated, but I think in this fight, it's probably more necessary because of the fact that Chaves has that right hook. So I think, you know, stepping around takes away that right hook. Stepping over to your left takes away the ability for Chaves to use that right hook so fluidly.
Paulie, you and I had an interesting conversation off air when I asked you what makes a great pro who is a great amateur. And one of the things you said that I'll always remember, you said punch speed. You have to vary it more as a pro than you do as an amateur. Are you seeing that right now from McCarthy? A couple different gears.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing it more this fight than I was in the last fight. I feel like he's, like I said, he's got a bit more of the winning mentality showing, a bit more of the boss the fight mentality. He's getting hit a little bit, which of course is part of the growing process. If you're going to try to become that kind of guy, the next step is to adjust your defense while still maintaining that winning mentality, boss mentality.
Another check shot from the left-hand side this time.
Just my point, right, Jimmy?
But McCarthy was having a really good round. So I believe he hurt Chaves to the body, pinned him against the ropes, had a great volley of shots. Raw one-way action from McCarthy. Yes, Chaves came back with that one shot at the end, but that's kind of what's been happening throughout this entire fight from these rounds. McCarthy dominating, putting on pressure, landing the better shots, but every once in a while, Chaves will give you something to let you know I'm still there.
Enough to keep McCarthy honest.
Yeah, you got the occasional right hook. You see the occasional left hand. Obviously, McCarthy is throwing more shots. He's trying to create. He's actually trying to create. What it is when you get an opponent like Chaves, he also takes what you give him, and he'll just do just enough to make you look bad, you know. But he typically won't come outside of himself, risk himself getting knocked out, or try to win the fight. It's up to the prospect to try to come outside of himself a little bit and try to impress. And you know, somebody might say, oh, well, you know, McCarthy now is trying to be the boss, but it's causing him to get hit. Well, that's not necessarily always a bad thing in terms of I'm not talking about not getting hit is a bad thing, but what I'm talking about is being the boss, and then you make that adjustment this fight. Next, remain the boss, adjust your defense. I think that's something they're going to take out of this fight when they go and look at the video. As
we start round number 3, bear in mind, out of his 6 wins, only 2 knockouts from Chaves. To your point, Paulie, if you're going to take the shots, take them from this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I mean, I can remember
once again, left hand.
Even me as a prospect, you know, there were things I worked on, and then what happens? You end up working on those things, you improve those things, but then they create scenarios where there might be another problem here that I realize now because I'm working on this. So then you adjust that the next time.
And our opening fight was Croft versus Glowacki. Same thing, decorated amateur versus a pro with some experience. But Chaves, though, he came to land punches, Chris, and it's showing.
Yeah, I mean, you got a 14-fight pro who's a southpaw fighting, you know, a guy in his 4th professional fight. This is not an easy fight for the young prospect McCarthy, but I think he's handling it well. Yes, he's getting hit with some shots, but guess what? This is pro boxing. It's going to happen.
And McCarthy, you said, trains in California, right, Jimmy?
Yep, at the Matchroom Gym.
I mean, we've trained in California, Chris. You know, there's a lot of great sparring there.
Yes.
If it's anything near what it was even a decade ago, that, you know, this kid is getting great sparring, and the improvements will keep coming.
McCarthy landed another really nice right hand. Every time he gets Chaves with the right hand to the body, you see Chaves go right to the ropes.
For me, it was actually a decade and a half ago. Champ, it was for you, it was a decade, right?
2010. Yeah, so it was, about a decade and a half too.
Oh, so we ain't that far off.
Well, because I did it early in my career. You did it a little later in yours, so it was probably around the same time.
Well, that's my hometown. So.
But I was in.
So you were in Oxnard in 2010 when I was in LA.
Yes. Yeah. So you were in LA and I was in Oxnard. Look at that.
Sparred.
I know.
Could have sparred. Chris was sparred everybody. We never sparred.
Yeah. Well, I never sparred over at Wildcrest. I had so much sparring in Robert Garcia's gym. Forget it.
That's the thing about those gyms, right? And that's why my point with McCarthy, right? There's various gyms with crazy sparring, because I had the same with Wildcard. I didn't have to go anywhere else.
Well, that's the beautiful thing. You don't have to leave those gyms. It's not like New York where you got to travel every week.
Nice right hand from Chaves.
Again, those sneaky right hooks. But you see Chaves, he doesn't follow it up. He's there to just make you look bad. Now, it's up to you to try to impose yourself a little bit. Good fight. Chaves doesn't care if he doesn't look bad.
No, I mean, he's got a losing record. He's obviously capable. He stays very, very calm. I like what McCarthy's doing. I mean, he's doing damage. You know, he's building. He's got 6 rounds. He's not rushing himself. He's maintaining distance, maintaining position.
Keeping that enthusiasm, you know?
Because that's one thing, Paul, that you're always pointing out when it comes to guys making their pro debuts. They get a little frustrated after round 3 or 4, the way a pro with seasoned experience wouldn't. No.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you know, you're used to fighting short fights, and you find your success pretty quickly. And now you get these guys in the amateurs. I feel like everybody's there to win. You know, like you don't get opponents in the amateurs. Nobody's getting paid, so nobody's doing it for everybody's doing it for free. Yep. You know, so nobody's there that doesn't want to be there.
There's no jobbers in the amateurs.
In the pros, you have the jobbers, Jim. Like great way to put it. Where these guys, they know they're gonna get paid, so they're just there to kind of make you look bad and let me just get paid tonight and do just enough. You know, so it's a different thing you're seeing as a professional prospect.
But also, let me not get stopped so I can work next week.
Perfectly. Welcome back to the corner of Sebastian Chaves. Experienced, but definitely on the downside of this fight against Brandon McCarthy, multiple-time Irish national champion. Of course, boxed for the Irish national team.
10 seconds.
Heartbreaking, couldn't make it in 2024, turning pro, and right now I'm trying to keep that undefeated streak going. 3-0, trying to make it a perfect 4-0. He's been in control of this fight as we enter the halfway point.
Yeah, few and far between, but yeah, you're right. He does let you know that he's still different attacks. He's also being the boss, like you were saying earlier, Champ. Last round, he pushed Chaves' head down, tried to land an uppercut. I like that. Controlling the center of the ring, being the boss in there, and we're seeing that tonight from McCarthy.
Also, McCarthy, not a knockout puncher, but not boxing tonight like a knockout puncher. He's boxing like he knows he needs combinations to win.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the knockouts will come as you learn to go be the boss in the pros. Again, I think if he's not, as long as he's trying to develop that good double right hand there.
Love that.
And, you know, again, you see the skill set is there. You know, it's just a matter of the choices and punch selection he has, the choices he makes as far as what angles he finds to punch. Those are going to be the difference makers for him, whether he gets hit or not. You know, how much he's able to go for the finish. There's a cut there.
Yeah,
with the left eye.
It was clash of heads.
Yeah, that's that lefty-righty.
And that was a good straight right hand down the middle from McCarthy, landed directly on the chin. Really nice shot. But yeah, you saw Chaves wipe his eye immediately once they came together.
Might spur McCarthy on to see some blood. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely being aggressive.
Certainly seems like it.
Yep. Halfway point of round number 4. He sees that cut, gives him something to work on. We talked about him not necessarily having knockout power, but you can always open up a cut.
Yeah, but again, you see Chaves. He's very calm. He's using that experience. You know, I don't think I've seen the guy breathe heavy this entire fight. Even after being cut, he kind of just wiped it. He's like, all right, here we go.
Has been very smart, as you say, Chris, going to the ropes, tying McCarthy up when McCarthy's really gotten aggressive. He's yet to really find his opening. Hasn't really hurt McCarthy. A nice, good right hand. They've been landing very well in this round number 4.
Yeah, like McCarthy's precision, too. He's been putting that right on the chin. Beautiful, precise shots, especially with that right hand.
Yeah, again, you go to not to beat a dead horse, but being the boss, being first, you know, putting the numbers together. You know, and you see what Chaves is doing. Now Chaves is getting a little bit more in survival mode. Less and less responses from Chaves. Also McCarthy seems like he's been motivated from seeing some of that blood as well.
30 seconds left to go in round number 4. The cut around the left eye of Chaves caused by a clash of heads. Referee did acknowledge that.
Yeah, I would say this is probably the most consistently aggressive round for McCarthy, but also the least amount of punches landed by Chaves in this round. Very one-sided traffic here.
In earlier rounds, every time the combinations really started flowing, Chaves would land something enough to back McCarthy off. That has not been the case as round number 4 draws to a close. McCarthy very much in charge of this fight. McCarthy great stuff. We are back December 11th. Jonathan Cardoso, 17-1, 15 knockouts, taking on Eduardo Ramirez. It is Brazil versus Mexico. Cardoso, you haven't seen him. He is excitement personified, very, very aggressive, evenly matched fight, but his ability to stay in the pocket and throw power punches, he doesn't mind taking some back. It's going to be a great night. Some action from round number 4, gentlemen.
Yeah, we just saw that double right hand, which is an excellent weapon against the southpaw, especially once you got the guy pinned up against the ropes tall, the way that
and you see
Chaves
Chaves
is.
trying to manage the clock, trying to kill time, trying to hold on and push McCarthy's head down.
Ooh, then we see a couple little clash of heads there. That might have been where that cut developed. But you see Chaves, he's capable. He throws shots with you, which makes him a dangerous puncher. He's just not a big puncher, so McCarthy's been able to walk right through those shots and get his own off.
Paulie, you talk about a lot the veteran things the guy does to stay in fights. To use up a little bit of time, wear you out a little bit, make it a little ugly. Chaves has been doing that throughout.
Yeah, and he knows how to manage his way around the ring. It's like the champ said before. You also, as a prospect, you're a jobber. As a prospect versus a jobber, a lot of times the jobber is just trying to make sure he doesn't get stopped so he can keep fighting and keep a consistent schedule. Because now you're talking about little paychecks and whatnot. They're usually there's supplemental incomes to the regular jobs these guys may have.
Yeah, but now Chaves is cut, so he's going to be off for a while anyway. Might as well fight for it. Might as well go for it.
Yeah, now you see, if I'm the jobber here, I'd get pissed off and be like, yeah, you cut me, and now I'm going to be suspended.
Right now, I'm not going to work for you for a couple. Now I'm going to work for 4 weeks. I'm going to try and knock your head off.
Now you're out of the circle of trust.
We'll see if McCarthy has trouble with some aggression from Chaves, but he has been the boss throughout this fight, taking the center a lot more than we saw him last time in Belfast.
Yeah, we did see him last time in Belfast. This is the second time we're getting a look at McCarthy now, and we're through 4 rounds. We're up into the 5th round, so we're getting a better idea of McCarthy and the improvements and the things to take away from here, and the criticism as well, right? So, for me, the improvements and the things to take away here are that I do see more aggression. I do see him having more of a willingness to be the boss, to impose himself on an opponent. The drawbacks is you're at a point in your career where it's not just about the wins, it's about how you look in the wins. Okay, this is not a world beater kind of opponent. This is obviously an opponent that, can be tricky, can make you look better, but at the same time, you're expected to look phenomenal in these kind of fights, to separate yourself from the pack, from the rest of the prospects, if you want to have people speaking about you. And I don't know that, despite the amateur career McCarthy's had, that he's done that here. I think he's solid.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. I think McCarthy is going to be a 10-round fighter. He's going to be one of the guys. He's going to really develop, and we're going to hear about him later. Almost like a Tim Bradley type, where yes, he had a big amateur background, but until he was really well known, you didn't know how good he was. I think McCarthy's going to be like that.
And the thing, Chris, is we saw some slipping and moving from McCarthy. He hasn't been off balance once. You guys talk about those
clash of heads again.
There we go, another clash of heads. Southpaw versus Orthodox. Back to it. McCarthy hasn't been off balance once in this fight, Chris. Always over his feet.
No, he's had good positioning, and he's been holding position. That's also why he's been taking some shots from the very tricky Chaves. But again, I like obviously working on things in the ring.
Chaves complaining about another clash of heads. It's been a problem since round number 4, a cut around the left eye caused by a clash of heads, but both guys.
Clashing of heads tends to happen either early on when both guys are really going for it, or later on when fatigue starts to set in. This seems like it's more fatigue. You're seeing that Chaves is looking a little tired. You're looking at McCarthy being a little too aggressive. Heads are coming together more and more.
But is McCarthy controlling the action as the round draws to a close? Fatigue setting in, McCarthy still pushing. It has been a showcase for that man. That's right, Brandon McCarthy. Undefeated as a pro, 3-0, only 1 knockout. in those 3 fights, and once again he is in control as we take a close look at the cut. Placement is not great. It looks like a horrible cut, but the eyelid tends to be a fight stopper. They haven't really looked at it that closely yet, though, Chris.
Has not been bleeding very badly, but you said the placement of that shot, that cut is bad, but also that has a tendency to flip over when it gets hit again. You know, it starts to peel and starts to drip, and that's when you're looking at stoppage country.
Last round of this 6-round fight as they touch gloves. McCarthy would surprise me if he weren't a wipeout on the scorecards. I don't think there's one round that could have gone to Chaves. When we're seeing the development in McCarthy look better than he had last time in Belfast, for sure.
I think you'd have to add up all the shots that Chaves has landed on, like put him in one round. That could be the round.
Maybe.
But otherwise, yeah, I'm hard pressed to give Chaves a round here.
Yeah, and he's just not gotten off enough either. No. McCarthy, who's been consistently getting off first,
good body shot,
trying to create that opportunity. And that's what another thing I wanted to actually start to mention. You know, maybe I see there's an opportunity for some uppercuts to the body, maybe even some uppercuts to the head. Close range. Good little right hook there from McCarthy. He's getting closer. Opportunities to use that, especially when McCarthy starts to bend down a little bit. Like right there, you see there's a clash of heads. The uppercut is there.
There's that uppercut. McCarthy trying to be creative here. See him moving his head, trying to fire from different positions.
Well, McCarthy has been head hunting the entire time. To your point, Paulie, no real body work to speak of.
Yeah, he used it a couple times in this round. Also, sometimes a little bit wide with that right hand. And sometimes a wide right hand works on southpaws, but sometimes because Chaves gets a little low, you can either come with an uppercut or you have to shorten that up. Even if you're intending to throw it from the side, you want to shorten it up a little bit.
Makes me think of Marco Antonio Barrera's Nazim Hamed. He used a sweeping right hook to land a jab. He would get you to kind of look and deal with that right hand and then come back with a nice sharp jab right down the middle.
Yeah, sometimes use that throwaway punch to sweep the opponent into a position for the follow-up.
Talking about making somebody look bad, Nazim Hamed could do nothing that night against Barrera.
Barrera put on an absolute masterclass on how to box a southpaw, especially an unorthodox one like Hamed.
And if you also want to see somebody fight mean, Barrera versus Hamed that night. No glove touching there.
No, ran his head into a turnbuckle with a half Nelson.
Half grappling match, half fighting. We loved it.
You know, it was the attitude era in wrestling at that time, so.
100%.
I mean, Barrera always fought with a lot of attitude. Nice moves there from McCarthy. Nice slick stuff. Comes back with an overhand right over the top.
Hey, we've been talking about it all night, Chris. His balance is good. Over his feet, good movement, head movement, footwork. It's all been there. Chaves has just been tricky enough to stay in the fight. Did not come here to give up. But the fighter from Argentina to your right in the red trunks has just been outworked.
Yeah, and he's been less and less effective as these rounds went on.
And a last-minute replacement coming into this fight, so I had to fly from Argentina. It's never easy on you.
Yeah. All things considered, he's done his job, Chaves. You know, put in the work. Got McCarthy some rounds of work.
And also just didn't bail. Got hit with some good shots and actually stuck it out. Yeah, gave it back. Yeah.
When you go back to Matchroom Boxing in Santa Monica, where he is training, his trainer's going to have something to look at with this fight for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, you got 6 rounds to study now and work off. I actually like young fighters getting rounds in, even though it's better for your record to have the KOs, but you're at least getting these professional rounds where you get to develop.
Certainly did, and that is the end of the round and the fight. Brandon McCarthy, of course, feeling good in front of the hometown crowd. He's from Kilkenny, Ireland. This fight taking place in Waterford. Crowd very much behind him, but looked like another day at the office for McCarthy against an experienced opponent in Sebastian Chaves. That cut, fortunately not an issue, but another technical, tactical display from McCarthy.
Yeah, you see that short right hook there, and those were the short, when McCarthy, an example when McCarthy did shorten up that right hand from the side, it landed very well. You see, and there's an opportunity where he missed it a little bit wide. Sometimes he was a little bit wide or just missing some of those right hands. Again, you work on maybe shortening up some of the shots. See there, he's reaching in and falling in. But overall, you saw him have at least the mentality to be the boss. Now it's about adjusting the technical part of it. But he did adjust the psychological part of it, in my opinion, based on what I saw from the last time, which is his desire to impose himself as the boss in the fight.
Chris, as Teddy Atlas would say, trim a little fat off those punches?
Yeah, well, the good thing about watching this fight back for Team McCarthy is they're going to see points where he actually did throw nice, clean, lean right hands, and they landed beautifully. When he threw them a little bit wide, that's when you got the clash of heads, that's when you missed the shots. But when he threw them straight down the middle, he was landing right on the chin. So it's a great study piece for his team.
Chris, when you and I talked about when you fought Amir Khan, you said he had an amateur style for 12 rounds.
Yep.
You said it's very hard to have amateur volume for 6 rounds. Is that a little bit of the problem here where he's just transitioning to a pro, has to learn how to be a little more efficient?
I definitely think it's a transition. You can see that he's trying to set down, trying to be a little more power puncher. He's going to need to develop that even more.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Mr. Porrig Octagon, will bring both boxers to the center of the ring. And as we await the boxers coming together, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's show your appreciation for both boxers in the ring. So this contest goes the distance, 6 rounds of boxing. We go to a referee score total, 60 points to 54. The winner is still undefeated from Kilkenny, Ireland, Brandon McCarthy.
No surprise there, a wipeout for Brandon McCarthy. That's about the things he needs to go back to the gym and improve. What do you think about his grade tonight?
I thought good, especially compared to his last time out, as the champ was alluding to all night long. He's starting to impose his will as a professional, being a little more physical. I like that I saw mix his punches up well, show some good body work, maybe a little more consistency needed there. But like I said, this is going to be great study material for Team McCarthy when they look back. They got 6 rounds against a durable guy. They see what worked, they see what didn't. A lot to improve.
The potential is certainly there on the great Irish amateur. His pro career will roll on, and so will we right after this.
Fights December 11th. Knockout artist Jonathan Maximo Cardozo. Eduardo Jordito Ramirez. Wednesday night fights.
Welcome back, Waterford, UK. That's where we are in Ireland. Second time there for ProBox TV. The crowd has been into it as 2 great Irish amateurs have taken to the ring. Well, we'll get a third in Garan Croft making his professional debut. One thing about this UK crowd, they know about their Irish champions, and they have been behind them 1,000%. And that's right, his brother getting a first-round stoppage. Now the pressure is on. Can Garan Croft do the same? You know, we're all siblings. We don't want our brother to do better than us. Not going to happen. That's right, Garan Croft making his professional debut, just like his brother. Outstanding amateur.
It's interesting.
3 Nations youth champion. Represented his country abroad 12 times in foreign lands. You guys talk about that amateur experience. What does it do? Get used to being booed. You get used to the pressure. You get used to big lights. That's what these amateurs from the UK have, Paulie.
Yeah, you enter the ring under different scenarios, different kind of styles. You know that you're fighting guys with good reputation as well. Because when you fight guys who on the international level, you've been chosen because you're of a certain level. What those other countries, they choose their guys because they're of a certain level too. So that experience against the best of other countries creates that good dynamic and confidence.
The other Celts in the UK are the Welsh. We've got a fantastic Welsh contingent in here this evening. Very noisy, and they're just about to get a little bit noisier when we introduce the second of the Croft brothers. But firstly, to the ring, would you welcome Croatian Ermin Sali.
From Croatia, Ermin Sali making his way to the ring, 1-3 as a pro, but that 1 win by knockout. Just talked about it in the amateurs. Get used to fighting the crowd. One of the greatest things I ever heard. Amateur wrestler Eric Guerrero said, "I love it when they boo me. They might as well be cheering me. I get energy either way." What's your thought on that, Paulie?
Well, I think you always rather be involved with a live crowd. You know, you'd rather have reactions than no reactions. You're like right now, this guy's walking to the ring, and I don't really hear much of the crowd.
You were throwing things at me.
Yeah. I'd rather you dislike me enough to boo me than not care at all.
Well, his opponent, he's going to get a reaction from the crowd. Let's bring him in.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Wales, Garan Croft.
European amateur silver medalist, Commonwealth bronze medalist. His twin brother opened up our card tonight, got a first-round knockout. Gentlemen, nothing really changes whether you're in the schoolyard or the gym. It's one of those things where your brother does something, you know he goes in back in the locker room and says, beat that. What do you think of that, Chris?
Well, it's gonna be tough to beat the first-round stoppage.
Exactly.
But you know, I'm sure he's up for it. I mean, can you imagine having a twin brother same size in the same sport where it's a weight class sport? You have a sparring partner forever.
We never would have survived.
And you
both fighters making their perfection. Exactly. All the pressure on.
Born the same day with a twin, right?
Oh, there'd be broken noses in my family. That's right. 22 years old, 8 years younger than his opponent. Look at that height differential. 5'11" versus 5'4", also 4.5 pounds heavier. Absolutely unbelievable, the physique on both Croft brothers. We're going to see that again tonight in this fight.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Conlan Boxing and Neil Power Promotions, you're all very welcome here to the SETU Arena, Waterford, Ireland, live on ProBox TV and sponsored by Sports Betting AG and by That Prize Guy. This is 4 3-minute rounds of international super welterweight action. Our timekeeper at the bell, Alex McKenzie. Referee in charge from Belfast, Mr. Paul McCullough. Introducing, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black shorts with white trim. Tip the scale, 69 kilos even, 152 pounds and 2 ounces. He comes to the ring this evening in his 5th professional contest from Sisak, Croatia, Ermin Sali. And across the ring in the blue corner, he wears the dark silver, maroon and gold. He weighed in at 70.7 kilos, 155 pounds and 14 ounces. A standout amateur boxer, national champion, European silver medalist and Commonwealth Games bronze medalist. Tonight, making his professional debut in the ring from Crumlech, Wales, Garan Croft.
Okay, gentlemen, the Baymaker comes at all times. Touch gloves, cobblers.
Have either one of you gentlemen ever fought a fire hydrant? Because that literally looks like what Croft is taking on tonight.
I fought a few really short guys. And obviously, I was very tall for junior welterweight. So, I had a couple fights that looked similar to this.
Well, if Croft can jab, it should be his fight tonight. His professional debut is now underway. In the silver and red. Oh, my God, a right hand. That might be it.
He mounts off the ground.
That's it. Gentlemen,
I love
how does he beat a first-round knockout for his twin brother like this?
Do it in 9 seconds.
Come on, dude. I mean, these refs are too much in a rush to stop the fight.
We gotta take a look at that again.
Let the guy, dude. It's your own prospect. Let him get some experience.
Did the ref even wave it off? I didn't even see him wave it off.
Yeah, he did. Why?
There we go.
No, he officially waved it off. He waved it off before already, though. That's why they were arguing. But why the rush to stop the fight, dude? Like, I don't understand. I mean, and again, the guy bounced off the ground himself. He wasn't looking to really also win the fight. But the referee, why the rush to stop the fight? It's not like
Sali right now protesting the
because you do a disservice, just like his brother. You do a disservice to the prospect. I mean, what's the rush, dude? Why can't the guy be and get some time in the ring with the opponent?
I can't tell which guy just fought right now. Whether the cornerman of the fight, there's no sweat
world
right
champion.
now. No sweat on him at all. Looks like he may have. I've seen tougher warm-ups, gentlemen. Let's take a look at it. You've seen it a million times.
I feel like he left his feet himself. Yeah, I mean, he
punch barely landed.
Yeah, he willingly went down. But having said that,
I think it hit him on the glove as well.
Yeah.
I hit him on the temple there, but that one didn't even land. I think it was that first shot to the temple, but.
But why the stoppage?
Well, a lot of times
he did get up. Why the stoppage?
His feet actually fell out behind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, he bounced. Like
but he did land that one. That one hit him on the forehead.
What's with the ref, though? We don't get the ref, though.
All right, in the referee's defense.
Hey, did you have any of these?
No, I didn't.
Paul, I want to hear you how you never got any of these ever. I love that. I love when Paul goes there.
I didn't. I have seen these things happen even with other guys. Dude, I don't get it. Dude. I mean, I think again. I defend the prospect in that he deserves better than this anyway. Granted, the opponent wasn't going to last long anyway, but give the guy a chance to stay in the ring.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the end comes 15 seconds of round number 1. A referee, Paul McCullough, dispenses with the count, the winner by technical knockout. And the professional journey starting tonight, Garan Croft.
Sali protesting, but I don't know what you want Croft to do. You went down, the referee stopped it.
This is the standard, because don't get me wrong, I'm defending the fact that this shouldn't have been stopped, but I'm not going to defend the opponent either. He wasn't looking to last long himself. Don't get me wrong. Otherwise, you don't bounce like that to the floor without wanting to be a way out of it.
Threw his feet out from underneath.
He was looking for a way to get out of the fight. Don't get me wrong, but he still could have lasted another minute or so. You know, but you got an opponent that doesn't want to fight, and a referee who's dying to stop the fight, as if there's a threat in the ring anyway. You know, so the combination just wasn't good. But this is also the standard fake protest from the opponent that he knows he's got a free check, so he's got to protect the free check because he
argued harder than he fought. So
because here's the thing. He might not get paid.
Yes.
They might say, "Oh, you didn't try hard enough. You might not get paid." So this is the standard fake argument now from the opponent. Like, "Oh, you know what? They should have let me fight." He's telling the 20-year-old, 22-year-old kid who doesn't even care. You know, like, they should have stopped this. You're talking to a 22-year-old kid who's just there to fight.
Also, do they even speak the same language?
Yeah, but he doesn't care what your excuse is or whatever. Like that's it. The result is the result. He probably would have liked to have lasted another minute. He would have. Listen, the fight wouldn't have went another minute probably because this guy wasn't there to really try that hard. But a real fire hydrant would have lasted longer. I'll tell you that. But nonetheless, I don't get the referee. I can't get off these referees. I don't understand it. What's the rush, dude? Right. You see the announcer waved off the count. Why are you waving off the count? He barely got hit. Why do you need to wave off that count? What is the point of waving off that count?
All right, two things that I will say. Number one, in defense of the referee, a lot of people will stop it if the fighter lifts his head up and goes back down, which is exactly because it's a sign that you don't want to get up.
Why?
A lot of referees do. Yeah.
Why? Even when you for me.
He bounced off the floor and then rolled on his back.
For me, though. For me.
I mean, maybe I can't knock the ref either.
Let me go. Let me go. Can I go, guys?
Your turn, Paulie, please.
For me, personally, you can be knocked half unconscious or three-quarters unconscious. You still deserve a count. This is prize fighting.
Yes, I've said that before,
too. I don't care. If I can barely walk, I do not want you to look at me and stop the fight before you hit 10. You owe me to count to 10. Because before you get to 10, I might be okay.
Hey, Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
He goes down like a ton of bricks.
Like a dead man.
And at 8.5, 9, he gets up like The Undertaker.
And people are going to say, oh, that's this level or that level. You still start at this level before you get to that level. The rules should be standard regardless.
Right, should be standard.
This is, again, going back to the refs. What happened with his brother too? They die. What's with the you're dying to stop the fight? What is with that? I don't get it. And that's not just this show, mind you. I've seen other prospects. Like I said, why didn't I get those? I'm not saying it because I didn't get those. I just think you do a disservice.
You didn't want those.
I did want some of those just because then what happens?
I wanted just a couple of them.
Because then what happens is you get a couple of extra knockouts on your record. Because now people are like, Paul didn't get a lot of knockouts. But they benefited me in other ways because I was able to continue the rounds and work on things I needed to work on, which eventually benefited me later on and made me a more complete fighter. But nonetheless, this is like a waste of a night for this guy. I mean, this is literally, you didn't get any experience. Your real debut is going to be in your second fight.
Dude, Croft looked disappointed as disappointed as a fighter could. Right, but there's also,
But he doesn't know what to do either because he doesn't know that. He fights internationally as an amateur. You think he runs into these kind of messes as in competition? Even he doesn't know how to take it. They got this guy with broken English probably, giving the fake protest to him. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, we were upset about the first fight, but he actually got a full round in. He got 3 minutes worth of action. This poor guy only got 7 seconds or whatever, or 15 seconds.
I don't understand, dude.
It's one of those things where
And now what happens? Now we got to wait for a bunch of minutes to the next fight because this mutt between the mutt referee in the first fight and the mutt referee in this fight. Now we gotta sit here talking. You know what I mean? And people don't want to watch us talk. You want to see me complain? You guys want to watch fights at home?
You can watch him complain every day here on ProBox TV.
What is this?
I mean, we all do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, but these guys got
camera.
These guys got no choice. I got no choice.
We get paid to listen to Paulie complain. But this idea that the Croft twins make their pro debut, they both get, as much as we dislike the referees' decisions in both of them, they both got first-round knockouts. It's the kind of debut where, as you said, on paper, 1-0, one knockout. That's the thing you want to see, Chris. Is that the takeaway if you're the Croft brothers?
Well, it's also like for them, like personal history for them. It's personal history. They fought on the same card. They made a pro debut in the same card. They both got first-round knockouts. They're both twins. It's a story.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're going to get the stoppage anyway. You know, why do you have to accelerate this process against a guy who barely is going to survive anyway? Even in the first fight, the guy was a little more experienced, but he was going to be overwhelmed regardless. What are you doing, dude? What are you do? Why are you accelerating the process? Let the guy get the stoppage organically. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't like there's going to be a threat. You can see the fight right in front of you. Let the prospect get his organic time in the ring. He's going to get the stoppage in his pro debut anyway. You can see both opponents just couldn't match up. These are solid prospects. Snap on their punches, quick hands. Dare I say, they were probably sharper than McCarthy. Just McCarthy had a better opponent. So, you know, they ended up going to seeing more rounds. These kids are sharp. They got a quick release, his quick hands. I don't know.
Well, let's move on to the fights that we're going to see later tonight. And one coming up, of course, Jonathan Thunder Navarro, 17-0. We talked about the gym wars in East LA. His family, very much part of the gym wars in East LA. 17-0, had 5 years off the sport, made his comeback on ProBox TV against Clarence Booth. Chris, you saying the praises of Clarence Booth in terms of strong, physical, awkward, switches stances a lot. Still a guy that Navarro should have had I don't know about an easy fight, but he should have controlled the entire time. A knockout was the difference. It was a 1-point win, and he got a knockdown in that fight. That was the difference. What were your thoughts about that comeback and how much better he could potentially look tonight?
Well, I mean, listen, coming off a 5-year layoff, that's crazy, especially against a guy like Clarence Booth. And Clarence is a super busy guy. I think Clarence learns more in his fights than he does in the gym. The guy's constantly in our gym, our ring, fighting really tough prospects and guys coming up. So Navarro was in for a tough night for coming off a layoff and not being super sharp. Scores that knockdown, gets the victory, moves on. Now, if the rust is off, cool, we move on because the kid's got a ton of talent and he's got a big high ceiling, but he's in another step up tonight. So if he squeaks by a guy like Clarence Booth, what happens with a guy like Valtierra?
Yeah.
This is a big step up. If he has not gotten all that rust out of his system, this is going to be a very tough night.
All right, Paulie, the question is that Navarro started off strong, got the knockdown in the first round against Clarence Booth, and then faded as the fight went late. If you're going to see a deficiency in a fighter, Paulie, is gas the best one? Because you can always fix that. You can always say nutrition, more road work, you're better. Is that the one deficiency that's easiest to fix? What's your thought?
Yeah, I mean, there's different things you gotta work on, right. And there's some are easier to fix than others. Maybe it is a little bit easier. It depends on the individual himself.
Yep. Now, when you look at Navarro, the pressure on him, we talk about Olympians being spread throughout his family, and one in 96. The alternate to this guy, Floyd Mayweather, maybe you've heard of him, kept him out of the Olympics, another one in 2000. So his family has that history, but you know about the gym wars in LA that also makes you a target. Oh, you're a Navarro, you're part of that family, I'm going to get my bones by beating you up. He's had to deal with that in the gym his entire life. How tough does that make you, Chris?
Well, I mean, he's in Robert Garcia's gym. There's tons of sparring there. You've got this Hall of Fame trainer who's behind you, and you got Valtierra who's a Mexican. So yes, Navarro's a Mexican American, but Valtierra's a national Mexican national. So there's going to be that. It's like I want to beat Robert Garcia's guys. I remember when we fought Ruslan Vervandikov, my coach was happy that we beat a Freddie Roach guy. So there is that. So even having someone behind you like that, having that name, it's something for the opponents who are coming up.
Let's talk about Sultan Zaurbek. Paulie, you talk about the mentality, the strength, the technique. That's very, very important of those Eastern European fighters. Sultan Zaurbek, of course, from Kazakhstan, former Soviet Republic. You talk a lot about the Soviet style, and it's this combination of aggression, heart, and solid technique in the amateurs. He has that, of course, silver medalist in the World Youth Games. What's your thought about him, undefeated as a pro?
Yeah, that's the thing about all these guys. You see the resume and you can kind of imagine, even if you've never seen Zaurbek fight, you can kind of already picture the kind of fighter you're going to be dealing with. You know, very technically sound. We talked about McCarthy needing to be the boss in the fight, right? And now all these guys, Eastern guys, know how to be the boss in the fight. From early on, they're taught control the fight, boss the fight, and they're typically hurtful. They're typically mean in there, and they're very difficult to sort of knock off of their perch, so to speak, as far as their ability to control the fight. It's a battle mentally and physically against these kind of guys, and the experience sort of exudes when you watch them.
When you look at his last fight against Roman Reynoso, that was back in June. Quick knockout, first round. The guy, he knocked him down 3 times with a body shot. All 3 times, a body shot knockout. What I'm curious about, he's also faced some trickier opponents who he then went into, I would say, 2nd or 3rd gear and won a long decision. He has that ability to change gears. He's taking on a crafty guy tonight. What gear are you expecting, Chris?
Well, I mean, I read a stat where 8 of his 13 KO wins have come in the second half of the fight. That's very interesting. That shows you a higher level boxing IQ because he breaks you, he builds, he learns. You know, we always talk about those Eastern fighters. It's almost robotic. He's collecting data. He's figuring things out, and he finds his way. Even he found that body shot early. I saw that fight. The way he literally picked apart his opponent, found that spot. He found a little hole in between his elbows. Bing, puts that shot in there. He goes down. All right, I'm gonna get back to that again. It's very calculated the way that he operates. He operates between a very good long southpaw jab, finds his openings, collects data as the fight goes on, and wears you out.
And a little bit, like, you know, if you think about the second half of stoppages, you think about somebody like Lomachenko in his prime at his correct weight class when he was, you know, the same size as the guys he was fighting before he went up to lightweight.
Well, he stopped everybody there.
You know, the way he's actually, you know, fighting guys his own size, but he's still not a one-punch guy even when he's fighting guys his own size. But he was beating on them so much that he was getting those stoppages against. It's the technique. Some of these guys from the East are just monster punchers. Some of these guys from the East know how to consistently stay on top of you with great technique.
Better versus Bivol. You just name both guys.
Styles.
Both
yeah,
styles.
That's what I was about to say, yeah.
And they all go to the body real well.
Yeah.
You know, they're all sneaky to the body.
Now, Wrzesinski has never been stopped in his career. Polish fighter with an awkward style, long punches. This idea that it might be about who mentally breaks down 2 Eastern European fighters, but Paulie, I know you fought Eastern Europeans, you've sparred Eastern Europeans. It's almost the, you know, he's a man, you hurt him. There's always that moment of, they're not going to tell you when they're hurt.
You know Rocky IV.
You know Rocky IV, right?
Came out around this time in, 39 years ago.
Right?
You gotta have that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, by the way. Making me feel old. Look, but Paulie, that situation of your corner going, it may not look like you hurt him, but you did. Is that a big part of a fight like this against a guy who's not going to show it?
He's a man. He's not a machine. Right. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't know. You fought a tough Eastern European as well. You know, I feel like you come in sort of bracing for that kind of mentality, right? You come in sort of bracing for that, like, okay, this guy, you know, he's going to bring in, he's going to be technically sound, but I'm going to have to be focused 3 minutes of every round. And then when you do start to break them, you sort of gain that, like, inner confidence, you know?
Well, I also...
Almost like I have this confidence right now with this rope, with this wire on my shoulder, and I can just toss it off, you know? Like that.
You're trying to deal with it, but it's persistent.
At the same time that I got to toss it off, I got to make sure my headset doesn't fall off at the same time, because it's connected to my, it's connected to my headset.
It's tougher than the last fight we saw.
Yeah,
it's lasting longer.
Right. It lasted longer.
More durability than the fight.
As a matter of fact, I needed Chris's help, or otherwise I wouldn't have beat it. You know, but nonetheless, I think, you know, and if going back to what I was saying, and they are difficult to deal with. But when you start to get that break on them, you get that, like, yeah, you know, and you start to sort of grow mentally in the stage of a fight. Let's see what Wrzesinski if Wrzesinski can get us to that point. He's awkward, so he brings something to the table that can, as long as he can make the awkwardness work for him, attack-wise and frustrating-wise, you know, he may be able to show us a little something about Zaurbek. We'll see. I
always say with those kinds of guys, I don't mean Eastern Europeans, I just mean guys who are very disciplined and fight that way, and they don't kind of show, they're kind of stoic. Those guys don't bend, they break.
Those are Eastern Europeans.
Once you get them, yeah. So when you get them to that point, it's like off a cliff. Like they're good, and they just go down.
It's just most guys will never get them to that point. So
right, that's the problem. It, you know? And or you'll get them close to it and you don't know it. you know, it's like you're digging for gold and you give up right before you break it. You know, like right before you get there. So.
Let's talk a little bit about if you're on the side of Sultan Zaurbek. This is a guy who, at 18-0, 13 knockouts, we have seen guys with far less experience get big fights, right? Is it this idea of maybe having that performance tonight against an awkward guy that gets you that next level opposition, that gets you the eyeballs? We talk here on Pro, you know, Angelo Leo fought on ProBox TV, looked great on our air, and is now a world champion. Is he looking for that kind of performance?
Jimmy, I'm going to say it right now, it's not the record. He's already there. Yeah. It's the platform. Yeah. It's going to be the eyes to see him. They see how good he is. Well, we all came in, we're like, This guy's good.
Yeah.
This guy's good. If the rest of the world sees that and he puts on a performance where he shows his talent, yeah, this guy's going to be a world title fight soon.
The idea that he's taking on an awkward guy and might be hard to land big punches, is that pressure still on him to have that knockout?
Well, it's the way you get to it now. Okay, so you got an awkward guy. He doesn't let you get to him. You break him to the body a little bit. Do you keep it fundamentally, not set so many traps, just stay consistent distance-wise, pressure him mentally, and get to that body and beat him physically? How do you go about doing it? I don't know that you need the stoppage. You might, because the longer an awkward guy lasts inside the ring with you, the uglier the fight gets, and then people do criticize. But again, I'm wondering how the fight evolves. We know he's a capable guy. I'm wondering how he's going to make that evolve and how he's going to achieve that victory, if he's to achieve victory tonight.
Well, that is right. That is our main event when it comes to Sultan Zaurbek, 18-0, 13 knockouts, versus Damian Wrzesinski from Poland, 28-3-2, only 7 knockouts. That is the big question here: is will the Polish fighter, very, very experienced, but doesn't have the what we call the get off me power? He doesn't have that. Are we going to see a more aggressive version of Zaurbek? One thing we haven't seen: he is a great body puncher, can box well from the outside. Does he want to get inside on a guy that he doesn't believe can back him up? Well, we see a guy who's more aggressive early. Chris, you talked about the late knockouts, the read and react tendency. When you're in front of a guy who can be awkward, as you said, Paulie, can make a fight ugly, but doesn't have a ton of power, do you go in, get in his face, try and get him out of there early? What's your thought on that, Paulie?
For me, the action is the juice. So for me, you go in there and you go get it, because you have a little bit more risk you can take against a guy who doesn't hit as hard. The other side of an awkward guy doing that is you can run into headbutts and things like that. So you got to be careful, again, because it's a give and take here. Again, like I said before, the longer an awkward opponent lasts in the ring with you, the more of a chance you got to make it an ugly fight. And then even if you win, you get criticized. If you can get him out of there, you get him out of there. How you get him out of there is also important. But like I said, the action is the juice. If you get him out of there, and you get him out of there impressively, and you get him out of there with some action, people are going to be talking. Just don't get headbutted with the awkwardness.
By the way, rest in peace, Tom Sizemore. We loved you in Heat. Come on. Paulie's giving credit to that one.
A lot of movie quotes subtly I like to throw in there for all my movie buffs.
There's been 3 already tonight.
Yeah.
3 already.
Chris is counting because he's a movie buff like I am.
We're keeping track. And also, December 11th, Jonathan Cardoza, 17-1. You talk about power. We're talking about that with Zaurbek. A similar power here. 17 wins, 15 knockouts versus Eduardo Ramirez, 28-4-3. 13 knockouts, gentlemen. Let's talk a little bit about that fight. Cardoza from Brazil. The problem, and we've all seen it, he does like to stay in the pocket. And against athletic guys who have power, he can take some punches. For you guys, does that mean excitement, or does it mean maybe some danger for Cardozo in this fight? Chris, what do you think?
What's the difference?
Excitement for us.
Is there a difference?
The action is the juice, right?
What are we, the thesaurus now? What are we talking about?
Semantics here. Semantics. No, I mean, yeah, danger for Cardoza means it's going to be an exciting fight, but I don't think Cardoza knows how to be in a non-exciting fight. He's kind of a face-forward guy. He's very aggressive. He's big for the weight class. He's got that youthful exuberance that we always talk about. Lets those hands go. Doesn't mind getting hit. You hit me, I'm going to hit you right back. But he's fighting a guy who doesn't have big power. Not that he can't hurt you, not that he can't use his experience. I think we're going to have a shootout in this fight.
Yeah, and Cardozo, you talk about, just to show you the kind of exciting guy he is. He's reckless in a lot of ways.
Yeah, face first,
but he knows he's powerful. But at the same time, we still question how good he take it as well. So it goes back and forth.
He's vulnerable too, which makes him even more exciting.
Reckless and dangerous, and he likes to live dangerous. But as fans, we like those kind of fighters. And I'm not talking about live dangerous like in Austin Powers when they were staying on a 5, on a 21. Right. You know what I mean? Like that's living dangerously the other way. I'm talking about he hits on 19. You know what I'm saying?
That's 4.
So like he lives dangerously. Right. And Cardozo will be on the edge of a brilliant win, and he'll get himself knocked out type of thing. Or he'll be on the verge of getting beat up, and he'll come back and get the stoppage and a knockout. That's the kind of fighter he is. Turo God, yes, just not as popular yet.
Another thing to think about when it comes to ProBox TV, a lot of times, especially the Mexican fighter with a lot of experience who doesn't have a ton of knockouts, Chris, they tend to pour it on ProBox TV, and we've seen knockouts from guys like, I don't think. boom, and they somehow get it. It's happened a lot.
That's what I said. I mean, he doesn't have a bunch of knockouts, but listen, if you got a guy who's got a porous defense and you start touching him, ding, 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 I mean, you could end up getting a stoppage, especially with a guy who, a guy who can be vulnerable, like the champ said.
Yeah, Akatsuga, of course, fighting on our era, a guy known for his volume, not his knockout power. Last time out in ProBox TV, what does he get? A great knockout. As Paul, as you like to say,
Akatsugi doesn't always get knockouts, so when he does, he makes sure it's on ProBox TV.
Exactly, but it's one of those things, Paul, where you go, oh, that guy's not a heavy puncher. Yeah, because you're not standing in there. I love Paul is like, yeah, you're not standing there taking those punches.
Akatsugi may be one of the more interesting men in the world.
Right. It is very, very true, gentlemen, as we roll on here on ProBox TV. That's right, headed into our co-main event. Jonathan Navarro taking on Jair Valtierra. See, 5 years older is Navarro. Same height, similar weight. Slight reach advantage for Valtierra. That might be a huge factor in this fight when he uses the jab effectively. Valtierra can make any fight interesting. Jonathan Navarro, can he come back after a long layoff and only one fight? It was here on ProBox in the last 6 years. How will he look tonight? That is the question. When you look at Navarro, it is the history, it is the record, it is the history in East LA of his entire family. All of that on the line tonight. And Chris, I want to talk to you because you said it. We both saw interviews where Navarro was talking about, I'm going to send this guy into the ground. I'm going to do everything to take him on. Do you like that kind of bravado? Is it a step up from the last time we saw him?
Listen, I mean, I think he understands, you know, he's been out of the ring. He came back. There was a lot of questions to answer. Maybe he answered a lot of those questions himself that night. Great. It wasn't a fantastic performance, but listen, he got through it against a very tough, durable guy. And now he's sitting there. He's like, all right, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to take off. This guy is not on my level, and I'm going to show the world.
Right. Well, we see him more. Now, he had an aggressive start against Clarence Booth, got a knockdown in round number 1 and faded late. Could he maybe double down on that and go, okay, if I'm going to be a fast starter, I'm going to start real fast tonight, but he's facing on an experienced, tricky guy. What's your thought on the start here tonight, Paulie?
Yeah, I think it's very, very important to start good, you know, and get that momentum going and make people talk about you. You know, when you come from boxing royalty and the genetics that the Navarro comes from, a couple of good performances and people talking about you a little bit more because of, you know, where you come from. One thing about the Navarros, they've been very good, both Olympians, but nobody's held a major world title out of the Navarros, and there's still something he can add to that legacy of a great family tradition in boxing.
And Jonathan Navarro, of course, having the numbers right now, 17-0, 9 knockouts. Of course, his second appearance tonight on ProBox TV, this time in the UK against Valtierra. Let's talk a little bit about Valtierra. We talk about tonight, one of the contrasts tonight is undefeated, tough puncher against a guy who is awkward, tricky, difficult, outside. It's tough to get the timing and the read on him. Do you put Valtierra, Chris, solidly in that category? Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, he's not like a traditional, like you would, you know, the old school saying, oh, he's a Mexican fighter, he's right in front of you. He's got a little bit of upper body movement. He fires from there. He shoots from his head movement. Guy has a little bit of a good movement. Listen, there's no such thing as a good loss. This guy's got some pretty deep, good losses, if you can call them that. He saw some really tough guys, went the distance, was in those fights, competitive.
We don't say good loss, we say moral victory.
Well, I don't like that word either. But
all right. I got to give it a shot.
But he's only 23.
Yeah.
So this guy is still developing. He's still getting into his man strength. He's still like developing his style. So I think there's a lot of question marks with a guy like Valtierra because so early in his career, he's got 20 fights. He's 23 years old. I mean, he's got 3 losses, but they're very, very good fighters. So I think
a lot of experience for that age.
A lot of experience for that age, and I think, and especially with the guys that he's fought. Fighting on TV, he's fighting on top-ranked cards. Like, it's just something.
How could he miss him this distance?
Yeah, very, very true. This is a guy, of course, who turned pro at age 16. If you're keeping track of the move, that's 5?
5.
Oh, we're at 5. Anyway, when you look at the trajectory of his career and the reason he has the numbers at the age he does, turned pro at 16 years old. His father encouraged him, said, you're good at boxing. Why do it for free? He ended up turning pro at 16.
Which in Mexico is like,
not that crazy.
Not that weird in Mexico.
Manuel Medina turned pro at 14, and he wanted to become a world champion.
I turned pro at 18, kickboxing. Same thing. Why?
You're like an old man compared to the Mexicans.
Yeah, I was like, why? Yeah, I know. But I was like, why am I doing this for free? Let me get paid.
Yeah, and then, of course, you had Antonio Tarver in his pro debut, and he was, what, 36 or something?
I was the opposite.
Tarver was 28 making his pro debut.
People told me turn pro when I was 18. I was like, what do you mean why I'm not turning pro? Because I want to be good when I turn pro.
Right, yeah.
I don't want to turn pro yet. So I turned pro when I was 20.
This idea that Valtierra has had to learn on the job, man strength is a real thing. A lot of times you don't develop that till at least your late 20s, early 30s. He's had to box men from 16 years old. That changes your style. You don't have the power to knock anyone out. So a lot of times you have to be awkward. You have to be a volume guy. But Chris, in the fights that he has lost at the elite level, there's been a little bit of a volume issue. Hasn't turned it on when he's needed to. Hasn't had the killer instinct when it has really counted in fights. Could we see that tonight?
Well, I think with him, a lot of that lack of volume or fighting back is that he's worrying too much about being defensive and not getting hit. And he's trying to avoid the big onslaught from a guy like Murataya, from a guy like Lindolfo Delgado. Very explosive, offensive guys. So I think he kind of got a little bit shell-shocked and keeping his hands at home to survive those rounds rather than actually trying to win.
And the Lindoro fight, of course, that was in the undercard of the Navarrete fight, and which, of course, a rematch is going to happen.
Huge card.
Huge card. It's going to happen later on tonight. And he was bumped up. There was an injury to the co-main. He was bumped up to, I believe, the co-main spot very, very late and handled that well. That big lights experience. How does that help him tonight, Paul? You've been in the big lights fights.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you've been to places and experienced things that, maybe you may not have experienced before, not everybody has experience, you take something out of it. You mentally, from a standpoint of emotional and mental stability when you're going into difficult fights, you say, I've been here. You can cross that off. I've got this check mark. I understand how to approach this. Because your approach to moments like this is very, very important. The way you have a mental approach. When you're going in there blind, you can only go by what you've heard of how your mental approach can be. But when you've actually experienced it, well, you know how to get the best of yourself.
Well, it is Valtierra, of course, taking on Jonathan Navarro. Navarro from East LA, California, a family with a rich boxing tradition, looking to carry that on tonight in the UK. Let's get back into the ring. And there he is, Jair Valtierra. 17-3, 9 knockouts.
He's pumped.
He looks ready to go. Of course, you're from Mexico. You want to make that real walk-in. You have a guy in a luchador mask. That's how it works. That's how you know you're legit.
The luchador mask comes right away.
Doesn't matter.
Ireland,
doesn't
California,
matter.
doesn't matter.
It goes with you.
I used one of those one time. I brought it to England.
How'd it go?
A luchador mask?
I won, but I broke my hand, cut my braids.
Well, you won the fight.
That famous braids fight. I walked there with a mask.
Absolutely fantastic.
Which went viral a few weeks ago.
Yes, it did.
Once again.
It always does, but Jair Valtierra making his walk, looking for the upset tonight. Very, very experienced fighter. The question marks, however, swirl around Jonathan Navarro, his opponent, with the time off, only one fight back. Probably look against a very dangerous veteran. That is the question.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Jonathan Thunder Navarro.
There he is. We've been talking about him for the last 20 minutes. 28-year-old super lightweight. East Los Angeles, California. 18-0, 9 knockouts, 91 rounds as a pro. Fights out of the orthodox stance. Fought against William Zepeda, Sebastian Fundora. Had an outstanding amateur pedigree. Youth national champion. Fought Russia, Bulgaria, Ecuador. This guy's been all over the place, but a 5-year absence from the sport. Now, he was not able to make the fighter interviews, wasn't able to ask him about that. But he came back on our air against Clarence Booth in a tougher than expected fight. How will he bounce back tonight? We're about to get underway in our co-main event here on ProBox TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live around the world on ProBox TV. We're coming to you from Waterford in the Republic of Ireland. And this is ProBox TV's co-main event. Brought to you by Conlan Boxing and Neil Power Promotions at the SETU Arena, and sponsored by Sports Betting AG and That Prize Guy. This is 10 3-minute rounds of boxing, an international welterweight contest. At ringside, our medical officers looking after the boxers are doctors Connor Hawk and Terry Crystal. Our timekeeper at the bell is Mr. Alex McKenzie. When the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action from Dublin, Ireland is Mr. Podrick Oroctagon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time to introduce our boxers. Firstly, and boxing out of the red corner, he wears the green, black and gold leopard print shorts. He weighed in at 64.7 kilos, 142 pounds 10 ounces. 21 fight record, 17 wins, 9 by KO, only 3 defeats and 1 no contest. Stands before you a former WBC Latino champion from León, Guanajuato, Mexico, Jair Kaiser Valtierra. And across the ring in the blue corner, wearing gold and blue shorts. On the scale, 64.6 kilos, 142 pounds and 6 ounces. His record is perfect. 18 contests, 18 wins, 9 wins by KO. Representing Langostura, Michoacán, Mexico, Jonathan Thunder Navarro.
Have a good clean fight, listen to my commands, protect yourselves at all times. Can I relive, touch gloves, back to your corners.
We are ready to get underway in our co-main event of the evening. Jonathan Navarro versus Jair Valtierra. Mexican-American versus Mexico.
Round 1.
And here we go, round number 1. Navarro in the gold and blue. Valtierra in the multicolored gold trunks. You see the awkward style already from Valtierra.
He's staying low, trying to get that little bit of herky-jerky movement going.
Yeah, he does a lot of that, a lot of lateral movement, herky-jerky, side-to-side, tick-tock motion. Navarro, much more fundamental in his approach. High guard, good jab, hard left hooks. Look for a counter right hand over the top like that. Beautiful shot there from Navarro. But here comes that roughness of Valtierra.
We both know, Chris, it's called an overhook in wrestling, by the way.
Exactly, exactly.
Overhook, throwing those right hands, good left hand. We were wondering about the start with this one. Both of them starting very fast.
And that's one thing Navarro I've seen in the past. He's got a really good chin. I've seen him hit with some clean shots, walks right through them.
Yeah, Clarence Booth, a great athlete, very, very hard puncher. Walked through some shots here on ProBox.
Exactly.
You know, Navarro at times, in the first minute of this fight, has tried to, stand his ground too much. At first you got to sort of get the timing of your opponent in that first minute or two before you look to start time counter shots like that. It seems like he stood his ground looking to, catch Valtierra coming, and obviously, he didn't have the timing right, and he ended up getting hit.
Remember, this is our first 10-rounder of the night. So to your point, Paul, you can take those first couple rounds checking things out. You have 10 rounds.
You know what this happens sometimes? I'm not in his head, but emotionally, because you got criticized for the last performance, you want to come out and make a statement right away. Sometimes you rush yourself to want to, wanting to do the things that you can do. But I think in a fight where it's 10 rounds, and you got an awkward guy, it may take you a round or two to get a timing of a guy like this before you do start to, catch him coming and make all those moves. So he catches him with a nice counter body shot there.
Good left hook over the top there. Nice check counter from Navarro. I think Navarro was just really trying to set the tone, be like, I'm the boss of this ring, man. You're gonna have to move around me tonight.
Valtierra heavy on that lead foot.
Yeah, he is.
I do want to make a correction. I said that Navarro was trained by Robert Garcia. That is not. You got the wrong information. His trainer is Salvador Zavala, and his father, Salvador Navarro, as the assistant here tonight. He used to spar with Mikey Garcia over at the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy.
So Jonathan, gotten some tough work there.
Yeah. So Jonathan's father is Salvador?
Correct.
I don't know which one Salvador is. I know Carlos and Jose Navarro.
So many Navarros in the boxing game.
Salvador was he a fighter too? I know Jose and Carlos were fighters.
Yeah, Valtierra is making this rough. He is throwing big bombs on the inside. And Navarro just goes right back to the fundamentals, walks in extremely confident the way that he boxes. I saw that in the Clarence Booth fight. You know, he tries to control the center of the ring. He's got a hard, stiff jab. It's not a very busy jab, but it's very authoritative.
Valtierra, though, definitely showing that he came to fight. If he's making a statement in round number 1, as I came to fight, I came to take it away from you, throwing a lot of punches in round 1.
I think he sees this as a fight that he can win, so he's really going for it.
No lack of confidence in this round number 1 of 10. Very aggressive start from both fighters.
We always say on our air on ProBox TV, no B-sides.
You are in the corner right now of Jair Valtierra. 17-3, 9 knockouts. Good round number 1 from both fighters. We saw the strategy of both men. Navarro, as you said, trying to be the boss, step forward with that high guard and that stiff jab, but Valtierra, that awkward style, moving over that lead foot a lot. Both fighters very aggressive. Valtierra trying to make it a little dirty in round 1.
I was curious to see if Valtierra's coach was going to take that mask off, because he did the instructions wearing the mask. So. the opening instructions, but he took it off in the corner.
That'll be awkward, no?
Yeah.
You call him in.
Hey, when you wear the luchador mask, you keep it on as we begin round number 2. Mexico versus East LA.
You live it.
Yep. Navarro on your left.
Yeah,
big winging punches.
Valtierra, man, he fights from that crouch position, wide stance, but he's explosive with looping shots.
Like a bull rush.
Yeah, they fall out. They go out of your field of vision, and then you end up getting cracked on the side of your head or your ear.
Neither guy so far, I would say, Chris, comfortable with the range. They're both trying to figure it out at the same time.
What it is, too, they're throwing everything they throw. There's a little touch shot from Navarro, but everything they throw is pretty hard. You know, you got to be able to take something off the shots here and there to try to set up the harder shots, especially early on. You come out just throwing everything really hard, and it's going to create an awkwardness at distance. You want to start to lull your opponent into feeling comfortable a little bit closer so that you can, you know, set those traps accordingly. Both guys are mostly throwing hard punches. Yeah,
if Navarro can get that timing of the on-rushes of Valtierra, that hard, stiff jab is going to really pay dividends.
You talk about criticism, Paulie, for Navarro against Lindolfo Delgado. Last time he was on a big fight. The problem with Valtierra was he just didn't throw enough punches. I mean, you know, when Timothy Bradley, friend of the show, when he was calling the fight, he was, I'm waiting for a fight to break out. He just didn't throw enough. He could be responding to that criticism tonight as well.
Yeah.
Certainly it's not coming out like that at all. You know, and Lindolfo was another guy who comes out very authoritative, being a boss in the ring. You know, it seemed like it worked that night. Tonight, not so much, at least not yet.
Does have a knockout in between those fights. Last fight, a 5th round knockout, so did get some redemption there, but it could be that criticism, to your point, Paulie, might have stuck with him a little bit. He's coming out throwing a bit.
I just can't believe Navarro didn't tear his bicep in that fight, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see it. It's definitely hung up there, but that must have happened prior to the fight.
That's right, a torn bicep last time out. Looked like
didn't tear.
Apparently not. It looked like it was.
Or it tore before, and we just didn't see it. Yeah.
Right.
Pretty wild. I didn't know you could function like that with a torn bicep.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot. You see it.
I mean, if it in fact was, right?
Right now it is Valtierra moving forward behind the jab, behind his combinations. Good right hand.
Oh no, good right hand there from Navarro over the top, nice and short.
I will say they're a little bit wide, the shots of Valtierra. There's enough daylight in between them for Navarro to punch in between him if he starts to get that timing.
That's the thing about Navarro. His punches are very sharp and down the middle and very good. There's no fat in the punches, like we like to say. So against a guy, a wide swinging guy, once he finds that timing, he can do a lot of damage with those short shots.
But in the meantime, he's eating some straight punches from Valtierra, doing good work with that lead jab.
Valtierra's working very hard though. A lot of movement, throwing big looping shots. If you're not in optimal shape, that can really tire you out.
So he jumps in and out a lot too, which also takes some energy.
question here. Navarro had some trouble with his gas last time out on ProBox TV against Clarence Booth, but to your point, Chris, Valtierra looks like he might have gas trouble in this one.
Well, I think Navarro, he's not coming out quite as fast as he did in that Clarence Booth fight. You see him being a little more measured. He understands he has 10 rounds to work. And he's got a guy who's coming out very fast and very strong. So sometimes it's not best to fight fire with fire. Just kind of sit back a little, pick your spots. Here we see some action along the ropes. Nothing super clean landed, but both guys had their moments there.
You talk about the jabbing power of Navarro as well. Paulie, Navarro's jab hasn't been a huge factor so far. A lot of power punches.
Not yet. Too many, and because even the jabs he throws have been too strong. You know, you typically make a guy go all the way back when you throw that jab too hard from too far away. You want to start again. I think some of those lull you in punches have to be used by both guys. You talk about, you know, the gas tank. You know, it wears out when you start to throw too many punches too hard too early. But you know what? Valtierra might be wondering, how do we know he's got gas? Because we're good. We're pros.
Might as well be testing. That's true, we are. It's what we do. Round number 3. Valtierra versus Navarro. Navarro once again coming out fundamentally sound, hands high. Valtierra so awkward, but doing good job with that, doing good work with that lead hand.
That was 6. You guys don't know to
we got it. We got it. 6.
Okay.
6.
It's dumb and dumb.
If you're keeping track at home,
it's dumb and
6
dumb.
movie
Yes,
quotes. Ah, we love you, Paulie.
Gotta keep it interesting, you know. These guys like Valtierra was trying to lull Navarro to sleep by keeping him waiting in the locker room. You know, so we had to talk a lot. You know, we hope we kept you guys entertained. You know,
and that did was on Valtierra. That's
yeah,
what
he did it on purpose.
Listen, I want to talk about the psychology of that. That to me shows that Valtierra is like, I'm the guy, I'm the man. You're gonna wait for me.
But not only that, when you're an undercard guy, you could do that. When did undercard guys get that kind of rights? If I tried that when I was on the undercards, my fight would have got cut off the whole card.
The audacity of these young fighters.
Imagine
the balls on these guys.
These guys got some first to fall for their rights. If I delayed even my ring walk, I got threatened with a fine when I was on undercards.
Oh, yeah. That's right. They'd be ready if he comes to the States. Valtierra right now trying to stay behind that jab. Using long punches so far against Navarro. Hasn't quite found the time. Oh, good body shot.
Navarro, that's one thing Navarro has targeted well, is some of these good body shots. But again, too many hard punches here. Everything hard. You see, like on the inside, sometimes you want to take off a little bit for the accuracy, and then it'll open up a bigger shot. Look at how hard they're throwing every shot on the inside. And it makes it awkward. Because then what happens? You end up wrestling with each other. Nothing lands cleanly.
I was about to say right before that salvo from Valtierra that Navarro did a good job of slowing down the pace here in round 3 to where he can kind of manage it. Then he lands that good body shot, wakes up Valtierra, and then we got to.
And then he wakes up.
Then we got a fight break out again.
Well, I'm glad we have a play-by-play guy in myself, Jimmy Smith, who's been in MMA. Paulie, you've done boxing, and then we have Chris, you've done Muay Thai and wrestling, because we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing almost like elbows, clinches, overhooks. We're seeing everything here.
I think Navarro turned his head on the inside. I think he might have got butted.
Yeah, there's been some nasty clashes of heads, but Valtierra does a good job keeping his head down.
I always loved when I was fighting the casual warning for headbutt. Like you just got your head caved in from a headbutt, and then there's no cut.
Don't do that again.
There's no cut, so the referee doesn't really care. He just looks at your opponent casually, like watch your heads, but very casually, not like. I'm like, dude.
Meanwhile, you just saw stars.
I just saw stars in that headbutt. It's not that casual to me. I felt like that was what I saw with the warning there.
Valtierra off balance with that right hand. Navarro, talk about the fundamental soundness with the hands. It's been the same with the feet. He's been on balance the entire time. They are going to war in this round number 3.
Aside from the clash of heads, I feel like Navarro has had a better round here, picking his spots, slowing the pace down.
Just that body shot alone.
Welcome to the corner of Jair Valtierra. In his 8th fight scheduled for 10, he's used to going rounds. Jonathan Navarro These guys in round number 3 didn't just punch, but Chris, I see some elbows, some headbutts, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, definitely very, very rough. I mean, you see Valtierra, he's a very rough fighter, and I think he needs to be with a guy like Navarro, who's so fundamentally sound. He's kind of getting him out of his game a bit, because even Navarro, like to your point, Champ, has been loading up on big shots rather than just using that good authoritative jab that he has.
And also the layoff, 5 years away from the sport. Paul, you want to remind the guy how much you have to pay for the sport, right?
Yeah.
You got to remind the guy, this hurts.
What
You
it's
really
like to
wanna do
be
this?
in a real fight, right? In a fight you may have, your head may have gotten away from. And, you know, you need to be reminded that, hey, you really want to do this? And now sometimes you want to get that guy to remind you real quickly, you know?
In the Delgado fight, Timothy Bradley said, I'm waiting for a fight to break out. A fight definitely has broken out. Waterford, UK, between these two fighters. Valtierra, good right hand.
Yeah,
He's
man,
found his spots to land good punches.
He did not look this awkward to me. I mean, he's using it in a good way, actually, but this is a different guy I've seen. I mean, I think he's developed quite a bit from those hard losses he took from fighting fantastic fighters.
And the start of round number 4, just a minute in. Chris, scorecard-wise, not easy to separate these guys. What do you think so far?
I think I definitely had Navarro winning that last round. The first 2, could be up in the air, but probably lean towards Valtierra.
And one thing you always say, Paulie, when it comes to scorecards, the easiest thing to judge is who's moving forward. Navarro's been in the center a little bit more. Stalking forward a little bit more.
Yeah, as far as positioning, he's had the center ring position. But Valtierra's boxed well from his movement as well.
Definitely landing eye-catching shots as well is Valtierra. Navarro was a little more subtle. Those slip inside rips with the hook, like shots like that even though just missed. But
again, for me, he's, for the technical ability that he has, he tries to put too much on every shot. And sometimes he overshoots. Sometimes he sort of shows it a little bit hook there from Valtierra. Sneaky shot.
Good head movement from Navarro, though. That's the thing about the chin about Navarro. He gets hit with, clipping clean shots and comes right back. Doesn't seem to be affected by them.
Nice uppercut, sneaky inside from Valtierra with that lead hand.
Yeah, good little exchange there. And now it's Valtierra who's got that center ring and Navarro up against the ropes.
And neither guy's had a problem with the phone booth fight when they've thrown on the inside. Both of them throwing with a lot of confidence.
But it just seems like Valtierra on the inside is a lot sloppier. He throws looping shots, even from the inside. He'll grab you like that. You have an underhook, and then fire off of that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of shots do miss as well between these guys. Not a lot of accuracy, even at close range. You get some eye-catching shots, but the majority of them do miss. That's why I say use some throwaway punches. Take some stuff off the punches, because if you're going to throw everything hard and then miss 90% of them, you might as well throw a little softer. Throw some throwaway punches. They land with not as much mustard on them, but then they put the guy in position to land the heavier shot that you want to land, and you increase the chances of that landing.
Also, when gas tanks for both of these gentlemen might be issues, neither guy fighting very efficiently. They're throwing a lot for the amount they're landing.
There's still a lot of fight to go. This fight could really, and it's still way up in the air.
And end of round number 4. Once again, a back and forth round that I really would not want to score if I were a judge. Could be anywhere. There's some of the action from round number 4, gentlemen.
See, they're missing shots.
Miss, yeah.
Throwing that 1-2 way too hard. Then on the inside, there's sloppiness, and you wind up in a clinch.
There was one
again,
of those
a lot of misses here too as well.
Yeah, very, very looping shots, even when they're in close range.
Everything thrown hard though.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no need for it when you're not going to land anyway.
That was
a couple of them land.
And Paulie, I got to set you up with this one. I mean, so far tonight, these refs from the UK, they like early stoppages more than they like warnings. Because we've seen 2 early stoppages. Yeah. We haven't seen a lot of warnings in what has been an ugly fight. Yeah.
It's safe to say they might not want to work tonight. Because they either want to get out of the ring, or when there's no chance to get out of the ring, they just mail it in and just let them do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's been a chippy fight. I haven't seen a lot of warnings from the referee. There have been shots in the back of the head. There have been elbows. There have been clinches.
Nobody's complaining though, so I think the ref's like, yeah, let him go.
Yeah, a lot of refs will tell you if you both want to fight dirty, fine, you can both fight dirty.
I mean, you're also trained as a fighter not to show too much complaining or not to complain. I rarely remember ever complaining to referees, but I can remember distinctly some certain dirty fighters and certain dirty things that happened to me. But you're also trained mentally not to show that weakness, because it's looked at as a weakness if you complain to a referee.
I definitely remember fighting some A-level fighters that were able to speak to the ref and be like, hey, that was low. And the ref would be like, hey, don't do that again. I'm like, okay.
I see how it works here.
So I would have spoke up and be like, all right, so we're refereeing our own fights now.
Apparently.
Here's our round number 5. Navarro versus Valtierra. Mexico versus a Mexican-American from East LA. Navarro has been solid throughout this fight, but Valtierra has been able to land those sneaky jabs, quick right hands. That awkward style has gotten through over and over.
Step in hook, like it's very unorthodox, very difficult, and the opposite of what Navarro is. Navarro, there you see him, big, short, straight, authoritative jab, very fundamental. Valtierra, the opposite.
Yeah, they haven't gelled well together.
No.
You know, it's pretty good, but just the fight hasn't gelled well together so far, you know? A lot, like I said, you still continue to see a lot of missing. They haven't figured out, you know, the adjustment to make to maybe create more accuracy on their offense.
Well, because it's all one speed. They're fighting the same gear.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the adjustment you have to make. You have to figure that out. I don't know if they don't in 10 rounds, it actually is a criticism of their level. Because in 10 rounds, you got to figure that out at a certain point. We're almost halfway through here.
Navarro made his return here on ProBox TV in an 8-rounder. He won with the knockdown over Clarence Booth. That gave him the 1-point decision win. He has looked faded a bit in that fight. So far looking good in round number 5, scheduled for 10.
Nice scraping right hook to the body from Navarro there on the inside. A lot of missing again, like you said, champ. Oh.
Question here with that awkward style of Valtierra. Can he do it for 10 rounds?
See the head movement here? I want to see some punches off that as well. You see if Valtierra makes himself a little bit confused, but that confusing by having that head movement, it can make you a little bit of a difficult target at times, but you also got to use that rhythm for attack as well, and not just for defense. So basically make your attack less predictable.
Yeah, it's one or the other. He's either on defense or on offense. He doesn't mix them well.
Good jab there by Valtierra.
Yeah.
This fight's going to get interesting in the second half.
Yeah.
I think as the fatigue sets in and as these guys have now feeling a little more comfortable with each other, who's really going to take the reins?
It's also been a fairly interesting fight so far. I mean, they've both gone for it. It's been entertaining. They've been trying to land big punches, and there have been a lot of big punches landed, but as to your point, it hasn't gelled that well. It might happen second half of the fight. Welcome back. We're halfway through this 10-rounder between Jair Valtierra and Jonathan Navarro. Valtierra very, very awkward and has played out throughout this fight. More of it in round number 5.
Yeah, Chad, I think you put it perfectly. These guys have not gelled well together in terms of their style. Neither one of them has made the adjustments necessary to take control. Very difficult fight to score. These judges are not in for a fun night.
Well, you know, it hasn't been the most exciting fight, so, you know, the bad news is half of it is still to go. The good news is this half is still to go, and there's plenty of time to make adjustments. So let's see if these guys are able to make these adjustments here in the second half of the fight.
Yeah, but Valtierra has been busier than we've seen him in previous fights.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. He came with a different kind of will tonight. You know, he's like we said, he made everyone wait, you know, before he came out, and he's coming out aggressively, or much more than usual. Certainly has a game plan in mind.
If you're looking to disrupt someone's timing, a lot of people saying, well, focused on the jab. What does Navarro do, Paulie, to make that jab a factor, which it has not been so far?
Throw it at different speeds. You know, he's throwing it at different levels. I would say the levels changing, but also a good combination there, exchange. But you know, change his speed up on it a little bit. And I'm saying is not just. He's either throwing a touch jab, which is completely slowed down, or a really hard jab. You got to find that in between as well. Also, you got to feint on your way in with it. You know, at times you feint on your way in with your feet, you step out, or you feint on your way in and then shoot that jab off that feint instead. You know, that way you're not always, you know, robotic and repetitive in the same way you're throwing it.
As you guys have
and follow it as well. You can, when you do it correctly, you're also able to follow. See what happens right there? It's an example. He threw 2 hard jabs back to back. When you throw a double jab, I was always told when you throw a double jab, the first one's a little soft and the second one's got the harder snap. Because the first one is the deception to get you a little closer, that the snappy one can get in. He throws 2 hard double jabs there, right? What happens? Valtierra's too far away. So now he's too far away for you to reach with the right hand. He's too far away for you to reach with anything else. You know, so again, simple but proper adjustments can sort of make it easier to close that gap and make yourself a little bit more accurate with your offense.
Valtierra lunging in and out. Looks more like a fencer than a boxer, but exploding off that back foot and kind of lunging forward with the jab in the right hand. It's making the timing and the range of this fight extremely awkward, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Valtierra, he knows what he's doing in there. Like, you see him trying things. You see him thinking. You know, he has a game plan. He is awkward with purpose, and he's doing it, you know, to be effective. I don't know how effective he's actually been, especially in terms of the scoring, but he is landing at times.
A little counter uppercut there from Valtierra.
Valtierra has almost thrown 0 body punches. I don't think I've seen a single body punch from Valtierra today.
Now Navarro goes up and throws a left hook to the body from 5 feet away, which he missed, obviously. But again, how are you thinking your way through this fight?
Wondering if Valtierra would slow down as we reach the back half of this fight. Still looking like he is throwing, as you say, in volume, but not necessarily with accuracy.
No, I mean, his conditioning actually looks good. When he first came out, and when he took his robe off, I was like, wow, he looks in better shape than I've seen him physically, at least, which doesn't always tell the story, but we're seeing him in round 6 still having that herky-jerky movement, still being explosive.
There is more creativity on the part of Valtierra, and I feel like that's why he's able to nick some of these rounds a little bit more.
Wondering about the back half of this fight. Well, that is where we are between Jonathan Navarro, Jair, Valtierra. No slowing down yet. It has been all about volume for Valtierra. It's been about activity. Jonathan Navarro, the fighter from East LA with a storied amateur background, undefeated. Also as a professional, 17-0. It's about his positioning. Both men showing their willingness to fight from all positions. That was the gas tank. Last time out from Navarro, it was an issue against Clarence Booth as he fixed those problems. We'll find out now, round number 7.
Yeah, and last time out was an 8-rounder. This is a 10-rounder.
But he was slowing down after round 3, and we haven't seen that yet for sure.
No, for sure. Absolutely not. He's been pretty consistent tonight. He's still throwing hard shots here in the 7th round.
Oh, good one, too.
Big right hand. That's the thing. The shots from Valtierra, even though they're few and far between, they're eye-catching. You see them.
Yeah, they're more awkward. They're a little bit more creative. Navarro's just doing the same thing. And also, on the inside, Valtierra's trying to push the pace, and it shows in a fight where the subtle things have to be noticed by the judges. Valtierra looks to fight more on the inside in those exchanges, in those little clinches even.
Yeah, I call that winning the moments. You know, those lulls in action when no one's really winning. You can win them with good footwork. You can win them with feinting. When there's not real action going on, there's chances to take moments.
We call it the B-Hop method later in his career. Yeah. The king of winning rounds.
Slow the pace and make a lot of head movement and footwork work for you. Valtierra's actually found a home for the jab. Yeah. He's been jabbing with Navarro, and his arms are a little bit longer, it seems.
Also, because Navarro's offense is so repetitive, he's found a better way to counter it and also followed Navarro's attack with his own attack.
Some body work from... Ooh, good right hand to the body from Valtierra.
Like they're swinging against a heavy bag against the ropes. Both guys working the ribs.
You got to think.
Head in the face as well.
You got to think as part of the game plan by Valtierra to be like, hey, we saw this guy's last fight. He got tired.
Nothing I'm noticing too, right? Navarro doesn't really close the gap on Valtierra. He kind of just plods forward. He never really closed the gap on Valtierra. When Valtierra wants to get away, he's able to get away. He's got the quicker feet. Valtierra closes the gap on Navarro, though. When he does want to close the gap, the gap closes. Navarro right now is the one who wants to get a little closer, close the gap. He never actually is the one closing the gap, though. When it does close, it's on Valtierra's terms. It makes a difference.
You talk about the length of the jab, Chris, that he has a reach advantage. He doesn't have a slight reach advantage, but he leans so far over his front foot that he makes the jab longer than it should be.
Yeah, when you really get a rotation on a jab, you're adding your shoulder length to the reach of your jab, so which you never really thought about. But if you really commit with that left shoulder in front, you're adding some inches to that reach.
Say all the time in boxing that you can be tall, you can box tall. He's boxing tall tonight, boxing with a long reach. Even though the advantage is slight, he has exaggerated it with his style, just like that. Has also found some success with that lead left hook. A little bit of slowing down in round number 7 from Navarro, a little bit less active.
They're cutting off the ring nicely here and putting Navarro into physically compromising positions.
Well, our gas tank questions about both fighters. Valtierra seems to be keeping the energy. Navarro, not so much.
And as if Navarro heard you, he jogged back to his corner. He's like, I'm good.
I'm making it look like I have a lot of energy.
Don't worry, I'm good.
Yeah, some action for that round number 7. Good round for Valtierra, gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a nice 1-1-2 from Navarro, but it didn't really land. And then a big overhand right from Valtierra. That was very early in the round. Good eye-catching shot there.
See, in close range too, Valtierra makes himself a smaller target by getting low. So if there are eye-catching shots to land, it's going to be by Valtierra. Even if Valtierra gets hit on the inside, him keeping himself a small target, it's not as eye-catching.
Yeah, last round Valtierra heard that he wasn't throwing any body punches, so he threw about 8 in a row there.
Yeah, he's been listening to us, which is important.
Adds the head to the face as well.
Had a little insult to injury.
Sure.
Yeah, it has been a chippy, dirty fight.
Look at those instructions. Fly in with the right hand from the side.
Also wearing goggles.
Yeah. Went from the luchador to the goggles.
Yeah, right.
The coaches on both sides, I think, downloading the ProBox TV app, listening to you guys, and giving instructions accordingly as we begin round number 8, scheduled for 10. Jair Valtierra on your right versus Jonathan Navarro on your left in the gold and blue. Talk about Mexican fighters taking one another on. Mexican-American versus Mexican tonight. Valtierra been a pro in Mexico since the age of 16. Navarro, the storied amateur. You can tell by the way he fights, his solid fundamentals. Valtierra's had to learn on the job. And Chris, that's something we talk about. Guys who had to learn on the job, they typically have awkward styles. They got to kind of figure out how to do it in the gym.
Yeah, it's not the traditional base where you're taught, do this, do that. If they do this, you do that. You're figuring out as you go. And generally, like you said, it's not usually the fundamentals. It's not the basics, so to speak.
Yeah, Clarence Booth, last time out for Jonathan Navarro, gave him some problems with that.
Another guy who's
learned on the job.
Traditionally taught and has learned in the pro ranks against very tough fighters. Good jab
good
there.
left hand.
That
just a jab backed up Navarro.
Yeah, rocked him back. Valtierra thought it hurt him, so he came in guns a-blazing.
And the same knockout percentage, both of them 17 wins, 9 knockouts, and Valtierra keeping the pressure on in round 8.
Yeah, Jimmy, I was actually going to mention that they both have 9 KOs and 17 wins, but Valtierra is 23, so he's growing into his man strength, his power that you had mentioned earlier. So
more active here as well.
That might, well, that's that conditioning here. Valtierra's in great shape.
Good left hand again. Last couple of rounds, Valtierra has been able to impose his will a bit on Navarro.
You also get the sense that Valtierra is a little more comfortable in these awkward situations.
But you have an awkward style, you get in a lot of awkward situations. Yeah. It's just the byproduct of fighting the way you fight.
Comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah. Paul, that's something you talk about with your amateur background. Like, then you're seeing these wide, loopy lines that you never saw fighting great amateurs, and you got to adjust in the professional ranks to that.
Yeah, you do. In some ways, in some ways, you know how to take advantage of it, but then also the fight lasts longer, so you got a guy who's resistant to your adjustments. He's
and the gloves are small, and you got no headgear. So now those shots, those looping shots, are dinging you on the side of the head. Makes you think twice about, all right, I know I got to stay in the pocket and throw this right hand, but this guy keeps hitting me on the top of my head.
Navarro, the man who has taken the center throughout this fight, now finding himself backed up against the ropes. The first half of this fight, we didn't see this much. Navarro backing up a bit more.
I think, he's actually stepping up Valtierra.
Yeah, Valtierra has, we talked about who's going to take control in the second half of the fight. It's been Valtierra. It's given us a clearer look at, who's going to win this fight. Because in the first half of the fight, you really couldn't tell them apart that much, that clearly.
Valtierra unloading, especially good body work the second half. Welcome back. You're looking in the corner of Jonathan Navarro. And gentlemen, we've seen that body language. He looks a little fatigued, leaning over his ribs, breathing very, very hard in the corner. Had some gas issues his last time out. Looks like they're rearing their head again. And Valtierra fighting very, very strong back half of this fight. We all agree on that, gentlemen?
I think it's also frustration. You got a guy who's very awkward, and he had a guy who was awkward last time in Clarence Boots.
Taking the fight out of you.
Yeah, and now you got a guy who's awkward in really good shape and at a higher level. This is a tough fight going into these last 2 rounds.
I have no idea where the scorecards are at this point. This is round 9, scheduled for 10. They could be all over the place.
Yeah, those early rounds are going to be difficult to score. You see Valtierra really come on the last round, the round before.
Timeout from the referee. Last time it was a little too much Vaseline. This time taking care of some tape on the gloves. Last thing you want if you're in the corner of Valtierra, like, get on this guy. His gas is a problem. You don't want to give him a break. Good corner knows the difference between when your guy needs a break and the other guy needs a break. Taped up and ready to go. Referee looking at it. Says something else wrong. See, the referees do work in the UK. Paulie?
Oh,
How dare you disparage the work ethic?
Hey, look, I was just saying for tonight. I was only saying for tonight.
So the guys, this is a long break.
My ambition, my observation, not my ambition, my observation of their ambition.
Yeah, a little bit of a break. Or Navarro has been slowing down a bit. Second half of this fight, and we are back underway, round number 9.
Break like that, I think, would definitely benefit Navarro more than Valtierra, because Valtierra was starting to get some momentum going. Seemed like Navarro was a little bit gassed.
But again, it's Navarro's inability to close the gap. I mean, the gap only closes on Valtierra's terms. Look, watch right now, Valtierra right now is not ready to close the gap, so it's not going to get closed. Navarro wants to close the gap. It doesn't get closed.
He has decided to be the initiator every time. That jab, very, very effective.
I mean, I think Navarro wants to be the initiator. He just his feet are just inept. He's got good balance, talking about fundamentals, but he doesn't have the speed in his feet or the deceptiveness to close that gap.
Paulie, one of the expressions you use all the time is through the front door. He's just going through the front door.
Yeah.
You see him coming in, Let me
through the front door, and not very quickly either. If you're gonna run through the front door, at least bull rush or something.
Yeah,
but
also you need change up in jab speed. You need feints. You need to be able to foot feint, head feint, upper body feint. If you're gonna go in the front door, you can, but you need to elicit reactions before you go.
But then that will require you thinking.
Yeah.
And if he hasn't made a single adjustment in this fight, I don't know if he's thinking that much.
And it's been Valtierra, the fighter out of Mexico.
I think Valtierra's really missing an opportunity in this round. He's letting it be too slow.
Could be he needs a little bit of a breather himself. Very, very busy in the last round.
He didn't look like he was breathing that hard, and he also got the full minute rest in between rounds, and then another extra minute for the gloves getting tied up. So he should be feeling pretty fresh at this point.
Yeah, very, very aggressive in round number 8, working the ribs. Now on the outside. Through great combinations in round number 8. Less of that in 9. 2 rounds left to go in a fight that could be very, very close. Can't afford to let any rounds go.
Both guys waiting here. Not sure for what, but no one's really looking to make the first move.
Maybe they're saving it for the final round.
In a fight this close, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, you cannot afford to give away any rounds.
I agree.
Yeah, the first 5 rounds,
especially
very
Navarro.
close.
For me, Valtierra's up in the fight, based on the second half of the fight. Good jab there, Valtierra, too.
Oh, another good left hook, good right hand. Talk about finishing with a flurry.
See, and this is what I mean. You could have stole the round right there. And this is what I mean by Valtierra. He's just got to push the action.
And when he does push, he finds success, especially with those lead tools, that educated lead hand. Get ready for the 10th and final round. What kind of instructions do you expect in the corner? I don't think either guy can afford to lose a round. Can't afford to take it off.
No, both men got to push it to the hilt here, and really go for it, because that last round was a little too slow for my liking, and then you allow an opportunity like Valtierra at the end to take the round possibly just by being busy, because not much happened. So round 10, I don't think either guy can sit in their laurels. They should both go for it.
It has been by and large an ugly fight, an awkward fight. The timing has favored Valtierra in the back half with combinations like that. He's found Navarro at the end of his punches. As Paul, as you keep pointing out, he's been the initiator. He's been throwing the jab. It's been effective most of the time.
Man, coming off a 5-year layoff and fighting two guys like this who are both physically strong and rough and awkward.
Round number 10, 10th and final round. As we said, both fighters probably needing this on the scorecards to get a decision. Certainly cannot afford to rest and hold.
Definitely going to be an interesting scorecard.
You guys think it's that close?
I got Valtierra ahead.
Yeah, so do I. But
I think they separated themselves in the second half of the fight.
But I think a lot of those early rounds could be interesting to see how you scored it. Because if you gave them all to Navarro, you know, you're looking at a much closer fight.
Navarro took the center of the ring, much like this in the first 5 rounds. In the back half, it's been Valtierra, who's been a little bit more aggressive. He's been able to land the cleaner shots.
I remember like round 3 was a clear Valtierra round. I remember 1 and 2 were difficult, right? But
I think it was the other way around.
Oh,
round 3 was a clear Navarro round.
Okay.
And a lot of those early rounds, Navarro was controlling the center. You know, after the second half, he's been in the back foot. And we know how judges are these days in the year of 2024. They generally like the guys coming forward.
Well, this isn't the Florida Commission, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Good point. I feel like we see that everywhere now. Like, it's just the judges.
Well, that's judging for dummies. When unsure, just go to the guy going forward, right?
We are seeing clean punches from Valtierra. Especially that jab every time. Just snaps the head back of Navarro.
Yeah, it's almost like a counter jab. He waits for Navarro to step in, and then he just gets his head offline and fires his own jab down the middle.
Yeah, a lot of times Navarro oversteps, trying to throw so hard. And Navarro went away, too, from that slip and rip to the body as well, and I think that's because he's been having trouble getting close enough. And Valtierra made an adjustment with his feet, with his in and out and his bouncing.
Valtierra's in good shape tonight. You see him, like he's still got that bounce. He's still staying switched on.
Yep, changing blades off his shoulder. Makes that adjustment. Sometimes change the look. Sometimes he'll start bouncing. Little subtle adjustments, I think, have really helped him out.
Under 1 minute left in round number 10.
Stab jab down low from Valtierra, back upstairs.
So far, I would say the clean punches in round 10 belonging to Valtierra yet again.
And boxing smart and boxing well, and not being as awkward as he was in other rounds to be effective. This round just more basics.
There's a little bit of slip and rip to the body from Navarro, as I was talking about.
We were wondering whose gas tank would hold up, and so far it has been Valtierra. You said it, Paul. He separated himself in the back half of this fight. Close first 5 rounds. Last 5, Valtierra has really opened up.
Yeah, and you see those different looks he gives, you see? And he creates punch angles off them.
And the awareness.
Oof, headbutt.
Headbutt and a right hand.
In a fight that has been chippy and awkward, it ends just like it started.
Chippy, good word, Jimmy. That's a good way to describe this fight. Very chippy.
But it's been Navarro who's had trouble finishing strong in his last couple fights. As we said before, a 5-year layoff. And then 2 athletic, awkward, difficult fighters to read in a row. Valtierra at 17-3. Could he get his 18th win? Certainly a possibility now.
That would be a big win for him, getting a name like Navarro in your record.
Here's some action from that round number 10. Gentlemen, look at that jab. Straight punches, doing well.
That round, Valtierra boxed. He boxed on the outside. He changed levels, stabbed jabs down low. There was a counter right hand. He's rolling with shots. Yeah,
different looks. Gave blade would square up, would blade off.
In that crouch position, but also, like you said, more bladed with that lead shoulder in position.
That he used well with the jab.
This is one of those fights where it could be all over the place. No idea what they're thinking when it comes to the judging.
Nah, Jimmy, I disagree. I think it's a Valtierra fight.
I hope so. I hope it's not all over the place.
I think, there is, like Chris was saying, Jim, you talked about the early rounds. There is some question, but you would have to give them all to Navarro. Yeah. And they weren't that clear cut that all of them would go to one guy. Well, second half, you could see consistently Valtierra was putting rounds together.
I think Valtierra he just made the awkwardness very effective. He was able to land big eye-catching shots, and as the fight wore on, the pace was an issue.
Well, to end all this suspense, it looks like we have the ringside judges' scores.
Is it the ref now or the judges?
We'll see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a referee will bring both boxers together. And as I got a referee score, I did ask his opinion, and he has asked me to ask you to join him. Congratulate both these young men on an absolutely fantastic contest. So we come to the referee score totals, 97-93 in favor of the winner. From Guanajuato, Jair Kaiser.
The referee had the best seat in the house, so he's going to referee.
97-93.
We forgot that
about that.
In the UK, non-title fights are judged by the referee.
One judge, and he's the ref, man. Yikes.
But he got it right. I feel like he got it right. Yeah. He's got the best seat in the house. He got it right. You know what was a big advocate of that? Was Arthur McCarthy Sr. He was old school. He was like...
Man, that wrestling coach is very jacked.
Yeah. Jacked. Very Long Island.
As you said, back in the day, Paul, it used to be two judges and the ref. Like the ref was one of the judges.
Yeah, but Arthur McCarthy Sr., I can remember, when I was a young adult and teenager, I can remember him, discussing that and saying that, he was a big advocate of that.
But as the only judge or one of the judges?
I don't remember now, but I remember he was a big advocate of the referees being the judges.
I could see one of the judges for sure, but then two others.
But today you got referees that can't even referee. You gonna let them judge too?
Yes. And it was a hard-fought battle. Valtierra getting the win. When we come back, our main event of the evening, Zaurbek versus Wrzesinski. It's going to be a battle. Don't miss it here on ProBox TV.
Wednesday Night Fights, December 11th. Knockout artist Jonathan Maximo Cardoso returns to the ProBox ring to take on Mexico's Eduardo Zurdito Ramirez. Wednesday Night Fights.
Welcome back in at ProBox TV, ready for our main event.
TV Contender Series main event. Would you please welcome, firstly, to the boxing ring, from Poland, Damian Wrzesinski.
Is Damian Wrzesinski from Poland, 11 years as a professional. Has never been stopped in his career. He is as durable as they come. His 15th fight scheduled for 10. Fought Anthony Kakache here for the IBO World title last year, lost via decision. And Chris, when you and I were discussing this young man, you went like, oh man, his style's awkward.
Yeah.
Just hard to figure out.
Yeah, Kakache's, I mean, he's broken out to become a world champion. He beat up and stopped Joe Cordina, who's highly touted. And Kakache's been on quite a run, so that's
no shame in that loss.
In hindsight, there's no shame.
He lost on
in
points.
Yeah, he lost on points, and I watched that fight earlier. He's very much in that fight. Fought very confidently, fought very adeptly. Definitely an awkward guy. He's got a tick-tock motion, head going side to side, very busy with the lead hand. Curious to see how he's able to do that with a southpaw who's tall.
And he has beaten every undefeated opponent he has faced. Let's see if that run lasts tonight, because he has a tough task in front of him.
That's a hell of a stat.
You know, we're talking about Zaurbek having maybe get a stoppage to make himself look good. This guy's never been stopped. Some streaks come to an end.
He's beat every undefeated fighter.
Kazakhstan, Sultan Zaurbek.
No matter what combat sport you are talking about, you want to wrestle him, you want to kickbox him, you want to box him, Kazakhstan. Tough fighters throughout. Add to that list Sultan Zaurbek from Kazakhstan, 18-0, 13 knockouts. Technically, he can do it all, but what you always talk about, Paulie, is that mentality of the Soviet style. Zaurbek personifies that.
Yeah, you know, and he has the credentials for it. You know, between the amateur career, the mindset, the technical style and ability, and the way he imposes himself in the ring.
You look at the ability of Zaurbek, it's reflected in the odds here. Zaurbek minus 3,300. Wrzesinski plus 1,200.
Of Conlan Boxing and Neil Power Promotions, you're all very welcome here to the SETU Arena, Waterford, Ireland, live on ProBox TV for the ProBox TV Contender Series main event of the evening. Proudly sponsored by Sports Betting AG and by that prize guy. This is 10 rounds of boxing for the WBA Continental Super Featherweight crown. Sanctioned by the Boxing Union of Ireland, Chairman Mel Crystal, and the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. At ringside, our supervisor for the WBA from Denmark is Jesper D. Jensen. Should this contest go the distance, our three scoring judges: from Ireland, Colin Byrne; from Italy, Enrico Leggini; and from Poland, Grzegorz Molenda. Timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Alex McKenzie, and the referee in charge of the action from Dublin, Ireland, is Emil Teat. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for the sold-out crowd here in attendance at ringside, for those joining us around the world on ProBox TV, the officials are ready. The boxers are ready. Are you ready for the main event? Introducing first the boxing out of the red corner. He wears red and silver. He weighed in at 58.97 kilos, 130 pounds even. 34 fight records, 27 wins, 7 big wins by KO, only 3 defeats, 2 draws, 1 no contest. He comes to the ring as a 2-weight Polish champion and IBO Continental Super Featherweight champion from Poznan, Poland, Damian Wrzesinski. And across the ring in the blue corner, wearing red with black and white, He tipped the scales 58.75 kilos, 129.5 pounds. Perfect professional record. 18 contests, 18 wins, 13 big wins by KO. The former WBC Youth Champion and WBO European 130-pound champion from Shymkent City, Kazakhstan, Sultan Zaurbek.
Gentlemen, you received your instructions in the dressing room. I'm cautioning you now. Obey my commands at all times. Touch him up, that's got to work.
Sultan Zaurbek from Kazakhstan, big for the weight class, very, very strong. Will he have his breakout performance tonight on ProBox TV and add to his undefeated record? Will the awkward fighter from Poland come in with the upset? Place your bets now, because Wrzesinski a huge underdog tonight despite the experience advantage. We are underway, round number 1.
Yeah, man, Zaurbek is very big for this weight class. Tall, long, muscular. 13 KOs in his 18 wins.
Got a little Kashazu thing going there too.
Another outstanding fighter with that Soviet style that you talk about, Paulie. Kashazu, an absolute legend.
I had a tail for a while. It's an Argentinian thing too, so
Yeah.
with it.
Or Narvaez had that, remember?
Yep.
Whatever excuses you like, Chris, but the tail I don't see it on you. Whatever, it's an Argentinian thing. Sure, whatever.
That was,
Whatever you say.
that was a little bit of a big deal in the 80s.
Yeah.
The fact that the mullet is back angers me. Okay, anyway,
mullet is legendary. That was a Kujin special.
With the rat tail, taking the center of the ring, coming out in that southpaw style. And you already see the awkwardness of Wrzesinski, but he does take a lot of risks. He does eat a lot of right hands over the top. He does tend to keep that jab hand very low, Chris.
Oh, he's very durable, though. He takes the shots well. I think against the southpaw, it's less of a danger to fight with this way. You know, there you see him give a jab over the top. But he does keep that head off line, even though that lead hand is down. He's very tick-tock. Hit with that head movement. Left, right, left, right. There's a nice straight right hand down the middle from Zaurbek.
Yeah, Kakachi able to hurt him early with some overhand rights. Wasn't able to capitalize it. You talk about his durability and his chin. That was on display that night.
And Kakachi's a guy with a on his record, but tricky power, and has actually become a puncher lately.
Including when he won the world title, right?
Yeah, I mean, he really beat Cordina down and stopped him.
Zaurbek, although out of Kazakhstan, did his camp in Mexico. Sparred in Guadalajara.
Yeah, with Rafa Espinoza, who's fighting tonight in a big rematch against Fabricio Ramirez, when they put on a fantastic Fight of the Year type candidate last December.
Anytime you say, I sparred in Guadalajara, you're going to get tough work out there.
Yeah, and Espinoza's 6'1", which makes Zaurbek look short.
So far, the fighter from Poland trying to stay busy with that lead hand.
Look at the economy of motion of Zaurbek. Nothing wasted. I mean, he's very precise, not overthrowing anything. Such a refreshing difference from the last fight, where both guys were just loading up on every shot. Zaurbek the opposite, really picking his spots, picking his places. I mentioned how he's kind of robotic in the way that he collects data.
Good shot.
But I don't think he hasn't missed yet. He's incredibly precise.
It's like Wrzesinski knows he cannot go shot for shot. He's trying to stay a little bit busier, flicking that jab out.
Wrzesinski looks to be in fantastic shape as well. Very, very heavily muscled for a 130-pounder.
We talk about the accumulation of data. That's what we're seeing so far in round number 1.
Making a miss, picking his spots, looking for openings.
of Sultan Zaurbek. Now Wrzesinski throwing that jab from that southpaw stance. I'm sorry, from the orthodox stance against the southpaw, trying to make it work. One of the things about Zaurbek is that he can knock you out. We know about his 13 knockouts and his 18 wins, but in a previous fight against a guy named Victor Julio kind of stayed on the outside. It was a little bit awkward, a little bit funky. He boxed the entire time. He has no problem. Okay, I'll win a decision then. That's a full toolkit.
There are various options to win.
Ooh, man. You're already seeing Zaurbek now. He's setting his feet down. I think he collected enough data in that last round. He's actually already setting down, looking to land some power.
Yeah, he has a more aggressive stance here in round 2.
It looks like he's found the timing, to your point, Chris, for that straight left hand.
Oof. Nice left hook right hook upstairs and a right hook downstairs behind the elbow. Lands beautifully. Tucks that in right behind the elbow. Just so fluid, so efficient. Oof. Nice stiff jab across the top. And that's the thing, like he's a southpaw, but he uses his jab really well. A lot of times, a southpaw will dispense with the jab, or at least use it as a blinder rather than a weapon. Zaurbek actually uses it as a weapon.
This makes it his 7th fight in a row. Very comfortable here. He's fought here since 2022.
Interesting to do camp in Mexico when you're fighting
in Europe.
And it's a long trip, but listen, if you get an opportunity to work with Rafa Espinosa, you do it.
Take it. Yeah.
We'll see if it pays off.
These Wrzesinski spin, throwing a lot of punches, moving out.
Yeah, a lot of mental pressure.
Yes.
A lot of mental pressure being applied as well.
And something we haven't talked about, Wrzesinski's 37 years old, guys. This is, the guy in the twilight of his career and putting a lot of miles on his legs early on.
Zaurbek, 28 years old, right in that man strength phase of his career.
And that's his physical prime. His next 4 years is really where, you're looking. You'd mentioned Jimmy earlier about, does he look good tonight? Does he get a title shot? Absolutely. He's in the prime time to do it.
Wrzesinski doesn't have any kind of comfort right now. He's not able to create anything. He's throwing punches sort of keep Zaurbek away, but he's not really putting anything out there where he's looking for something sustained.
Paulie, he looks jittery. It's like he's kind of,
He generally fights jittery, but also you see already he's so uncomfortable and unable to make leather connect that he's taking power off the shots.
The body language is a survival body language, not a
I'm here to win.
Here to win body language, and I think he's been convinced of that by Zaurbek's presence in the ring.
And Zaurbek, when it comes to his technique, he's not one of those guys where he'll eventually give you something. He stays solid the entire time. You got to make something happen.
Well, that's that Eastern European discipline that he's not going to break from that. Obviously, it's working. He does a very good job of staying invisible, does Zaurbek. Just goes underneath shots, cuts the ankle, goes to the weak side.
Got to find some way to break the defense. We did not see that in round number 2. In fact, we saw Zaurbek pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, nice punch selection. He didn't throw a whole lot of power in the first round, kind of touching, looking for openings. This last round, he saw him throwing some more power shots, especially with that left hand. But Wrzesinski, man, he's an awkward guy. He's hard to get a beat on him. Keeps that head moving.
Oh, look at
wing
that.
shots. That was beautiful. Especially for a taller guy to be able to just lean out of position.
Also,
that punch miss.
The awareness of that awkward shot from the outside. He saw it come and rolled it perfectly.
Fantastic anticipation.
Waterford, UK is our main event here on ProBox TV. The undefeated fighter from Kazakhstan taking on the much more experienced fighter from Poland. Wrzesinski coming with a record of 28-3-2, but only 7 knockouts. He's been unable to disturb the undefeated fighter from Kazakhstan. Zaurbek in the red, Wrzesinski in the white. Question in this fight from Zaurbek is like he's going to try and do a lot. It's the biggest platform he has ever been on, ProBox TV, and as you said, Chris, right in that spot where you're starting to get considered for a title shot.
Yeah, but with the way that he's fighting out, or I should say, the way that he's making Wrzesinski fight, breaking it down, making those 37-year-old legs work harder than they want to. Touch that body here and there. We got a cut.
Yeah, looks like a cut right over the right eye or maybe the nose.
Also, like Wrzesinski as well.
I think it's just Zaurbek. He just pawed at it.
Yeah, it did look like there was some blood. We haven't seen the face yet.
Is that a butt? Because I don't know that anything's landed that cleanly, right?
It might have been that right hand of Wrzesinski. Looking at it now.
That's over. Looks like it's over the eye. Not a good spot. It's definitely going in the eye.
A little bit of drama created here.
The first time we've seen some urgency when it comes to Zaurbek. So far in control of this fight up until round number 3, but now cut and no signal from the referee that was caused by a headbutt.
Yeah, can't tell if it's over the eye or if it's a vertical shot like along the nose or the brow. Yeah, it looks like it's on the
hopefully get a shot in the corner. Yeah.
Top of the nose.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I've been cut there. It's actually not that bad of a spot to get blood. It doesn't really get in your eye. It goes right down the side of your nose the way it is.
And Zaurbek's continuing to apply pressure.
Might see a little bit of urgency whenever you're cut.
Yeah, but you see with Wrzesinski though, with the awkwardness, you don't want to run into anything either, trying to apply that pressure. So it can work against you. But Zaurbek's maintaining that discipline.
As you always talk about, Paulie, with the Soviet style, discipline, that's the name of the game.
Good awareness, good defense.
I mean, with Wrzesinski being 37, I mean, he's born in communist Poland himself. So. Good combination there by Zaurbek, and again that control of the real estate.
I love that shot from the southpaw, that shuttle punch to the body with the left hand, goes right to the liver. You see Zaurbek is looking for that shot, trying to get Wrzesinski when he's stretched out with that right hand.
A little bit of mugging after rolling off for the big shot. Zaurbek cut, but still controlling the action in the ring. Welcome back, ProBox TV, our main event. Sultan Zaurbek from Kazakhstan taking on Damian Wrzesinski.
Oh, that was a butt.
It may have been a headbutt, yes.
Yeah, because that was a looping shot on the other side of the head and pulled it into the forehead, so that was certainly a butt. And guys, we got some blood in that round. We got a cut. As Zaurbek was going back to his corner, he screamed, yelled angrily. That shows, we talked about this, that Soviet style, don't bend, they break. Is that showing a little bit of weakness? Is he human now that he shed some blood?
It's frustration for sure.
Yeah, certainly upset. And one thing, I didn't see a signal from the referee there was a headbutt. We haven't seen that, so we don't know if it's going to count.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have that benefit of the doubt. Who knows? Yes. Maybe he heard the referee say it's from a punch. Maybe that's why he's frustrated. I don't know.
I can't really tell.
If that's the case, then you're going to be looking for a stoppage.
Yeah. Well, like you said, Chim, it's not in a bad area.
No.
And Wrzesinski is not really landing much, so the risk of it getting worse is not high with the control that Zaurbek has in the fight. But Wrzesinski's never been stopped, so this is a fight we could go around, and there's a risk of that cut getting worse over the course of the rounds.
See more of that awkwardness from Wrzesinski, who was in the white.
So awkward, man. They're so herky-jerky. And he's actually durable, too, because he will get hit, and he's been hit tonight, and he takes the punches well.
So he punches off the movement, nice. Off. Again, he doesn't get a lot on it, but he keeps you on your toes. He makes himself tough to hit, too.
Yeah, I'm so used to seeing Polish fighters with big knockout power. You know, I'm thinking, if this guy's got 28 wins with 7 KOs, now I see why. You know, he's physically strong. You see he's strong. But, you know, he doesn't have that punch because, like you said, Champ, the way that he is constantly firing
he does not set himself.
Exactly. He doesn't have his feet underneath him for the shot.
And Zaurbek has had his feet underneath him this entire fight.
Yeah, great balance.
Hasn't thrown a ton of combinations. He's been very selective with his punches. You talk about the accuracy, Chris, and when he throws, he lands.
Yeah, it's tough to throw combinations on a guy that moves the way that this Polish fighter does, because, again, you're worried about the head. You know, Wrzesinski is a guy that head is gonna be flashing by you. So you got to make sure you're putting your hands in the right place. You got the right range.
The key you hear all the time is throw where your opponent is going to be. It's hard to see where Wrzesinski's going to be.
I don't even think Wrzesinski knows where he's going to be.
That's the thing about awkward guys. They don't follow the rules. It's like, all right, I'm going to dip left, dip right. Nah, he's all over. Zigzag.
Wondering if Zaurbek's frustration might lead to him searching for a knockout in round number 4.
Wrzesinski at 37 years old isn't going to take a chance on winning the fight. You know, if he can win it, he win it, but he's not going to come outside of himself. So you're not going to get him to break, going for broke, trying to get the win. He's not going to go for broke to get the win. He's going to stick with this style and just be content to make it look bad. So, again, difficult opponent to take on.
Won't open up all by himself.
Definitely a big change since the cut.
Yeah.
Zaurbek is fighting a very different fight, much less controlled.
Definitely taking away the real estate in that last round. To answer our question about the cut, certainly hasn't gotten any worse, isn't bleeding much. December 11th, that's right, ProboxTV, Jonathan Cardoso, 17-1, 15 knockouts. Talking about somebody opening up, taking a lot of risks as the definition of the fighter from Brazil, but Eduardo Ramirez, very experienced. This lightweight fight, could Ramirez take advantage of the fact that Cardoso has never been a battle he didn't want to get into. Loves standing and trading. That's going to be a war. December 11th, right here on ProboxTV. Doing good work on that cut in the corner.
That's another thing. With that cut not being in a very dangerous spot, you get a couple of rounds where they get that medicine in there, they get that adrenaline, it starts to work, and I don't think that cut's really going to be an issue. A good cut, man, what we say, when there is a bad cut, we say, just get him back to the corner. Let me get to work on him, because I can make it better.
Round number 5 scheduled for 10. Sultan Zaurbek in the red. Damian Wrzesinski in the white. Talk about his legs being 37 years old, but look at this movement. We've seen it throughout this fight. There's herky-jerky, and then there's this guy who almost takes it to another level.
He's obviously in fantastic shape. You know, we're here in round number 5. He's still moving very well for a 37-year-old. Good overhand step-in hook there from Zaurbek. Talk about the timing of finding where that guy's head's going to be. Well, he just found it.
You guys both have talked about it. So when you're not a knockout puncher, you know you got to be in great shape. It's not like you're going to get the guy out of there.
Yeah, and you have to be a good thinker, too. By the way, guys, I've been notified from a good friend of mine in Ireland hearing that we are not to call Ireland the UK. When we talked about the referees, Ireland is not the UK. we apologize to our Irish friends.
We're not in Belfast. We're in Waterford. So
right.
Waterford,
we're in Waterford, Ireland.
Right.
Yep. And he has done a great job.
Thank you for the correction.
Oh, always appreciate it. You never know what people take.
Yeah, no, that's a serious thing.
Yeah, always take it seriously. Zaurbek in the red is right now, you talk about the physical pressure from the last round because of the cut. He's brought a lot more physical pressure. Hasn't given Wrzesinski a lot of room to move.
No, a lot of physical pressure, but a lot less punching. He hasn't let his hands go the same way he was earlier. There we saw him go for a big swing and a miss. But he's not been as active, not been as accurate since the cut. I think he's a little concerned about letting his hands go when that head is flying by.
Well, that's the thing, too. I find that when you're a position fighter, I found that at times when you cut off the ring, you force the mistake out of a guy before you throw a lot of the punches. So you position yourself to keep cutting the ring off, met that pressure, let your presence present a danger, and then force that mistake. I think that's what maybe Zaurbek is doing. That's why he's maybe not as active. I think he's trying to put Wrzesinski into positions where a mistake is forced. But I don't know. Again, Wrzesinski, he's not trying to win the fight. So you're not going to put him in a position where he's like, oh, I got to come outside myself and try something. He'll let you position him all over the ring, and that's the difficulty about fighting an opponent like this, where he's content just being awkward and making you look bad. He's not going to come outside of himself trying to win the fight. He's not a prospect. He's 37 years old, the tail end of his career, and at this point, not a lot is expected of him.
The last thing he wants to do is get in a war with a knockout puncher, and Zaurbek has that kind of power. Can turn a fight around, but you see him trying to kind of push Wrzesinski into the corner or up against the ropes, and Wrzesinski constantly moving. It's been the story of the fight. Will things change in the back half? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back to ProBox TV, Waterford, Ireland. In the corner of Sultan Zaurbek. The cut along the bridge of the nose was caused by a headbutt. You're wanting to create a lot of urgency, but as Paulie, as you pointed out, a little bit of positional dominance in that last round, but not a busy one in terms of punches for Zaurbek.
Yeah, you're putting positions. You're putting Wrzesinski in difficult positions, but he's in difficult positions if he wants to win the fight. If he wants to survive the fight, he's still not in the crazy difficult positions to where he's going to come outside of himself.
Because he could just bail.
Yeah,
he gets put in a bad position,
exactly.
He just bails out instead of trying to stay
again, this is the complication about fighting a guy like this. He's not going to show up to win the fight if it's too difficult. The guy, 37 years old, and you're in the twilight of your career. You've never been stopped. You're finding out why a guy like Wrzesinski's also never been stopped, because if it's too difficult, he's okay to go to distance and not win. He's fine with that, and that's the way he's fighting.
Round 6, it is scheduled for 10. Wrzesinski, of course, busy throughout with his movement. He has never hurt Zaurbek with a punch. Good straight right there.
Also, Wrzesinski, from like what I saw in other fights, is very busy with the left hand. Not a big right hand puncher, but this fight completely different because he's fighting a southpaw. He's made a nice adjustment in that way. But to the champ's point, he's not really asserting himself to try and take any of these rounds and put himself in a position to win this fight.
With a 28-3 record at 37 years old, you would think a guy like Wrzesinski, if he wins this fight, he maybe puts himself for one last big opportunity. Puts himself in a big opportunity, because Zaurbek is heavily hyped, right?
Yeah.
But nah. For him, 28-3 is no different than 28-4. It's actually the opposite. At 37 years old,
maybe he thinks of this as the big opportunity. So so
could be this too.
Could be where his mind's at this point.
You're setting the bar low though.
Last time he has been on the big stage for Anthony Kakache for the
good body shot.
Well, there you go.
Good body shot there from Zaurbek.
Yep.
Definitely had an effect. Smart. That was the one he's been looking for all night. I was talking about that shuttle punch from the southpaw position. Ooh, good right hand there. Splits open that cut.
Wrzesinski doing a good job staying behind the right hand after that body shot.
Nice pull. Pull counter there from Zaurbek. He's got to get back to that body. That's going to be the way to break down the 37-year-old Wrzesinski.
We gave the odds at the beginning of the fight. What were the odds on this fight going the distance?
Good question.
That's
like a bet worth taking.
That's like the lock of the year at this point, right?
Yeah, Wrzesinski staying busy.
Is that 3,300, I believe?
Yeah.
Yep. Not a lot of meat on that.
But, when there was a cut, that was a cut. Maybe you're going to go the 10 over a certain amount of rounds.
Oh, there's a body shot again. That's the one he's looking for.
Keep in mind, Zaurbek's stoppages are in the second half of fights, a lot of them.
I think we're seeing that because how tricky he is with the body shots and the way that he kind of picks up and puts pressure on you, makes you work very hard. That's one thing. Wrzesinski has been working very hard all night long. Showing great conditioning, but still, it's a lot of work for a 37-year-old.
This last fight, a knockout against Roman Reynoso. Body shots again, dropped him 3 times in round number 1. He's finally found some success with the body shots. Will it continue in the back half of this fight? We'll find out. Welcome back to our ProBox TV main event. Sultan Zaurbek finding the body shots against Wrzesinski in that last round, working the ribs, and Wrzesinski, to his credit, trying to fire back with the counter right hand to keep the fighter from Kazakhstan off of him. But Chris, you've been calling for that shovel punch to the body, finally found a home for it.
Kind of 2 or 3 times in that round.
Yeah.
I think he's going to keep going back to that. He's found the timing of when to throw it with Wrzesinski, but the problem is, again, you got to watch the head, man. You got to watch, because you got to go to the body when you're a taller guy, that puts your nose right in the line for the shorter opponent's forehead.
Round number 7 scheduled for 10. Wrzesinski a little more, I don't want to say desperate, but certainly more active in the last couple rounds.
Yeah, putting some oomph in those. Ooh, nice stab jab. Balanced shot.
Might have stepped on his foot too, though, when he threw it.
Oh, it's possible, yeah.
A little touch of gloves there.
That's probably why he touched gloves. Good call, champ.
Surprised that hasn't happened more with their opposite stances and the awkwardness of Wrzesinski.
Talking about the style's not gelly. This one hasn't really gelled either, you know?
I don't know anyone who would gel Wrzesinski's style. I think that's actually the point of his style.
Yeah. He shows up not to gel.
Yeah.
Shows up to make it ugly. The fighter from Poland has never been stopped. Zaurbek, 13 knockouts in his 18 wins, certainly has power. Don't have to watch a lot of his fights to see some brutal knockouts.
Any key wins on the record of Wrzesinski, or just key losses?
I don't believe any key wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's basically build up wins against the usual suspects, and then make it look bad when he steps up.
Oh,
good left hand right down the center.
Off the jab, though. It was a jab looping left hand. That was beautiful.
And also with that herky-jerky style, when he gets hit, he flies back.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see when he gets hit. He's just never on balance.
He's always floating.
Yeah. It's like hitting a butterfly with a tennis racket. It's just boom. Warning if Sultan Zaurbek would push hard for the knockout. Trying to look great on ProBox TV, the biggest platform he's ever fought on, but against this guy, it's just hard to do that.
I still think he is. I think he's just being very smart about it. You can see Zaurbek thinking constantly. The gears are turning. They've been turning since round 1. He has a high boxing IQ for sure. But
yeah, he's trying to figure out how to trap this guy and how to get him to stay still. You know, and he's trying to chop the tree down little by little, but Wrzesinski's still moving. But again, I also think it's because Wrzesinski is totally fine with losing the fight on points. Because if Wrzesinski was in a position where he's trying to win the fight, he himself would decide that at certain points to hold his ground and fire, trying to make a move towards a victory. But it's not even considering it. He's not even considering it.
If you want to survive, you can. That's so far what Wrzesinski has done against the undefeated professional, outstanding amateur, Sultan Zaurbek. That cut happened because of a headbutt if you are joining us late, but look at that. There was certainly a jab there, but might have stepped on the foot as well. Couldn't really see it from that angle.
Oof, that was that nice 1-2 looping left hand, but he followed the jab with that shot. And that's why it landed so cleanly. One of the best shots landed tonight by either man. It's been the left hand of Zaurbek that's doing the damage, whether to the body or to the head. It seems to be the looping shots, not the straight shots, that are having the most effect.
It's almost like the awkward punches to get the awkward guy. Like, you know, he's not quite there for the straight punches. Ready to go. Round number 8 scheduled for 10. Talk about the 37-year-old legs of Wrzesinski, fighter from Poland. They have held up so far, despite some good body attacks a couple rounds ago. Also, it hasn't been much of an inside fight.
No, not at all. Because, again, we're talking about Wrzesinski, who flies out of position, you know, any chance he gets. He's not really standing his ground or keeping position, so you're not going to get a whole lot of inside work with a guy like that. All looping shots from Wrzesinski for the most part. There we saw a nice stab jab down low, but a lot of looping shots, which against a taller fighter is a good tactic. But the hand position of Zaurbek is so good, he's always able to catch those shots on the gloves or pull back like that.
Been very good at rolling punches throughout this fight.
Just great awareness from Zaurbek. That was a nice job cutting an angle. But you know what, something that Wrzesinski does very well? Stays off the ropes.
Yeah.
He's very good lateral movement. When he does touch those ropes, he gets to moving. Not the prettiest footwork in the world, but it is effective.
Zaurbek hasn't gone to the body again after a couple of those successful shovel punches.
Oh,
good left
shot
hand.
to the chest, right?
Good 1-2. I think actually landed on the chin, just threw it low to the height. When you got a guy like Wrzesinski who's constantly moving his head, fell right into it.
No knockdowns yet in this fight. Zaurbek looking for one under a minute left in round number 8.
Goes to the body with the right hand as well. Now he's closing the distance and he's finally got Wrzesinski on the ropes.
That shot gave him a little bit of confidence.
But that willingness to take a punch, Zaurbek's got that.
But that's the thing.
Zaurbek has no problem doing that.
When Wrzesinski does get hit, he gets less mobile. He stands in front of you and there's an opportunity for you, but he does fire back when he is moving.
Fighter from Poland, not known for his knockout power. Big part of his career, 28 wins, only 7 knockouts.
But physically strong. You know, you can see from his physique, but also and the durability.
Yeah, to move like this, you gotta have the durability, champ.
Because when he throws, he gets respect.
Can he keep it with 2? Two rounds to go in our main event. Here's some of the action from round number 8.
Now you see Zaurbek breaking Wrzesinski down as we're going. He's starting to land more and more, a little more consistently. But again, it's only 1 or 2 good shots around. And we're running out of time here. Even though he's closing the real estate, he's running out of time.
I think that was on the chin, right?
That was a good shot, yeah.
Good shot.
And all of those shots are coming off his jab. He lands the jab first, and then the left hand comes behind it. Because you've got to be able to, you got to get that bead on a guy like that.
Yeah, he set that measurement too, especially where you figure out where he's going, where he's going to be.
I'd be surprised if Wrzesinski has won a single round in this fight.
I'll be surprised if he tries to win a single round in this fight.
Yeah, busy, but not exactly effective.
I think if he stands his ground, he's going to get knocked out. So.
Yeah, and he knows that too, which is why I think he's content with just going the distance and not trying to win the fight or the rounds.
Yeah, we're just seeing the power. He's feeling it, gentlemen.
And also, if he stands his ground, it's also those sneaky body shots get in there too, and that's where Zaurbek, can surprise you.
It's funny to see, Chris, you pointed it out, man, after those body shots, he went from 5th gear to 3rd gear. I mean, it's just slowed him down. That's how he has responded to those body shots. It's the one way to slow down a mover.
This has been the most active offensively that Wrzesinski's been all night right here. He just, this first minute of round 9 here, he threw a ton of punches.
Yeah, it might prove me wrong. He might try to win this round.
It's like they hear us, Paulie.
I insult them a little bit, so.
Yeah, we insulted him.
You're a little out on yourself.
We definitely insulted that 7. We definitely insulted him because, we said that he wasn't going to make it this far because he's 37 and activity, but no, he's kept up. He's kept up. This man is in fantastic shape.
Zaurbek opened up late in round number 8. He started a little bit earlier in round number 9. That's my question. Ooh. Oh, look at that shot.
Gotta be careful with those head clashes, man.
Good shot with the right hand, yep. To your point, he seems a little bit more willing to risk those head clashes to get inside to land big punches.
Well, you know, he knows he can hurt him. He's hurt him.
Oh, nice right hook. Zaurbek having a lot of success with that lead right hand from the southpaw stance.
He's been able to hurt Wrzesinski, you know, almost every round for the last 3-4 rounds, whether to the body or to the head. So he knows he can do the damage if he lands. The problem is just landing with the damage. It's like the gnat when you're in the barbecue. You're swatting it away, but it just moves around with the wind. I know we're running out of time, but I really do feel like Zaurbek has an opportunity to get the stoppage still.
Question is, will he put his foot on the gas to do it in a fight that he has well in hand?
I think he's trying to put his foot on the gas. It's just, again, I think it's just a matter of tracking down Wrzesinski.
But Wrzesinski's definitely not moving as much. He's not on his legs in this round the way he's been.
And he's eating more power punches because of it.
And it's one thing, when you train to move, but you have to stand and punch, you get way more tired. If you're training to punch and you're forced to move, you get way more tired. It's what you're used to doing. I think he's much more of a mover than a puncher, so we'll see how he reacts in the next round.
One more to go if he wants the knockout in round number 10. Good round number 9 for Zaurbek. Zaurbek was able to land some clean power punches. That right hook over the top. See some replays of it.
Yeah, and the best round so far for Wrzesinski, but also a very good round for Zaurbek because he was able to do some damage and put some leather on the savvy Polish fighter. Here we see that early round, that first minute where Wrzesinski was really busy letting those hands go, especially the right hand. There's a big looping shot which missed, but Zaurbek comes back with authority, landing big shots. And again, Jimmy, to your point, it knocks him off position so badly that you can't not score these rounds when you get a guy who gets hit and flies halfway across the ring.
Yeah, rarely has he had his feet under him tonight. 10th and final round. Sultan Zaurbek in the red and gold. Damian Wrzesinski from Poland in the white. As we said, probably has the fight well in hand on the scorecards.
I got him winning every round. Yeah. This could be a shutout.
You're trying to track down Wrzesinski again. One of the reasons Wrzesinski has no leverage on his shots is because his feet are off the ground when he's punching too. He's moving as he's punching.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he looks physically strong, but I think again, like to your point,
he doesn't sit on it.
Yes, his feet are never on the mat. I don't care how strong you are, you can't punch hard like that. Unless you're Manny Pacquiao. Excuse me. Because Manny didn't even need his feet.
Oh, big left hand. First knockdown of the fight.
Champion made a good observation last round. He said it could still be a stoppage. Let's see. Can Zaurbek be the first to stop Wrzesinski in this round? You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, because the feet were just not the same from Wrzesinski, and you know, the amount of punishment that Zaurbek has been able to put on these last few rounds is still very possible.
Also, the rush these referees tonight have been in to get out of the ring when they can see it's an opportunity to stop the fight.
Zaurbek now turning it on. Finally has Wrzesinski, I wouldn't say cornered, but certainly moving back. Not that lateral movement that has allowed him to avoid punches so far in this fight.
Yeah, that flighty movement is not there anymore. You know, he lost it in the last round. He took a lot of damage that round. Here we see Zaurbek trying to finish.
Should Zaurbek get to the body when he gets close, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
But Wrzesinski, he fires back, Chris. We've been pointing this out. He doesn't just run. When he's hurt is when he actually throws.
Yes, when he's not moving, he throws, and he throws with authority. Again, I think he's a very strong guy, even though he doesn't have a lot of knockouts, and he's very flighty. Because he gets a respect when he throws. When he's not moving and he stands his ground, he actually gets respect. So you can tell he's got some pop. A minute to go here.
Imposing himself here.
1 minute left in the final round. It has been a technical wipeout.
Is he cut
Zaurbek?
Zaurbek's cut.
I think it's in the middle of his forehead. His face is definitely getting busted up. Zaurbek's still being defensively sound, though. He's coming in, but he's moving his head. He's trying to get Wrzesinski to make some more mistakes.
Wrzesinski is in full defensive mode at this point.
Can never describe the fighter from Kazakhstan as reckless.
Yeah, Wrzesinski's he's throwing keep off me punches. shutout with a knockdown. Not bad, but it definitely. Wrzesinski did his job.
Nice defense for Zaurbek there. Yeah, Wrzesinski got Zaurbek to go the round.
He did his job. He made him look bad at times. Made him look a little not spectacular, and makes it to the end.
Both guys are content to dance away the last few seconds. We saw all the skills, even against an awkward fighter who was very, very difficult to time, able to get that 10th round knockout.
Scored a nice knockdown in the last round, though. Good left hand, right on the money.
Certainly see the potential in this guy at what will definitely be 19-0, 13 knockouts. We see the technical skill.
Imagine if you see him against the guy who comes to win.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a better version of him as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to check out that knockdown from the 10th round. I love that frame that he does with that lead in, you know, from a southpaw position, almost like an upper block. He knocks your arm up and he's able to fire off that. There we saw him land the left hook, right on the money, right to the chin. Bing,
bang. Huge overhand left. Quick reminder at the end of this fight, this end of our main event. If you want to keep watching, ProboxTV app, download it now. You still have time. 3 more fights to go from Waterford, Ireland.
Yeah, and you see Wrzesinski doing his best to just keep off me punches. As soon as Zaurbek would get in position, he'd fire, then spin off. Stayed alive, made it to the end.
I know you guys don't like the term moral victories, but...
Well, I don't. Champ does.
Able to make it to the end. We were wondering if we would get a knockdown. Zaurbek showing his power was there, but, you know, to Wrzesinski's credit, when he was knocked down, he was hurt, he came back firing and gave Zaurbek a reason to back off.
He's not a stinker. He's not a guy who's going to come and stink it out, but he's definitely, he wasn't really in there to win. He's definitely a very awkward guy. He's going to make for ugly fights.
All right, looks like the scorecards have been collected. End all suspense. Let's go back into the ring in Waterford. I think it's hard to give a single round to Wrzesinski plus the knockdown.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. I'm saying shutout with a knockdown. On the record, it'll look good.
It will. More to come from Zaurbek. What are the official scores? Let's find out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a referee will bring both boxers to the center of the ring. And I am joined by our supervisor from the WBA, Jesper D. Jensen. He has the belt. And I'm sure you'll agree, ladies and gentlemen, our ProBox TV Contender main event did not disappoint. Please, your appreciation. So we go to our judges' score totals. Grzegorz Malenda scores the contest 98-91. Both judges, Enrico Lessini and Colin Burns, see the contest 97-92. All score for the winner, who is now the WBA Continental Super Featherweight Champion from Kazakhstan, Sultan Zaurbek.
Actually closer than we expected, I guess, if you'd say that.
Two of those judges gave the Polish fighter 3 rounds. 3 rounds.
Amazing. In Europe, they appreciate moving more.
I guess so.
In Florida, it would have been 190 across the board.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Remember, gentlemen, that was with a knockdown.
I should have fought in Europe one.
139.
You would have been rewarded. Remember, download the ProBox TV app. 3 more fights to go. If you've been watching us on Fubo, thank you so much. It's been outstanding. And next time, ProBox TV, Jonathan Cardozo versus Eduardo Ramirez. If you need another reason to download the ProBox TV app, that is going to be a great one. Our main event in the lightweight division. And that'll be this Wednesday. But for now, we are done from Waterford, Ireland. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see the rest of you on ProBox on the app. Welcome back to all of you joining us on the ProBox TV app. We just saw our main event, Sultan Zaurbek, of course, winning by unanimous decision. Somehow, Wrzesinski able to get 3 rounds out of that one. Don't ask me why. But this idea that Zaurbek showed skills, showed power, and showed a lot of patience, showed a lot of discipline in that fight. What do you think, Chris?
I liked what I saw. I think he is a world-class guy, 130 right now, and I think he should be in a world title fight soon. Again, he had a bit of a banana peel in front of you. Not a guy who's going to beat you, but at times can make you look bad, make you look ordinary. But I think he dominated. I had him winning every round. He scored a knockdown in the last round from a very, very tricky guy. So I liked what I saw from Zaurbek. I think he's got a lot of skill, but I want to see him in there with someone who actually is going to try to win so we can see how good he really is.
And remember, we've been pumping it up the entire time. It's Ireland versus Ireland. That's what we are going to be seeing next. Of course, Dylan Moran versus Tyrone McKenna. That is going to be as our all-Ireland main event. I can say it, and we were able to talk to both fighters. What's so interesting is both of them say, this guy isn't on my level. He's my step up heading into this fight. Usually in boxing, one guy is experienced, the other guy is coming up. Both of these guys have said, my opponent is a stepping stone for me. I'm not worried about it at all. Also, Dylan Moran knowing that he is defending his spot, and Tyrone McKenna defending his in different ways. Looking at right now, Tyrone McKenna out of Belfast, Northern Ireland, 23-5-1. This is a guy, when you thought about Irish boxing at the pro level for a long time, you were talking about Tyrone McKenna. He says, I know why Dylan Moran called me out. He thinks I'm the experienced guy who's over it. I'm going to show them tonight. I'm still a factor in this division.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes you got to catch a guy at the right time. Did Dylan Moran catch McKenna at the right time? McKenna seems to think it's a mistake. Moran seems to think, it's the right time to catch a guy like McKenna so that he can continue to build up his own profile personally. There's always that balancing act. Yeah. If you're the real deal as a prospect, you're probably going to make it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Whether you caught him a little before he's shot or not. But you always try to get him just at the right time when he's shot. Let's see what McKenna has left tonight against Moran.
McKenna, of course, an awkward style. We've seen a lot of that tonight. It continues.
Here comes the pride of Waterford, Dylan Moran.
There he is. He calls himself the real deal, Dylan Moran. 19-2 as a pro, 9 knockouts. Both fighters believe the winner here will be the face of Irish boxing for the next couple years. Been a road warrior in the past, Spain, Austria, Germany, UK, US. You heard the crowd reaction to him. A native of Waterford, Ireland. Last time out, a first-round TKO against the undefeated Eoin O'Neill. That was earlier this year. Coming in with a lot of confidence, and I think that's what exuded out of both guys in their interview. Chris, there wasn't, in their minds, a B-side here. They were both like, no, I'm the A-side. This guy, I don't know what he's doing.
They literally were like saying the other guy doesn't belong in the ring with them. So, so not only do they feel confident, they feel like they're like head and shoulders above each other.
And the crowd is all on their feet here. Right. This is, you could see this is local bragging rights, so to speak, in Ireland, you know. And the crowd is here for this fight for that reason.
You know what phrase I didn't realize was a big deal? All Irish dust-up. Didn't know that was a thing.
Domestic dust-up.
Domestic dust-up. We've heard that a million times from both of these fighters, right?
Yeah, like both guys are like really excited by the fact that we're fighting another Irishman and the bragging rights are on the line.
Think about it. A lot of European countries are the size of U.S. states. So if you're not fighting from this guy within your state, it's a little bit more of a
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to our fight fans in attendance here at ringside. And at this time, a very warm welcome to you, the viewers who join us around the world live on ProBox TV. This is our All-Ireland Conlan Boxing main event, coming to you from the SETU Arena, Waterford, Ireland, live on ProBox and sponsored by sportsbetting.ag and That Prize Guy. This is 10 3-minute rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Our medical officers ringside are Doctors Connor Hawk and Terry Crystal. Our inspectors working the corners, Michael Morrissey and John Crowley. Our timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Alex McKenzie. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action is Mr. David Irving. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for the thousands in attendance here at ringside, for those watching live on ProBox TV, the officials are ready, the boxers are ready. Are you ready for the main event? Introducing first, and boxing out of the red corner. He wears green with gold. He weighed in at 66.35 kilos, 146 pounds and 4 ounces. His record, 29 contests, 23 wins, 6 wins by KO, 5 defeats and 1 draw. He is the former Celtic champion, WBC International champion, WBO Intercontinental champion. From Belfast, he is ready for war! The mighty Celt, Tyrone McKenna! And across the ring in the blue corner, he wears the white shorts with sparkling blue. He too scaled 63.35 kilos, 146 pounds, 4 ounces. A 21 fight record, 19 wins, 9 big wins by KO with only 2 defeats. From Dungarvan, he is the pride of Waterford, Ireland, Dylan Moran.
Keep respect to him at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
You can feel the emotion from Waterford, Ireland. This all-Irish dust two guys with pride on the line.
Round one.
Both say their opponent doesn't deserve to be in the ring with them. We'll see who's correct. McKenna in the green. The mighty Kel taking on Dylan, the real deal Moran. He's in the blue and white.
McKenna's so tall, even for welterweight, because he was fighting at 140, 6'1". He looks tall even here for welterweight. But I believe Dylan Moran is actually the bigger guy. He's fought at heavier weight classes most of his career.
See the muscles on him, very, very broad, very strong.
Yeah, I thought that when we met in Waterford at the press conference that he was a wide-shouldered guy, and he's about my height. Ooh.
Nice right hook.
Oof, these guys are not wasting any time, huh?
Wow. Moran going right for it.
And Moran wants to make that statement.
Yeah, he's landing some big shots. McKenna's taking it well so far. McKenna not always the most durable guy, even though he does like these kinds of fights.
It's a style in McKenna that you called, Chris, cute. He's got a cute style, keeps his hands down, moves a lot. One of the things he has lacked in previous losses is that get away from me kind of power. He's going to need that tonight.
Not a big puncher, but is willing to scrap. Oh, big left hand over the top from Moran.
Well, usually when you have that kind of style, you're also built to go a little bit from rounds, and you start to figure things out a little bit. So let's see if Moran has some layers to his style. Right now it's an all-aggressive style, but if this fight goes rounds, he's going to start to slow down. Is he going to be able to deal with that quote-unquote cuteness? Good shot there from McKenna on the inside.
I think Moran's hurt there. And that's the thing. I mentioned the durability of McKenna. Not that he's not durable. He's actually more durable than Moran, Dylan Moran, because he got stopped in the first round by Marku. He got stopped by a journeyman when he fought in the States for the first time. I expected a little more boxing out of the southpaw Moran. There's none.
They're acting like this is a 2-round fight, gentlemen.
They charged up on the crowd too. The crowd's very into it, so the emotion plays a part.
Oh, big left hand.
We're coming off the Zaurbek fight, by the way. If you didn't see that, Zaurbek could fight in the back of a gas station or in Times Square. It's the same energy to him. He doesn't care. This, you can tell they're feeding off the crowd.
Yeah, but it's also, it's also their crowd. So,
yes.
There's a lot more energy here in this fight. You can see from the way when they were walking out, the crowd was all on their feet with their phones out.
Ooh, nice left hand over the top from Moran.
Meantime, Zaurbek is probably the future world champion on this card, but nobody put him on camera on their phones.
Exactly.
Jeez,
good combination from Moran.
This is awesome. These guys are wasting no time, banging each other around. Both men landing big shots so far. Both men seem to have been able to ring each other's bell.
You know what they say? Dig in, right?
Bite down. Oh, down goes Moran.
Hey, he went down hard, guys.
Yeah, that might be it.
He's tough. He might not get up.
First round.
Referee looking to pick up the count.
Wow.
Oh, he's rocked. He's rocked.
I don't know why the ref's stopping the count. What is he doing? Is the ref stopping? What is? Give him another half out. Give him a sandwich while he's at it. Ref, give him a sandwich. Quick.
How much time is left?
Throw water in his face while you're at it.
Wow. He's rocked.
End of the round. That could have been, Paulie, life-saving time.
Absolutely.
Of course it was, bro. That was the point. What do I told? What do you think I'm doing? What do you think I've been telling you over here?
For the record, this fight's in Waterford. Marine's from Waterford. McKenna is from Belfast.
I've never seen a referee play 20 questions. Is it bigger than a bread box? Is it blue?
I was telling the ref, give him a sandwich, get him some strength back.
Oh my God!
Throw some water in his face.
What was the shot exactly? I mean, these guys were just banging with both hands.
He never saw it coming. I think he was on the exit. He stepped.
Nobody threw a straight punch in the whole round. I think it might have been like.
But it was a timing shot, though.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a well-timed.
McKenna has that to his style. He is a thinker in there. Moran was trying to, give it a lot of as he was throwing himself. You see, as he was coming with his own left hand.
In combination,
I think they were both. Yeah, they were both through a left hand.
Got his head offline beautifully on that shot, and he really had Dylan actually ran chin first into that.
10 seconds.
By the way, if you're at home and you've never fought before and you want to know how short a minute can be, right here, if you're Moran.
Let's see what his legs look like.
Did anybody time the minute, though? Is it actually a minute? We're in Waterford. And based on after what I just saw from the referee, I don't know that this might have not been more than a minute.
Certainly could be. He does not look steady on his feet, gentlemen.
I would be really surprised if he was able to recover in that short amount of time. I mean, his legs were gone.
It was round one, though, so he's, if he's in shape, he may have recovered.
McKenna cannot wait to restart the brawl here. Short combination punches.
But it seems like McKenna takes the punches better. He got hit with some good shots that seemed to buzz him early in round one, but after that initial shock, he took the punches really well.
Well, it seems like McKenna is also more thinking. What happens when you make that statement, you're not putting any thinking behind it. The crafty McKenna now is going to start giving you problems, and you see Moran starting to back up here.
The experience difference starting to reveal itself in McKenna.
And surprising, tactic from I keep saying Duran, from Moran not to throw to the body as McKenna was stopped to the body in his last fight.
And you talk about his frame. He's tall, he's wiry, could go to the ribs. He's not doing that at all.
Big target, that long midsection, but also McKenna's using that long torso, that long body in a good way to keep this ring small. He wants to keep this fight on the inside.
Yeah, he's cutting off the ring nicely.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, in terms of experience levels, they're not even close, these two. McKenna has been in so many more big fights, has had so many more professional rounds. Higher level competition.
Couple of good uppercuts being landed by Moran,
Rock'em, sock'em, robots. Good job with the left hand once again over the top.
Yeah, from the southpaw position, that left hand is a power shot. Bang! Look at that. Overhand left, overhand left.
Only a matter of time before you start seeing the referee break in the middle of an exchange instead of a clinch, just in case, just to help out Moran a little bit more.
Paulie's got his eye on the referees.
That's what I'm expecting next.
Yeah, we had mentioned in the whole build-up to this fight how McKenna loves these types of fights, and we've said he's better at it than Dylan is. So, and we're seeing that here. See the way he takes that shot right on the chin,
Took
no
a
problem.
better shot off Moran. McKenna is definitely taking a better shot. So Moran's landing some pretty good shots, and they are having no effect.
Oh, that one did.
Moran is just firing back. Answering,
there's the effort. The crowd,
fire with
the crowd
fire.
loves this. You know, we were talking about why Irish dust-ups have a big reputation. This is exactly why they do.
You think one guy's got it, the other guy goes right back. My goodness. My goodness.
Seats are completely unnecessary right now in Waterford, Ireland, because everyone on their feet.
But again, just McKenna takes the punches better, so when he comes back, he's got more in the tank.
This is ProBox TV stuff right here, bro.
Yes.
Look at this. Now McKenna wants a rest, and Moran's like, nope, no rest for you.
Oh,
he's down again.
Left hand again.
All right, watch for the slow count now. Let's see. Let's see what we do here. He's up.
Wow.
He's up.
He actually looks a little steady.
He stopped
it.
I'm amazed he stopped it then. I thought he was better now that he was in round one.
I just said he looked better this time than the first round.
The ref's like, all right, guys, they're gonna put me. They're gonna realize I'm in the bag if I don't stop it now.
Well, I don't know. Did the corner possibly signal the ref?
Yeah,
That's possible too, because again,
I feel like Moran was better.
Yeah, he looked steadier for sure.
I mean, he was totally unsteady in round one. And I don't know how much longer it would have lasted anyway, to tell you the truth. But the good thing about Moran was he was getting McKenna's respect, too, in round two. Right. There was a couple of moments that Moran had where he backed up McKenna and looked like he hurt him, too. So it was to stop it there. I'm actually more against the stoppage now. If you would have stopped it in round one, I had no problem.
Yeah, he was wobbly at the
I'm a little bit against the stoppage. You know what? Now the ref's in the bag the other way for me. I don't know. I think he changed his bet on the live. Do they do live bets over there?
Paulie, I love seeing you go all the way around to who the
Came full circle,
favored.
Guys. I don't know, man. I feel like Moran had a little bit left there.
We'll take a look at it again. Maybe
he was resisting, too. He was actually, you know, he'd been through the worst of it, and I don't know. What are you going to do?
Again, I wonder if the corner had anything to do with that, because that seemed odd, because he was way more hurt in the first round. Right, no question.
I want to see it again. You want to see it again?
Yeah,
but also he was landing good punches in round number 2. So
did you get a gun?
Gentlemen, take a look at it, because here it is. All right.
I mean, in one, he was gone, dude. He didn't see the punch coming. That was a problem with the one in round one. The round one, he didn't see the punch coming. These he saw coming, and he went down. Right?
This one, he was a little tired and was couldn't even keep his hands.
No, that's the first round when he almost fell face first.
That's round one.
Yeah.
Yep.
This
is round 2.
He gets caught here. He's getting overwhelmed here. Really.
No, I think that was early in the round, because I think he comes back after this. Yeah. No. So he comes back after this. Actually hurts McKenna, backs him up. Yeah. Then.
This is a firefight. Look, that was a good shot there.
That was a good shot.
McKenna walked through it though.
Walks through it. Comes back firing. Dude.
Good fight, bro.
Yeah.
You know what? I hope these guys go to the pub later now and have a drink together.
They probably will.
These guys put on for the crowd, bro.
And listen, if they want to fight again next week, well,
I'm into it.
I'll call it.
What about that pub we were at in Waterford? Make them do it over there.
That's the left hand.
That was the same shot as the first round.
Yeah.
It was that.
Did he see it? He didn't see it coming either, huh?
Yep. Same punch as the first round.
I feel like I'm more used to it, though. Let's see here. See that?
Bang.
It is. Oof. No, this time he wasn't throwing.
Yeah.
See, this time he wasn't throwing. It wasn't as surprising. Then the first round he was throwing his own and he got hit. He was more hurt.
Yeah, he knocked himself down the first time.
This one, you know, he kind of saw it coming.
This looked bad, and then he got up, and I was like, oh, he actually looks way more steady.
He didn't stumble.
No, wow.
The ref's like, I got tired of it. That's it. I don't know.
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, listen, I think it was going to happen regardless.
Check the ref's sportsbetting.ag account, you know, just in case.
It went all around the world here, but 2 knockdowns in 2 rounds. McKenna.
Is that the sponsor we have, sportsbetting.ag?
Yes.
On the ropes, yeah. Check if the ref has the account over there. I want to see if he put in a live.
Could be the second round knockout.
For the record, people listening at home, we do not have access to who has accounts.
Guys, I'm being facetious. I'm not blaming anybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Mr. David Irving, will bring both of these men together. And Mr. Irving, has asked me to ask you, two Irish warriors of the boxing ring. Please, ladies and gentlemen. The official time, 2 minutes 55 seconds, round number 2. Mr. Irving calls a halt to the contest. His opinion, Dylan Moran, no position to continue. Therefore, the winner, the mighty Kel, Tyrone McKenna.
McKenna able to get it done. He said, my opponent doesn't belong there.
He said his opinion, Moran not able to continue. Right, round 1, Moran was able to continue, in his opinion. Really?
Yes.
Nice opinion.
His opinion changed from round to round.
Yeah.
Second round, his opinion changed.
Listen, Paul, your opinion changes at times, so it changes.
I don't know.
your opinion changed about the ref from round to round. So
Yeah, but that was based on his actions.
Clearly hurt in both knockdowns. It's just in round 1, he seemed more hurt than round 2.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
was able to make it to the round.
Maybe the ref was like, you know
Dude,
what?
in round 1, if you would have told him he's in plain city, he would have believed you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In round 2, he kind of knew what was going on.
Maybe the ref was like, you know what? We'll get a little more action out of this one, and then we can call it.
Could be, but knockdown and a finish. So speaking of Plant City, that's where we are Wednesday. That's right, December 11th, Jonathan Cardoza from Brazil, 17-1, 15 knockouts. Can hurt you with either hand, incredibly aggressive. But much like we just saw, he lands punches, he takes punches as well. Eduardo Ramirez gonna try to make that a liability. The very experienced fighter from Mexico, trying to make the Brazilian pay for his aggression. Well, we had an Irish showdown, a dust-up, as we say, with pride on the line, folks. They fought like this was behind a pub somewhere in Ireland. Defense, I don't even know what that is. That's for football, right?
Yeah.
Certainly didn't happen in this fight. They traded toe-to-toe just like they said they were going to. It's very rare that you see that at the professional level, but that is just what we saw in studio. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs. Chris, I mean, they said what they were going to do, and they did it.
Yeah, well, I mean, at Dylan Moran, I expected him to box a little bit more because, you know, again, a little bit bigger for the weight class.
But
obviously not as tall.
He had that. Did he have a knockout win recently?
He had a first-round knockout win in his last fight. So
you see,
he was
that got him
coming off
pumped.
of
That got him going, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but also he had a knockout loss in the first round 2 fights before that.
Yeah, but that doesn't count anymore. That's not recent enough.
Well, now it does count.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what matters. But it's the idea that both of these guys seem to have pride on the line, and there was pride behind every punch they threw. After round number 1, we're going, if this goes past round 5, I don't believe it. Great activity. And that all-Irish dust-up. Graham McCormick, G-Train is his nickname, 9-4-1, only 1 knockout in those 9 wins. Making the walk right now.
I hate to be a curtain call after that fight, though, man.
Wouldn't you hate to follow that up?
That's like going after Freddie Mercury at Live Aid. That's like, I don't know.
Number 1, I love that reference. Number 2, that's exactly what we're seeing here.
But I will say, this is a rematch of a very good fight. And these 2 guys were getting
these are the guys that yelled at each other. We didn't understand?
Each other's throats at the press conferences.
All right.
I couldn't understand a word they said, but they sounded very,
but the energy was good.
Very angry at each other.
By the way, let's do a little behind the scenes here. You guys were telling me, like, yeah, I was at the press, because you guys went to the press conference. I didn't. I flew in, I think, later that day or the next day. And you go... First thing these guys tell me when we go to the bar, you guys like, dude, these guys were yelling at each other. I don't know what they said. I had no idea, but man,
but the energy was good. Yeah, the energy was good.
It's exactly what you told me, Paulie.
Hopefully that energy comes in the fight now too.
They were at each other's throats, and it's funny.
I love this though. He's taking pictures with his family before he goes in the ring. Very focused.
We're all professional in different ways. And Graham G-Train McCormick soaking up the energy here. He's looking for another great fight. You talked about the rematch, the first fight, so incredibly entertaining. Problem is, he's got a high bar here. Last fight we saw so incredibly entertaining. But when it comes to the emotional highs here, the willingness to win, both of these gentlemen have it. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah, no, they're both going to go for it. The thing is that neither one of these guys can punch. So we're looking at, you know, these guys going at it for a number of rounds at least.
Greg McCarthy making a walk. Both guys bringing their kids, so it's a family anything,
right? I like to see that, man. This is make it a local family thing. You know, these two have a rivalry now. I mean, listen, guys, the energy of that press conference was fantastic. Yes. These guys are both awesome, both a ton of fun, a lot to say. You know, their first fight was excellent, back and forth action. Slightly, you know, but it was the tiniest of difference between, you know, the winner and the loser that night.
This was the winner by 2 points. First time out against McCormick. It was one of those things where one round could have been the difference here. Both these fighters know that. By the way, if you bring your kid to a fight, the one rule is don't freak out. Don't be that kid on camera freaking out if I win or lose. Just be ready to go. Be mature. I'm a professional. I'll be fine. Craig McCarthy, record 10-2-1. To your point, Chris, 10 wins, 2 knockouts. That's for McCarthy. His opponent 9-4-1, 9 wins, 1 knockout. These are guys who win by volume. Yeah, they're not heavy-handed.
And listen, you get 2 guys that are like that, and you can make for very exciting fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, straight back to the action here at the SETU Arena, Waterford, live on ProBox, and this is 6 3-minute rounds of super middleweight action. Timekeeper, Alex McKenzie. Referee in charge, Paul McCullough. Introducing in the red corner, wearing white shorts with green and black trim. Weighed in at 168 pounds 3 ounces, 76.3 kilos, 14 fight record, 9 wins, 1 inside the distance, 4 defeats, 1 draw. The former BUI Celtic middleweight champion. Ladies and gentlemen, get on board the G-Train, Graham McCormick. And across the ring in the blue corner, wearing the white shorts with black and gold. He tipped the scales 76.15 kilos, 167 pounds 14 ounces. 13 fight record, 10 wins, 2 wins by KO, 2 defeats, 1 draw. He too, the former BUI Celtic middleweight champion from Waterford, Ireland. He is built to last. Craig McCarthy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's both know the rules. Obey my commands, touch gloves, God bless.
The barest of glove touches. You talk about it, Chris, the animosity between these two gentlemen. Also, this is not a joke. I'm looking at their bios right now. Born on the same day.
Oh, wow.
Wow. April 15th, 1987.
That's amazing.
The parallels continue. Familiarity breeds contempt, right, Chris?
Yeah, apparently, yeah. these guys might be a lot more alike than they'd like to admit.
McCarthy in the white and black, McCormick in the white and green.
Both southpaw, too. Born on the same day.
Yes. Both guys, awkward style.
Yeah, I'm not a big on the whole horoscope thing, but maybe these guys do have a lot more in common than they'd like to admit.
Hey, you know, any birthday gift you didn't get that pisses you off, you just take it out on your opponent. I think that works. McCormick carrying a little bit more around the middle. This fight, 168 pounds. McCarthy looking at his build, looks like the stronger man. As you know, that doesn't always translate to punching power.
No, he's taller, looks at wider shoulders, look to be more physically conditioned, but those are looks, man. You can't, like you said, you can't really base it off that. You know, he's got 2 KOs to McCormick's 1 KO. So both guys, not the heaviest handed, but it's all relative, right? Because it depends on chins.
And you say it all the time, you know, our own Teddy Atlas said, hey, man, skinny guys, I don't want to fight them. Big guys, strong guys, I can handle that.
Oh, big
nice
overhand
shot
left from McCormick. Talk about a domestic Irish dust-up, right? That's
Got a lot to live up to, though.
Jimmy, that's in your lexicon now?
Oh, yeah, no. That's every time I see an Irish fight, that's what I'm going to call it. Very, very simple. Both guys coming out of the southpaw stance. Talked about the close fight they had early, won by McCarthy. Only 2 points. Big overhand left there. Another
good left
one.
hand rocks McCarthy.
McCarthy is rocked.
Oh, wow, that was a good shot.
Crowd's loving this.
Well, the crowd that showed up for the press conference was incredible for these two. I mean, at both sides. I thought there was going to be a fight breaking out in there.
Just been treated to an epic war between Dylan Moran and Tyrone McKenna. McKenna winning that by second-round knockout.
Ooh, both these guys are going for it. It's actually similar to the last fight. These, you know, not a whole lot of boxing. Oh, big
Another
overhand
big
left from McCarthy hurt again.
McCarthy right now, lucky his opponent not known for his knockouts because he's eating some clean punches.
I was having trouble understanding what each man was saying at the press conference, but I'm pretty sure McCormick said, I'm going to knock you out this time, and he's going for it.
He is. A G-Train getting a little warning there.
McCarthy has a blistering right hook, man. He lets that thing go nicely. Oof,
another big overhand.
Can't get away from that shot.
Of these guys.
Yeah. McCarthy cannot get away from the left hand of McCormick. And they have had effect.
Oh! Another big left! Seconds to go in round number 1.
I might have to recant my statement about saying these guys are going to go rounds.
Been proven wrong all night, gentlemen. We're man enough to admit it. And that's the end of round number 1. A knockdown for Graham McCormick.
And we mentioned the bodies. You can't tell by the body, right? You said that, a little fleshy, but listen, the guy
couldn't get away from the left hand,
punch.
right?
Yeah, couldn't get away from the left hand. McCarthy got hit with 3 or 4 really big left hands, looping shots. Let's see if we're going to see when that first one really had an effect.
Talk about fat on the punches. This is all fat. They're not tightening up on anything.
That was a good one on the temple. That had an effect on the legs there of McCarthy. McCarthy tries to come back with the only thing he knows how, which is more power and aggression.
Sometimes you go to a good steakhouse.
Oof, that was a short one.
Good, you know.
Well, ribeye. It's a ribeye. Good ribeye.
And he lands that ribeye shot.
Nothing bit. Listen, I'll take a ribeye over a fillet any day.
We have a ribeye fight here in Ireland. Trademark that, ProBox TV. Ribeye fight. A lot of fat on the punches, but it's delicious.
They're fun.
Delicious.
It is
We eat it
delicious.
up.
It is delectable. I'm licking my chops when I'm done.
Round number 2, ready to get underway. Graham McCormick in the green and white, taking on Craig McCarthy. You tell we haven't been fed today. They haven't fed us here at ProBox TV.
You can tell we've been at the desk for a while.
That would have a long day. So what's the side dish in this second round?
Oh, big overhand left from McCarthy.
McCarthy answering back.
These guys got the memo that in the last fight they got a lot to live up to.
I think they're doing it so far. They open up the same way. First round knockdown right at the end of the round. They can't miss each other with these looping shots. So let's go.
Also, these guys don't have exactly the greatest footwork. They've been right in front of one another the entire time.
Can we do like a monthly Irish domestic dust-up?
I'm with it.
That's
yeah, for sure.
I'm loving these fights.
Our deal with Conlan Boxing, we will be once a month in Ireland or the UK.
All right, so I hope
a lot of these fights.
I hope there's enough local talent to us to fight each other every month. Bring these guys back, you know, for sure. They got to fight for a third time. Oof.
Much more boxing next year on ProBox TV. Can't wait for more of these Irish and UK fights.
Not confusing Ireland with the UK. Notice Jimmy said and
Northern Ireland is part of UK. The rest of Ireland is not.
Notice Jimmy said and
you know?
Oh, good combinations. Good left hand again from McCormick.
That history degree my mom paid for, it comes in handy sometimes, every now and then. Right now, McCormick leaving some punches from McCarthy. Yeah.
McCarthy was landing some good combinations. He let his hands go in very short punches, but then it was another big looping McCormick shot. Caught him right on the chin. Oh, good combinations from McCarthy.
And he's coming back. And he throws that one too far away. Let's see.
Covered well from the knockdown in round number 1. We were saying, Paulie, both these guys born on the same day. They're the exact same age.
Same birthday.
Twins without knowing it. What, same hospital or no?
April 15th, 1987. Now, I don't know how many hospitals there are where
I
they
mean,
live.
if it's the same town.
No
you know,
idea.
Depends on the city, right?
Yep.
If McCarthy wins this fight again, I think they should squash their beef, go get a sandwich, and enjoy their birthdays together. If McCormack wins, we got to do it again.
No, trilogy, they got to throw things at each other.
I think it goes still hang out.
We got to have a rubber match. Then after the rubber match, they can go
And what's the
hang
date? April what?
April 15th, both of them.
15th. I think that was a Toro Gotti's birthday too.
Well, that would be.
But 1972.
Paulie,
Yeah,
I don't think these guys are going to be able to hang out until this thing is settled. Until these, if it's 1-1, they can't hang out. They're gonna have to settle it first.
Nothing.
Both of them 30.
felt-
Yeah, both of them 37.
Oh,
my God! Big shot again
Just when
from Graham McCormick.
Just when McCarthy looked like he was fighting his way back into it.
Yeah. He was throwing the better combination, shorter punches, letting his hands go in bunches. But man, it's just that he cannot get away from that left hand of McCormack.
A repeat of round number 1, dropped right at the end.
I felt like I mentioned them being born the same day as Toro Gotti. I felt like when I'm making the movie reference about Leo DiCaprio when one of the guys dies in Wall Street at 36 years old from a heart attack, and he goes, "Same age as Mozart." not that that has anything to do with the other thing.
Nothing to do with it. But we love
These
Zero
guys are born the same day of the year as Toro Gotti, but not that it has anything to do with them.
For the record, everyone home that's counting that as the 8th movie reference by Paulie Monan.
By the way,
Look at this exchange, guys.
welcome to ProBox TV, where Paulie throws in movie references.
So McCarthy was having a very good round. He was showing
I
his
thought he was
class.
doing great.
He was doing excellent that round. Was letting his hands go in combination, much more shorter punches, landing good combinations. But bang, it was an overhand left like that started off the trouble. And then once again, McCormack, it was left hand. Boom.
Again.
Short. Now
Just
time he
like
straightened
that.
it out, nice and
You
short.
did say in the first round he can't get out of the way of the left hand, right? And
Yep.
sure enough, he proved it again.
Gentlemen, is that a Mike Tyson tattoo on his back?
Boom. Oof.
That is a giant.
I guarantee
Portrait
you there
of
are
Mike
Mike Tyson tattoos all over the world.
Yes.
Oh, no, there are. I've seen
Mike
them.
Tyson has
I've said
transcended
it, and
every culture.
I stick by it. Mike Tyson is the most recognizable human being on this planet. I don't care who could compete.
You think?
Compare.
But
Absolutely.
definitely boxing guy, no?
No. I think most recognizable human being on the planet.
That tattoo makes him really recognizable.
So we start round number 3. McCarthy in the white and black versus McCormick in the green and white. McCarthy won the first fight, but this has been, so far, a McCormick fight. 2 knockdowns in 2 rounds, both of them with seconds left to go in the round.
Yeah, McCarthy's trying to stay disciplined, use his tighter skills, but seems to catches up to him at the end of the round each time, these past 2 rounds.
McCarthy coming off a KO loss. That was in the 5th round against Tommy Hyde. That was last year.
Tommy Hyde is a very, very renowned prospect. Oh, oof. Man, these guys are fighting tough. It's different when there's bragging rights on the line.
Right.
It really is.
And the crowd guys. I mean, we know we were there with that Irish crowd.
They were awesome.
They have emotion behind their support.
Gentlemen, it's also about the skill level. What do they do, box?
Yeah, that's true. That was his fight,
There you go. It's a fight. Uppercut right through the center.
McCormack again. He straightened out the left hand that time. Caught McCarthy again on the way in.
You have 2 tools. You use them. Both these guys stand in the pocket and throw. And McCormick has just been more accurate with that overhand left.
He's just very, very sturdy, is McCormack tonight. He's got his legs underneath him. He knows what he wants to do. He found a home for that left hand early and just has not given up on that. And he's actually varying it up. He looped it in the beginning. That's where he found success. Then he shortened it up, throwing it straight at times.
You think he realized he did that, or he just happened to do it?
Whether he did or he didn't, it's working.
Yeah, it did.
Oof.
Those shots missed. Nobody slipped those shots. They just missed. So who we got? We got a minute
From
left.
the referee, because there's a mouthpiece flying out.
Ref says we don't wait for balls in the action.
Yeah.
Just replace the mouthpiece.
Greg McCarthy, you see him getting his mouthpiece back in. When he's thrown punches, a lot of times, Chris, he's been off balance. So he's throwing, but a lot of times his feet just aren't underneath him for real power. McCormack, as you said, sitting down a little better.
Yeah, McCarthy looks like a physically strong guy, but as you said, if you don't have your feet underneath you, also I believe he's still a little bit rocked. You can see his steps are not as smooth as they were in the first round.
3rd fight this year for Graham McCormack.
Ball there. Ooh. And that's the thing. McCarthy, when he lets his hands go, he's got the tighter combinations. Oh, that was a late hit.
Break, McCormick. What's going on there? In a hard warning.
Sultan a little bit.
Sultan a little bit.
A little bit out of line himself.
He did.
A little bit out of line himself. It's at distance. McCormick has been able to uncork the powerful shots, and to your point, Chris, better combinations on the inside from McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy's got a big hole, though, that he's got to fight himself out of. Getting dropped at the end of the first and the second round.
Comes a point where you either need the stoppage or, as happens sometimes, boxing and chess, they're playing for a draw. Like, okay, a draw would be a win at this point. Here's a replay. Action from the last round.
The only good thing about a draw is that we get to see these guys fight again. Yeah, better round for McCarthy.
Yep.
You know, you can tell the skill set. You know, he's got a higher skill level. He lets those hands go in combination. He's a volume puncher, but he gets caught.
Yeah. Forgets about his defense.
Yeah. Especially towards the end of the round, I guess, when the fatigue starts to set in. If I'm McCormick, man, I'm just sitting on that left hand. I'm waiting for it. Let him throw a combination, and then as soon as he finishes, uncork that thing.
Another Tenny Atlas isms kind of guy gets offended if you don't hit him. That kind of guy. I heard him say that once on air. Spit out whatever I was eating, laughing so hard. But it's true. That's the kind of fight we have. Round number 4 is scheduled for 8. Rematch: Craig McCarthy, Graham McCormick.
This fight is settling in, though. In the moment, I didn't think it was going to go the distance, but now, you know, it's going some rounds. I don't know if it's going to go the distance, but it certainly settled into what it's becoming. Now they're doing some boxing.
But also, gentlemen, it's one of those things where people think knockouts come from power, and sometimes they do, but they also come from consistency of game plan, getting in the position to use your punches all the time. These guys don't really have it. You see why they don't have a lot of knockouts? Because not they don't have a lot of power, it's just they're not always in the right position to score with big punches.
Yeah. They're big effort guys.
Yes, exactly. Great way to put it, Paul.
We looked at our last fight, you know, with Tyrone McKenna. I mean, that was only his 7th KO in over, 30 fights. So, but it was position and it was timing, and it was a beautiful shots that he landed, but he threw them at the right time. Obviously, McKenna much higher level than these two gentlemen here, but same concept.
Yeah, same principle.
Right. Graham G-Train McCormick.
Was the loser last time out. As I said, both these fighters coming off knockout losses. Looking for a little redemption, both of them.
You know, and although McCormick is 1 KO, he seems to be the heavier hand of the two, whereas McCarthy, much more the volume guy, the effort guy. He pushes, he steals rounds.
Yeah, McCormick having had the 2 knockdowns, too. It's a really big cushion he's built up for himself here.
Yeah, and on an 8-round fight. Right? This isn't 12. Don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, McCarthy's in a deep hole.
This isn't Marquez Pacquiao. We're like, okay, I got knocked down 3 times, I can still win.
But this is also, you know, it's an 8-rounder, so we got a lot of rounds. And McCarthy sweeps the rest of the cards, the rest of the rounds, so he can win this fight. Ooh, bad cut on the outside of the left eye of McCarthy, as if he needed any more trouble tonight.
I wonder what caused that.
Didn't see any signal of a headbutt.
I haven't seen many right hands from McCormick either, so I would assume it's going to be a headbutt. These guys are fighting on the inside quite a bit.
But the important thing is no signal from the referee. Remember, referee didn't see it. It didn't
good
happen.
left hand from McCarthy there. Stings McCormick.
Yep. We're worried about the action slowing down. That has not been an issue so far, but they're going to take a look at that cut in the corner. Yeah, that's a bad one.
A lot of blood. And yes, I can confirm that is a Mike Tyson tattoo.
I appreciate your backup there, Chris. Looked like Mike to me, but you never know.
I was thinking about it. It might be right, Chris. It might be the most famous person in the world.
And also, he just looks so distinctive. Like, it isn't like, who's that? You're like, oh, it's Mike.
But also, you know, you got to understand he's been a celebrity for 40 years too.
Yeah.
No, but I was thinking like Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, but everybody who knows Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, I guarantee you knows who Mike Tyson is, and not the other way around.
Yeah.
How many movies has Leo been in? How many movies has Ronaldo been in?
They weren't in the Hangover.
All right. Hangover was a very popular movie.
Excuse me, I played Punch-Out, guys. I know Mike Tyson.
Well, they are in a lot of video games.
They
so.
are, that's true, but not from my era. Anyway, there's some action from the previous round.
Another good round, other than the cut. Another very good round for McCarthy. I thought the last 2 rounds went on the scorecard for McCarthy, although he is in a hole, lost the first 2 rounds, plus the 2 knockdowns.
It's a little tricky.
Yeah, this gets tricky because McCarthy, man, if he comes on and is able to make it to the end, then he wins all these rounds. He wins the fight.
Yeah, but if you're in McCormick's corner, one of the things you're saying is, hey, look, just because he knocked this guy down twice doesn't mean he's out of the fight.
Right, dude,
you gotta
step
keep the
on
pressure.
it.
Yeah.
Step on it. Get this guy hurt again. Get him out of here.
And in the round number 2, McCormick got another knockdown. McCarthy was looking good in the round and then just ate a big shot, ended up going down. So you could argue he's only really outboxed McCarthy in 1 round, the first round.
That's a good point, Jimmy. Yeah, and that's where you can see the relative difference in their skill sets. McCarthy, much more of a volume guy, a little tighter with his punches. Would be better served if he could bring that right hand back home so he doesn't get hit with those looping left hands. But in terms of being able to throw combinations and move, he's actually the higher level fighter.
If you walked into your gym, Chris, you'd have a lot to work on with this guy. But you know
we'll
what you see
what we
this guy.
got. Yeah, we'll work with what we got here.
Right.
At this level, you're talking about guys with sub-15 fights and multiple losses. A little bit of good instruction goes a long way.
The crowd pleases, though.
Yes, absolutely.
I always like those.
Oh, big left hand.
Beautiful shot.
That looked like it stung McCormick.
Yep.
Battle of the left crosses.
And look, now McCormick's not throwing. McCormick's not throwing.
Best punch so far from McCarthy.
Oh,
another good
one.
short left.
So McCarthy happily starts throwing wide and smothers himself as well.
Left hand, but a bit. Did somebody lose a mouthpiece again?
I've never seen that. A guy.
I like how they broke themselves on the mouthpiece.
Right, yeah, that's what I mean.
They didn't even wait for the ref to
Dude, they want to break.
Yeah, listen,
they were like,
that,
okay, I'll take a break.
that I've never seen. Your opponent's mouthpiece falls out, you walk away. My opponent's mouthpiece falls out, I'm trying to punch him in his teeth.
No, dude, break those teeth immediately.
Well, that's why they're able to have a drink together.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're still gentlemen. They might be, they might want to kill each other right now. They're still gentlemen.
After McCarthy goes and gets stitches, of course.
Wish you guys spoke Irish to know what they were saying to one another. Don't know. It's just a mystery.
Well,
but
even our Irish friends didn't know what they said either.
Yeah, look at this.
Little slip.
McCarthy's actually so tired he fell just from throwing the punch. Yeah, that's not a good sign, man.
We still got a lot of fight left.
Here.
That's the thing. He's been working very hard to win these rounds. I'm giving him these rounds, but he's working really hard.
A couple of uppercuts a few seconds ago, and McCormick really.
You guys both called him an effort guy. He just needs to work a lot to win.
Ooh, good body shot from McCormick on the inside. Right uppercut. Jimmy, first fight was a 6-rounder, no?
Yes.
Yeah, so we got an 8-rounder here tonight, boys. Let's go.
This is going to debilitate into this battle of wills. You can already see it.
It started out a brawl, and it's been that from the opening bell, right?
When the fatigue sets in, your desire to brawl gets tested. When you got all the energy, your pride in a loud crowd, sure, you want to brawl, but that desire to do that gets tested once that fatigue sets in, and you're hurting a little bit.
Not for nothing. For a 9-4-1 fighter with 1 KO, McCormick has very good instincts.
Yes.
He's picking his punches really nice.
He's one of those guys, you look at him, you go, God, maybe he had started young. Like, I don't know when he started boxing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you could have been decent.
Could have been a contender.
We see some action here from that last round. Oh, big overhand. This is actually a good round for McCarthy. Once again, he landed some big shots, one of which actually stung McCormick. McCormick came back again. It's always at the end of the round where McCarthy's fatigue sets in, and McCormick is able to either land a big shot or at least just come back with some good punches of his own. Here we see some good body work there.
Just been informed that this
Sometimes we get the call, Jim.
Sometimes we get the call. We just got the call that this is now a 6-round fight.
Oh, boy.
So this is now the final round.
How about that timing? I just asked you if the last fight was a 6-rounder, and then the fight gets turned into a 6-rounder.
Somebody got reminded of it. You know what? And we were talking. They probably heard us talking about how fatigued they are. These guys are breaking themselves, and nobody loses a mouthpiece. Oh, good body shot!
Oh,
wow, that's gonna seal it for sure.
Oh yeah.
McCarthy wasn't even arguing that it's a 6-rounder instead of an 8-rounder. He probably needed the 7th and 8th to win. He won in order to win the fight, but now with being down 3 times, he's look at it. What's he doing?
Once again, the referee waves
the
it
referee,
off.
dude, the referee just got tired of it. He said, if referee wasn't notified that it's a 6-rounder, it was almost over. He's like, dude, I'm not working another 3 rounds.
What is with tonight, fighters?
Guys, I'm telling you, think I'm kidding.
Looking
you guys think I'm
okay.
kidding? What? I'm telling you. Nobody told the referee it was going to be an 8-rounder.
He's not arguing. Did he just quit? He just said, I don't want to fight.
I mean, he wasn't. I don't know, but he wasn't. We'll say this. For a guy who'd been knocked down twice and was still in the fight, I would have been arguing for 7 and 8 to still stay because had been knocked down twice. He needed 7 and 8.
Right.
So the fact that he didn't argue when it got changed to a 6-rounder, for me, is a little suspect itself. But yeah, you're right, Jim. He's not arguing about the stoppage either.
At all.
But the ref, maybe the ref didn't know. Like, dude, I'm done. I don't want to wait ref for another 3 rounds. I'm done tonight.
You know, I was saying that McCormick had good instincts. He was going to body really well at the end of the last round, and then he comes out in the beginning of this round, goes right to the body immediately, and finishes the fight. So, again, I mean, listen, at this level, that was a very good
entertaining
fight.
fight.
Very good
entertaining
fight.
Yeah,
Knocked down.
But it was good. It's just that the ref, you know, he stops the fight, and then we get the call. That's it. It's over. There's nothing you can do about it. That's it. There's nothing we can do about it. It's over.
What, that's Goodfellas?
There was nothing we could do about it. He's gone. What do you want? He's gone. Look, right here is a beautiful body shot right there.
Right there, the ref realized he was gone.
That's liver shot,
And there's nothing we could do about it.
Liver side. Boom. Oh, delayed reaction, too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, some sneaky knockdowns scored by McCormick tonight. 2 left hands to the head.
I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. He's got very good instincts with his punch selection.
Very, very sneaky, sir.
He was throwing nice right hooks to the body, then the last round comes out.
Nobody's going to catch that movie reference. Very, very sneaky, sir.
Ignore.
Mr. Deeds.
I don't know.
I knew that was a Sandler movie.
Ignore.
Guys, that's 10.
John Turturro.
Yeah, that's 10. Ignore the jiggling belly. That guy can hit.
Jimmy,
you got a body hits too.
You said it from the top. Don't look at the body. Doesn't tell you this. Doesn't tell the story. These guys can fight. And obviously, don't look at the record either. He's got 1 KO in 15 fights. He just
got a second KO. We got a thing for that. We have a penchant for that on ProBox TV though, because Akatsugi last time he fought also had only 1 knockout.
Listen, he must have heard me. I ate my words. I said neither one of these guys can punch. I ate my words tonight.
Scored 3 knockdowns, champ.
Yeah. And a single 1-punch KO.
And they're in a good mood. Depends on how much they were arguing in the press conference. They're in a good mood.
When Mr. McCullough stops the contest, in his opinion, Craig McCarthy no position to defend himself. Therefore, the winner, the G-Train, Graham McCormick.
Hey, look, they're 1-1. We can get the trilogy fight.
You were right though. Everybody prepares differently. Champ, you were right about him taking pictures on his way into the ring. He ends up winning. Yep. Now he's got everybody in the ring. Maybe that was what he needed. Yeah. Me, I wouldn't be able to stop and take pictures with my family on the way to the ring. This guy's different.
It's funny when people ask me about preparation for a fight, I said change is bad. If someone's normally real tight, you want them tight. If someone's normally loose, you want them loose. It's when they're different. Like they're suddenly loose, and I'm like, dude, that's not how he normally fights. Subaru Matias, remember, you're like, I don't like he's touching hands with everybody.
I didn't even like touching hands in a fight, walk into a ring.
And what happens? He gets upset, you know. But this was an exciting fight tonight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, no time.
Canelo's the mariachi.
This one.
Yeah. It's just whatever your thing is, keep it. When you find that zone.
Not against Golovkin.
We'll have a clear ring. Please welcome from Hungary, Tamas Horvath.
They are announcing the next fight while the guys are still in the ring celebrating.
That's amazing.
Only on ProBox TV, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Tamas Horvath from Hungary. 18 professional fights, 8 and 10 as a pro. Half of those wins by knockout.
Roy Jones song on.
Can't be stopped. Can't be touched. We all know it. You're a boxing fan. Great entrance music.
That and You Almost Forgot. I actually like both those songs. I like both those songs.
Decent rapper for one of the greatest fighters to ever live. You know, just hate people like that. Save some talent for the rest of us. Right?
and
be
also,
good at one thing.
Also one of the nicest, most humble men you will ever meet.
Great guy.
By the way, he's a good basketball player too.
I know, he's a good basketball player. Yeah.
That's a good point. Very good point.
We talked earlier in the night about some pro debuters taking on very experienced fighters. That's what we're seeing now in this fight. Horvath should be making his way to the ring right now from Hungary. I don't care what the record says. The idea that you're taking on someone with a ton of experience in your pro debut says a lot about what people think about you in your amateur career.
Hungary does tend to produce some good record builders, I'll put it that way.
Yes, does happen quite a bit. Don't forget, this Wednesday, December 11th, Jonathan Cardoso, 17-1, 15 knockouts, taking on Eduardo Ramirez. We are finishing the year off strong. It's going to be a great fight in the lightweight division. The theme tonight has been powerful punchers who don't mind standing and taking some shots. Jonathan Cardoso, very much cut from that mold. Brazil versus Mexico. Forget about the 28 wins, 13 knockouts. One thing about ProBox TV, it tends to bring the best out of fighters that don't necessarily always get the knockout. They look for it on ProBox TV. Platform that is certainly growing, is going to get bigger in 2025.
So ladies and gentlemen, looks like we do have a little bit of time for Sweet Caroline. I'll go and find out where the boxes are. You can sing along.
I love when the ring announcer goes, I'm going to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
I'll let you know as soon as we're done. And everybody gets into Sweet Caroline. Gentlemen, you know, we always say, look, we're in the entertainment business, okay? We can talk about technique. We can talk about ability. Do you want to pay, or do you want to spend your time watching a particular fight? That's what it's all about. If you don't want to watch it, doesn't matter. That last fight, McCarthy versus McCormick, was the epitome of that kind of logic. Were they great boxers? No. Do they have great pedigrees? No. Would you learn technique from either one of them? No. But my God, it was entertaining at 168 pounds. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Paulie, am I wrong? That was just a fun fight. I totally want to. I want to see a trilogy.
Not just that one. What about the one before it? I mean,
of course.
Dude, these Irish dust-ups have living up to the reputation. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about here.
Absolutely.
That's what I've been telling you.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Chris, both you guys have spent a ton of time in the gym, not only as fighters, but as trainers helping that next generation. Is this one of those cards you watch and go, look, I don't care what the numbers say. Getting hit, if you're out of position, if you're in the wrong spot, if you eat one right on the chin, you are going down. We've seen a lot of fighters tonight. We're like, the records I don't see big punchers in either one. Yeah, when they need to, they can still knock you out. What's your thought, Chris?
I mean, absolutely. Especially a guy like McKenna. He's got more experience than everybody on the card. You know, it's some multiple. I mean, you put 4 or 5 of these guys together, he has more experience than them. And he's been at the highest level by far by anybody on here. And you saw that. He had someone in front of him. He said it in all the interviews. This guy does not belong in the ring with me, and I'm going to show that. And he did. He showed him that he was able to take the shots, weather the storm, and wait for that timing, wait for that moment, have that position, bang, pick that left hook, landed it twice in back-to-back rounds.
Now, the insult I think we felt from McKenna is, hey, Moran chose me. And that is an insult. He thought, I'm a name, but I'm used up. Paulie, we talked about the timing of that choice, and you said you got to be careful when you pick that veteran. Wrong choice, wrong
and that's the thing. You know, is a guy just shot enough to where you're getting him at the right time, or does he still have too much where it's too soon for you? Well, for Moran, it was a little too much too soon.
Hey, it looks like the fighters are ready to make their way into the ring. Tamas Horvath from Hungary. 18 professional fights, 8-10, 4 of those wins by knockout. Y'all know about fighting on foreign soil. That's a great thing. Paulie, with your amateur career, you fought everywhere. Yeah, you get used to being in somebody else's backyard. You did it as an amateur. You did it as a professional. What's that intimidation level making this walk? And I mean, taking on a local boy from Wexford, Ireland.
I'm going to be honest. This guy's Hungarian. He's 8-10. And I'm a little bit familiar with the European scene. Yeah. The Hungarians in Europe are like the guys in America that are like from North Carolina, from Indiana.
Oklahoma, the middle of...
These guys, and his 8 wins, I probably would bet a good piece of farmland that he got them in like a local gymnasium in Hungary. Just built them up.
I said it earlier. Fighters in Hungary make very good record builders.
Yeah.
And by the way, I will never...
Sometimes against each other.
Apparently. They build
what I love about that, I'll never get tired of hearing you say, I'll bet you a big piece of farmland.
Yeah, no, that one's all kinds of farmland. I won't bet you all kinds of farmland for this one. A small piece of farmland.
Small piece of farmland.
I'm not 100% sure.
Some corn, some soybean. Yeah, okay, all kinds.
Diversify your farm.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
You know it, Dean Walsh.
This is America. We only have corn and soybeans.
Dean Walsh from Wexford, Ireland, making his professional debut. We've seen some debuts tonight. The Croft brothers making their professional debuts. Their opponents 7-15-1 in one case. The other one 1-3. But this idea that anybody with record, with that experience disparity can be a threat in your pro debut. You don't necessarily know what the emotions are going to be like. Dean Walsh has to deal with that tonight. Crowd very much behind him, as you can hear. Waterford, Ireland. How do you deal with those emotions?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This brought to you by Conlan Boxing, Neil Power Promotions. Is 4 3-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Alex McKenzie. A referee in charge of the action, Mr. Porig Octagon. Introducing in the red corner, wearing black with gold, weighing in at 69.6 kilos, 153 pounds, 8 ounces. 19th professional contest. From Budapest, Hungary, Tamas, Horvath. And ladies and gentlemen, across the ring in the blue corner stands one of Ireland's top boxing prospects. He wears white with purple and gold. Weighed in 69.75 kilos, 153 pounds, 12 ounces. Boxes out of Wexford, Ireland. Tonight makes his professional debut, Dean Walsh.
Keep it clean, listen to my commands, protect yourselves at all times. When I relive, touch gloves, and back to corners.
There's Walsh just a...
Might be, yeah.
There's a lot of Walshes over there.
A lot of Walshes over there, yeah.
Could be, but
Yeah,
there's a lot of Walshes over there.
Very common name. I'm speaking as a James Smith, so I know very, very well what that's like.
Yes. At least you're not John Smith, right?
I get asked a lot if I'm related to people I'm not related to. Our final fight of the night, you're on ProBox TV.
I mean, Smith, you could be related to people in England and Australia.
And you're everywhere.
I'm gonna call you John Doe from now on.
Dude, if I committed a crime and needed to disappear, I can use my own real name, which is awesome.
As your alias.
Dean Walsh.
Guys, this is not gonna last long. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, it will not. Dean Walsh in the white and purple.
Walsh already dug 2 hard body shots. This kid did not like it at all.
Tomas Horvath
Look at that.
in the black from Hungary.
Walsh has that pro debut energy, bro. This guy's wild, though.
Swinging for the fences. He's tall, the Hungarian.
Yeah, he's gonna earn his check already.
He did better than a fire hydrant.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I feel like he's showed up to fight somewhat, but also Walsh again has that pro debut jitters that we all get. You know, where it's a lot of energy. You know how to fight, but you don't know how to time it right because your emotions are in the way for your pro debut.
His picking the spots went nice though.
Yeah. I can see the
short left.
Is that a knockdown? Or did he fall?
It was.
Yeah.
No,
that was so fast thing. I feel like Ray Jackson. Fastest thing I ever saw. Wow. Dude, I
don't know if he was knocked down because of the punch. May have been off balance.
I didn't even see it. There's another movie reference, by the way, if anybody caught it.
That's 11?
No, it's 12.
Is it 12? Yeah, that's right, 12.
That's a classic. That was Bloodsport. If you can get a Bloodsport movie quoted, you're good. How are we not get a Bloodsport movie quoted? I mean, we've been watching fights for hours over here. We got to get at least one Bloodsport movie quoted.
5 hours of fights if you don't talk about Bloodsport. What are we doing here?
No, we did make a Bolo.
Oh, yeah, we did. Bolo earlier.
How dare you insult me,
we opened Bolo, and we're going to close Bolo. I'm not going to make any more movie references, Joey, so we can open and close the Bloodsport.
Oh, good temple shot in there.
Hits him with the left hand. I think it was
this guy's going into straight up.
By the way, Dean Walsh sounds like he's the fan favorite tonight. That was the most raucous open, though, I think we've had.
Well, you know what? I think making your pro debut on ProBox TV makes you a good fan favorite, you know?
Certainly does. Beloved there in Ireland. I like combinations.
He's setting his distance. What about his body shot?
Shot.
That's it.
That might be it. Good body
pro
shot.
debut knockout to the body. That's a little bit different than most guys get, you know?
That's good.
This guy's not getting up. Is he getting up? He's getting up.
Getting up, all right.
Horvath coming back, able to get back to his, now this is where the referee's going to stop it. No, he doesn't. Okay, good job.
You know what?
Seen that a little bit tonight.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jimmy. You know why? Because I think the mouthpiece.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think he was limping to the corner.
Yeah. Let's see, there's not a lot left, but how much time is left in the round? 38 seconds. Let's see if Walsh can do it.
That's a lot of time to get a knockout, gentlemen.
Yeah, Horvath is already
Another
open
body
piece.
shot,
This one's done.
knockout.
This is done. He's going. He went down too easily from that left hook to the body. He's not gonna make it. He's shaking his head. All the. Ooh.
Yeah, no.
Oh, look at it.
Back to his feet.
All right.
The ref's
Saying he's ready to go.
No, the ref was done. The ref's like, I'm done. The ref.
Put his own mouth.
What is he doing? Didn't the ref just wave it off?
Nope.
No, I could have sworn the ref waved that off.
You're starting to see it when it's not
No,
there now,
no,
Paul.
I'm telling you guys.
You're anticipating.
I'm telling you, get us that replay.
Big
It's
right
over
hand
anyway.
Down again. This
So
should be
this
it.
guy now, he waves it off.
That is
I'm
it.
telling you, he waved it off after the second one, and then I don't know, he picked up his own mouthpiece or something, and he's decided, all right, I'll let you go.
He said, you know what?
the shot.
If you have the wherewithal to pick up your own mouthpiece, you can fight.
Yeah, there you go. Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas looked for it, couldn't find it in time. Good knockout from Dean Walsh. 2 body shot knockdowns in a row, and then bang, 1 to the head, 4 knockdowns.
Pro
in
debut
round
is always
number
an
1.
exciting one, you know.
Yeah.
It's one of those. They don't get as exciting until later on after that, you know. But your debut is an nice exciting one. This guy, you know, he got to make his debut in front of a nice crowd. Even the Croft brothers tonight, you know.
Yeah.
Good show to make your debut on.
Yeah, fantastic. Great ovation from the crowd. You only get 1 pro debut, and you can't
Well, let's
script
see
it any
these
better than
knockdowns.
this. Yeah?
So Dean Walsh went to the body early. I like that. He's got a guy with a long torso. Go down to that body. That was right away in round 1. Went double left hook to the liver.
Oh, that was the left hook that I didn't realize.
Nice shot.
That was a legit knockdown.
Yeah.
That was the first knockdown.
Yeah, that was so
first
good.
of
I
3.
didn't even see it.
Well timed. Check hook on the way back. Here we come the body shot.
That was a good body shot. That was instantaneous.
That was the best one. That was the best.
That was nice.
That was a nice
nice
dig.
whip on that too.
Yeah, good dig. Good feet underneath him.
We're gonna get to the second one. I'm
Elbow
telling you,
position.
if we get to see.
That's
the second one.
That's pretty decent.
No,
too.
that's the same one.
That's pretty decent too.
That's the
No,
same
that was the
one.
second.
That was the same one. Different
No,
angle.
that was the second.
No, that was
That was the other one.
Yeah, it was the second
So we didn't get
knockdown.
to see if he
Ooh,
stopped.
that was a nice little touch.
I'm telling you.
The body shot set up the right
that
hand.
that was the second
look,
body
look,
shot
look.
knockdown. So there was 4
What was that?
knockdowns.
There were 4 knockdowns.
Yeah, 4 knockdowns.
Yep.
Wow.
I'm telling you, this one right here. If you look at the count, let's see. Watch. I'm telling. Oh, that was the last
No,
one.
that was the last one.
That was the last. What are we gonna do? That's all right. You know what? It is still under round 1. First round knockout in your debut. Life is good.
4 knockdowns. That's more than most people get in a pro debut. Fantastic work from Dean Walsh in his pro debut. Great crowd. Ring announcer, make it official.
The Kokoruka, I approve.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 2 minutes 54 seconds of round number 1. Referee Poreg Octagon stops this contest. His opinion, Tamas Horvath, no position to continue. Therefore, the winner, forget the hype. He is the real deal. Professional journey starts tonight. Dean Walsh.
Saw some things you like from that young man. You know, good composure, good shot selection. Yeah.
Good balance. Got his feet underneath him.
You
got
can
his
tell he
good
knows how to
positions.
fight. Again, it's a debut. He's a little bit jittery, but that'll just come with experience.
To step through the ropes, the man from Hungary, Tamas Horvath.
No, it doesn't stop there. Before the end of the year, we are finishing strong. December 11th, Jonathan Cardozo. 17 wins, 15 of them by knockout. Eduardo Ramirez, the very tough Mexican. You see the experience, 28-4-3. That's in the lightweight division. Join us, Plant City, Wednesday. It is going to be absolutely fantastic. Again, fights from Ireland are always amazing. The crowd in Waterford got a treat tonight. Got a little bit of everything. Some pro debuts, a fire hydrant, said about a knockout. Also had a war, of course, between Navarro and Valtierra, and then the Kazakh train rolls on. Beautiful stuff from Sultan Zaurbek, a future world champion. Did we see him take another big step forward? Bad blood led to a great fight. Dylan Moran, Tyrone, McKenna, thank you so much for joining us. See you next time here on ProBox.